Take it you seen that video. I just saw this video this morning. I don't know if he was or not. Just more of a message towards why parents got their kids dressing up like adults or little thugs and stuff with all that jewelry on and all that other stuff. I'm gonna get some people over here. Oh shoot, I said to the wrong person. Uh, sorry, I said those songs. Oops. Uh, D-Dub.
What's up, Kev? What's
Yo, what's
up?
the deal?
It's the
Main
morning.
thing in the building.
I got a little start. Got an hour early.
You
Started.
had a what?
I said I got it. I got started early on the on the live today.
Uh-oh. You did one?
Nah. I was in class live.
Oh, okay, I
Like
got
her live jumping right now. Like it's jumping.
you.
She got she
What they
she
talking
got
about?
women over there debating like crazy. I said, "Oh, I'm ready."
hmm Boy.
They over there talking about you know basically like things like why women care about the tone in a man's voice so much
Mhm.
versus receiving his message in honesty, you know.
Mm.
and
That's a good one.
and women up here like we care about that tone because honestly we should care about how people talk to us.
Oh my gosh.
I said they like I'm like if your boss was sitting up here telling you that you need to straighten up at your job, you wouldn't care about the tone that he used it in. You just care about that you need to straighten up for that damn job so you won't lose it.
Exactly.
And there's like, no, that's different. Y'all up here using judges and people. I said, okay, let me use your man. Cause honestly, if you don't understand that I was telling them like women are disrespectful to the men that they're not afraid to lose or live without
hmm That's what it is.
because it's like, oh, I can go get another one of you tomorrow. All right, since you can, let me pack up all my shit. Let me pack up all my shit and get out. Cause I want to, cause I don't want to be the one to hold you back. If you feel like you ain't gotta respect me, let me pack up all my shit to make your life much more easier. Cause that's all it's gonna lead to. It's gonna lead to the more combative you are, the more you're not getting along with this man. He gonna sit up here and let your ass go. He ain't about to sit up here and tolerate you and
Yeah.
and all that shit. She's like,
You know, the
oh,
sad
you
thing
want a
is, he
man?
gonna have some suckers that's gonna do it though. It's gonna be some suckers
They like
because they
the
scared they
girl
ain't
gonna
gonna
tell
get no
me, oh,
punani.
the girl gonna tell me, oh, you just want a man that can control you. It's not even about control. I said if my man can't correct me on certain things, that's a problem. If he don't like a certain behavior that's making him feel uncomfortable, that is a problem. Like what's the like what you're not comprehending? Those be the ones. Ghetto loose parenting. Kid, not ghetto and loose in one statement.
Oh my. Loose parenting, man. They be too loose with it.
I can't even see the little small print at the top. Man says
Yeah. So it was a
wet
video I
drawing.
seen this
Oh,
morning though.
what?
Uh, I'm gonna actually probably play it though. So I know it's gonna be two different groups of people though. It's well, what he sound like this? But this is stuff I be thinking about too though. So what I got out of it, out the message is that it's parents that be dressing their kids up like adults, and then they be shocked that the people around them look at them as adults. It's like who's more the sicker person? You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But of course they
It's
turn
deep.
around and look at the stranger, huh?
I said, your ass be coming with these topics, these
They
deep
boo.
old
I thought about this
topics.
more. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta start this early because I know this gonna be something serious. I
Cause
say
I was
her one.
looking
How
at
she
somebody
gonna
who
start
said
live?
I seen somebody post that yesterday and said it was a little boy who was dressed like, a dude that his mother would date. And that the
Mm-hmm.
girl, the older woman, she was in the comments like, it bothers her that to see kids being dressed like, grown men.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just like, I said that is weird though. That a lot of it is coming off like a lot of little babies and a lot of girls and little boys are being dressed as if they're like 16, 17 years old already. They got their kids on these chains. I done seen the kid with a whole grill. I said, what does the
Mm.
kid need a grill for?
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna get sad,
They be like,
and
he
the
just
parents
so
don't
cute,
see it.
his little teeth need a grill.
This is crazy, bro. I don't
So he
begin
can
with
look
it.
like his daddy.
Looking like a little thuggy thug. He's about to be a
Hey,
heartbreaker looking at.
Lala. Hey, my sister.
All right, triplet.
Get
She
your butt
hates
up here.
me.
Get up
She
here, cause
hates.
your twin just sent me
Bro, I just noticed that.
an
Like, what the
invite. I said, "What you doing? Why you over there?
heck?
You need to come to your twin life, like
Word.
twin. Where have you
Right,
been?"
hey. Right, what happened? I was in my life doing my.
I love this live. I love y'all.
That's so funny, though. I was laughing when I see that. I was like, wow. I said, that video funny than the mud. I was like, wow. They
My
done made
dude,
a
he
whole.
watched the video. He gonna say, I'm up here like she's talking about herself. He like, hell no, she ain't talking about herself. Cause how the fuck you gonna sit up here and talk about yourself like that? Talking about nobody knows me. Like who knows you? I said herself. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
knows self like self.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
He up here thinking she talking about a dude. I said no. he said
Nobody
turn it. He
loves
said
me
turn that shit
like.
on again. Let me hear it.
Man. I ain't even bothered about putting trigger. Well, I ain't the type to do that wrong, though. Trigger warning. Watch this. I already
Let's
know what's
get
about
some
to happen
people
with
up in
this.
here. I'm about to
Huh?
invite. I'm about to send some invites.
Mm.
Get some people all running through here.
That boy. Yeah, I started early. I see this be like what the traffic hours be. Like, oh.
said we catching traffic today.
Right, exactly. The ones that can't fit in the box, they gonna come over here that be in them other rooms. Like, damn, where can I find one? So what is you saying? Men should be allowed to look at your daughter? I already know that's coming though. That's all they take out of certain things though. That's why I say like people be funny though. That's why I say it's like we
Because
all
I
gonna
think
have
I
the
seen his
victim
video.
head ones and we got a logical thinker ones. That's just what it's gonna be, man. It's the sad world of how we got divided.
I think I seen this man's video though. Either it was him or it was somebody else. Because I seen the guy. He was like, he was pissed the hell off. He was like,
Yeah.
"How the fuck do y'all get mad at me? Cause your daughter around here got on got her ass out sticking out some coochie cutter ass shorts. The
I
fuck."
think it said something like that too on there though.
I was like, yeah, he was upset. I was like, but I feel him because it's like it's not my fault that I misjudge your daughter for being
Right.
older because she's sitting up here carrying herself like as if she's a grown woman doing this. These are actions that grown women do, not kids.
Exactly.
And that's the difference. Like, it's like, oh, he ain't trying to sexually desire a child. No, if she a child, she shouldn't even be dressing like that. Why
Nowhere
she
near
dress
like
like she's 23? Because I'm not even gonna lie. I had cousins like that who
that.
was sitting up here, young age, had shorts showing they print, all that shit. And it's like, who is you doing this for? And it would just
Exactly.
be it just because they felt like, oh, this cute, or I'm going outside like this to go play with my friends. What friend? What kind of playing y'all doing?
Boy, right. What a plan y'all talking about? Ain't
You
no
gonna play
way.
yourself into an ass whooping? That's what my mama said. You go, all right, go outside and play around if you want to. You gonna come back and play yourself and talk yourself to an ass whooping.
Mhm. Whole belt. They done forgot about the belt. But it just be 304s that be want to dress their kids like 304s, and these thug head tough dudes be trying to, I want you to
And
look
I just
like
be like, and when I see that, when I see people dress their kids like that, all I be thinking is like, damn, you don't feel like you setting your kid up as a target. Like
right,
you don't think that dressing them like this, you think just it just grown people that get their ass knocked out. No, they'll beat your kid ass and rob your kid for
right,
real.
exactly. With
Because at the end of
grills
the
on
day,
and freaking,
cause your
yeah,
kid got on things that they can afford and they want to take. People take and steal from people every day. So what makes you think that they
exactly,
won't steal from your child?
exactly.
And
And they
then
don't
y'all
think
sit up
about
here and
that.
talk about, oh, we're just being sexually liberated and all this stuff. And it's just like, hold on. Like, oh, this is women empowerment. Women should be able to wear what they want to wear. Okay. But you ain't gonna tell a kid that. Because if a kid
Right,
try to put up on some see-through stockings with a mini skirt and a tank top, what you gonna say? Oh, kids could wear what they want to wear. You shouldn't try to control a kid's body.
mm.
Like some people make themselves sound slow.
Boy, that's why I don't get it. That don't be making sense. And really think they logically or
Be
really making
fighting
sense
the
though. That make
logic.
no. Like, did you repeat that again and see how that sound when you used to say it to yourself?
It sound good in their head though.
In their head,
That's what they
right?
be. They probably
Think
be like,
anything
damn, this
sound good
sounds
when you
so
talking out your
smart.
feelings like this. I don't know.
I'm not even
That's
gonna
a,
lie. I was kind of like that when I was younger, to where it's like in my head I'll be thinking shit sounds smart, but when I say that shit out loud, it's like people be looking at me like, what the fuck wrong with her?
like, this ain't play out loud. This ain't play
Like,
right.
don't ever say that shit again. Keep that shit to yourself.
Please, right? You want to hit a rewind button and think about that one. Sound is smooth. That's why when you about to say these, let me see.
I'm about to get on that because she's starting.
What happened?
Nah, my dog. She like, I hear your ass up in there. Get up
Right.
in here
You
and
better
get me.
walk me. Walk me, feed me, Seymour.
Yeah, she like, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Dress me up. Since
You
we
got
talking about
pets?
dressing
You
up,
know, you don't got no pets.
I got well, I do. My well, it's like half mine and half my dad's. But yeah, it's got two pits.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
What? Oh, you said two pits.
yeah, two little fat pits. They little two girls.
It's so crazy. My mom, she just had her chihuahua, just had her puppies, and my mama didn't even know the damn dog was pregnant
Oh my.
until she had them. She dropped. I said, "Oh, my sister done dropped her baby, and her dog did too, and said, up, we here, we all here."
Caught you.
I said, "Mama, you a grandmama and a
Already.
great grandmama of some puppies."
Oh my. That's what the heck was this? Yeah. I think that's because them dogs be sneaking up in backyards and stuff. What's up, Russell? Well, they're live. Yeah, I got the video on deck in case people ain't see it. Your stuff muted. I can't really hear you. I think you gotta probably drop and come back. Or no, not drop and come back. You probably gotta mute and unmute. I don't hear
So,
nothing.
I have a quick question about the
Yeah.
bottom one.
Yeah.
So, do
What
you know
about it?
why people ask for an ID?
Yeah.
Why?
I thought you was asking it to answer it.
I was
Because they
asking,
can't
do you know
tell.
why?
You
So
can't
they
tell if
can
somebody's 18 sometimes. That's why they ask for ID.
identify you.
Right.
And it says if you can tell the difference between an adult and a kid, why do you need ID? But literally both get ID'd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because some people say that the reason why I put that, some people be like, well, you can tell if it's a cat or a dog or something like that. But we got adults that still look like kids too. Um, I've been seeing some right. I'm like, oh, you what the heck? You 30? You look like you you look like you 14. But it's just that's why they got the adults. I mean, that's what they got IDs for.
Yeah, so you're not lying to them.
Mm-hmm. Because people be lying too. That's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so some people say they got this magical, but we could hear it in their voice. Well, to this day, it be sounding like some 30 years old sound like they, I don't know, they sound like straight up kids though. Well, he hit me and I had to do what I had to do back and, stuff like that. So it's, yeah, that ID stuff is that important now.
Kev, you seen the comments?
What
You
happened?
see what public offender said?
Yeah, he was in here earlier though. All right. Yeah, I seen him. Of
not
course,
not
that's
the
all the part
dude.
he took out of it though. So I already know how he is. So I knew that's the part. And I
Yeah, I've
told
been
him
to
the
his
part.
live one time. I was like, oh, I do not agree. It's almost like I felt like he was pandering to women in
That's
one of
what he
his lives.
do. Everybody he known for that. Everybody know he known for that.
Because I said one of these women, it was a woman in there. She sounded completely delusional, and I said he up here agreeing with her. I said that don't
Yeah,
make sense.
yeah, man. That's why his platform's so big. But so I guess some of them need that. Some of them women be needing it. It's gonna get them stuck though, where they at. Wonder why they can't still find a man. Because you can't go to him and think it's gonna save your relationship. Because shoot, no matter how you want to look at it, it's gonna be man ain't gonna accept you. I mean, he might accept you, but no other man about to accept you for a long term. You keep going to him, and you're gonna be still wondering why you getting played, or why you had to go switch to the other side.
Bad kiss.
What's up, Chad? What's the deal?
What's up, guys? How are you doing today?
I'm blessed, man.
How you doing, Just?
Oh, I'm great.
So even to expand on that top question, it's not just dressing up their kids as adults, it's letting them talk like that. Like one of my friends has two little boys, and they let them little kids talk like they grown.
Oh my.
You would not believe that, man. He's like 4 years old. He will literally cuss you out like a grown ass man, and then they find it funny and they laugh at it, which condones it. I'm just like, man, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you realize the problem that you are creating? And they think it's funny. I just suddenly was like, you know what? You're supposed to be a parent, and the job of a parent, I think, is to guide and direct and to teach your kid how to be a respectful adult in life, not to talk like one, not to dress like one. Because, man, I think that that's the problem with society. You see, if you get on Instagram, you see mothers letting their little daughters twerk, you know what I'm saying? Like 10, 12 years old, they be twerking and stuff like that. You see mothers and fathers letting their sons act like adults, talk like adults, and it ain't right. We went to this little festival, my wife and I, it's called, what is it, Bastille Days here. And there were three little girls on stage with their mom singing WAP on the karaoke machine. And I was just like, why would you do that? There's probably 1,000 people in this park. You know how many perverts are in there? I would
Right.
I would never let my daughter up there, ever. I wouldn't even think, it wouldn't even cross my mind. I don't think it'd even cross her mind.
They don't be thinking about that, but they be like, but they the main ones that be want to check the strangers and stuff. Like, hey, what you doing looking at my daughter like that? Her cheek's supposed to be out. You know, she do what she want to do. It's up to you to control yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's just like telling a robber to not rob my kids for wearing all that jewelry and stuff. Well, they supposed to know better. So it's obvious that some people don't know better. So people just, I don't know, parents be stupid. I'm just flat out just say it. They just be stupid nowadays. That's just what it is. There ain't no sugarcoating it or not. And I don't be liking that. Then they want to play victim after that. Man, I can't believe this happened to my child or something like that. That's why a lot of these kids shouldn't be having kids. And these be the main ones be talking about, man, your business and man, your circle and all this other stuff. And you ain't gonna tell me how to parent. Them the main ones that be needing to learn how to parent. You know what I'm saying? That gonna be crazy. Who are you? I do what I want with my child. Well, then if the world do what they want with your child too, then you'll learn the hard way and stuff. But that'd be crazy, and I feel like it's bold on the child to set your child up like that because they really just don't know no better.
And
They're
what
trying their best. They're following after what their parents is telling them and allowing them to do. And then that's why I think we were just talking about. We was in Sadari live yesterday and talking about whose fault could it be. You know, who's to blame and stuff. But it's like sometimes, a lot of the times, it be the parents too. It ain't just because the kid made these actions. This is what what's the parents allow. And these kids really can't tell what's really, you know, what's right or wrong for real because you're not checking them on it. You know what I'm saying? Because you allowing them, you enabling them, you just make it. They think it's right. So I'm like, no, there's no way these parents be that cuckoo. I don't know you know what I'm saying? It's just weird.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I think the problem with, or the most of the parents that allow that are the kids that have kids.
Kids that had kids, yeah.
When you have 16, 17, 18, I mean, even really up into 2025, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're still growing as a human being. So when you're 16 and 17 years old and you're having a child, you have childlike tendencies. So how are you going to teach, or you're going to find things way more acceptable that are not acceptable. You're going to find things that are acceptable that your parents didn't allow you to do.
Mm.
So you let them do it because it hurts your feelings when they told you you couldn't wear something to school.
Right.
I'm so happy this year in my daughter's school, because she's in high school, they implemented uniforms.
Yep.
And it was for that reason. And like Justin was saying, man, you got little girls in there wearing booty shorts and crop tops, and I'm just like, what the heck? Like, why would you do that, especially in high school? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you trying to seek, and why are you letting your daughter go to school like that? I mean, I'm not even really blaming the daughter at this point. Why are you letting your daughter go to school like that when you know, little boy, you know what you were like in high school? Oh my God. You letting your daughter go to the school like this? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. So it falls on the parents.
Yeah,
You really
that's
don't.
what I say. We could say who's responsible and accountable, but I think everybody play their part. Of course, the kid they make their choices too, but also, it's parents that allow it and don't make them think that it's right. So some people they got to realize that. And I wanted to squeeze that question on there that like, how can somebody tell somebody that they know better? You will never know that. Nobody, you should know better, something like that. Who determine it? It even showed that even as age go up, people don't mature. The maturity don't even come with age. I mean, it come in time, right? If you decide to mature, that's like really a choice. But some people just like living and being happy and do what they want to do and all that stuff and react to it off impulse and all that stuff.
I think
Yeah.
maturity comes when you become responsible.
Yeah.
So
Well,
When
I can't
you
say, that's all I say. I can't say that because it's like, that's what I'm about to just say with
And I
people that's
say
parents.
responsible because when you become responsible, you learn to not be so reckless in life, So it's like, oh, I'm mature enough to understand that what's right and wrong. I'm mature enough to understand what applies to my life and what doesn't. You get what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Like I think
Mm,
that's how I'm looking at it.
yeah,
absolutely,
I
Jess.
get
I
you.
got a question for you because you're a female, but I gotta know if you had daughters, would you let them listen to like sexy
Smiley.
songs and like WAP and stuff like that? Would you let your child sing along to something like that? Just out of curiosity.
Uh, I'm gonna say no because honestly, it's not. I understand Sexy Red wasn't meant for kids. She was meant to sit up here. Maybe a teenager might, but even then, so I probably wouldn't even allow it because at the end of the day, I don't want you to feel like this is how all women act or this is an example of a woman. Period. Because it's not. This is how adult females act, but it's not how a woman acts. So I'm gonna teach my child the difference between a woman and just a because like I said, if they not women, then they just young adult girls. That's why I look at them as.
Yeah. So I wanted to go back. That's why I said it was like a kind of half and half on what you was talking about there. And I was literally about to mention about the responsibility, right? Because it's like people think because they get a responsibility that makes them an adult. So like, okay, I got a kid. So because I take care of my kid, that makes me an adult. Or because I go to work, that makes me an adult or something like. So that's why I was meaning in that because a lot of people think they're adults or I'm grown because I have to work a job because I drive cars or stuff like that. So it's like kind of way beyond. It's like a mental type thing. That's the reason why I say that. Just because you get a responsibility, they don't make you responsible either. I guess I can put it
Absolutely,
that way then. So I
absolutely.
guess if
That's
you put it in like being responsible versus having responsibilities, I guess that makes the difference then because people think because having responsibilities, like I said, it make them responsible. So that's where they think I'm an adult because of that.
absolutely, and I think that that's the difference too when they say like, oh, men are a certain way and
What's
men
up,
are a certain
Nene?
way. No, just because you got that thing that hangs between your legs doesn't make you a man. A
Mm-hmm.
man is mature. Those are boys. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
like that's the difference. Is you can't classify, or like she was saying, you got to teach them how to be a woman. Those are
Mm-hmm.
grown ass things. But when you're 12 and 13 years old, you don't need to be dressing like that. When you are 12 and 13 year old as a little boy, you don't need to be talking like that.
Right.
Can I
You
chime in?
Yeah, I was just about to
know?
say butterfly. What's up? Welcome to the live. What you got for us?
Okay, thank you. I wanted to answer some of the questions in my point of view. I am a mom of two and I'm 21. I don't know if you're going to
Okay.
do the age check. For the first one, sorry about my child. I don't think it's right for the way people are dressing their kids in like crop tops or short shorts. I think that's awful because they're kids. And like it is so hard as a mom to find appropriate clothes for children to wear now, and it is awful. The second thing is I do think it's still the stranger's fault. Regardless of how the child's dressed. Because if you're seeing a child in like an sex way, then that's not okay. Now,
Mm.
like, I put my kids in like jogging pants and sweaters and long sleeves. You get the idea.
Yeah.
So, like,
So let
if
me ask this then. So if because the thing is, you ain't gonna. So say if your child had to, just like you said, because I think even in that video he said if some of these children be having their cheeks out and all that stuff, and then the first thing a dude see is cheeks out. He not seeing they didn't turn around or nothing. So like, how do you like? What do you expect? They gonna automatically like, okay, that got to be an adult. You know what I'm saying? How can you tell the difference between adult cheeks and little cheeks?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking more of like, because my kids are toddlers. I was thinking more of that perspective, like to where it's obvious that they're younger. I'm so sorry.
No. Yeah, I was just about to say that's what it is though, because a lot of people you ain't gonna really until you, and it's like really a judgment too, because like I said, it's some adults that's grown, even if they stick their cheeks out, they still like a little kid. But I'm just saying, like it just varies. It literally varies, and it's really a gamble, and people automatically assume that just because I look at my kid as a little kid, it's gonna be strangers that's gonna do the same thing. Like they be like the boys, like if they weren't the grills and long chains and stuff, looking like little, looking like they're grown, and they only like 15, 16, looking like a little thug. It's like how can you tell that it's not gonna stop them from getting robbed? It's like we want to. It's like you want to blame the stranger. Of course, they did it though. They whatever they was part of it. But then again, you set your child up. You set them up to get robbed. Like, why is they can't even afford this stuff? You bought it for them. They gonna be careless out there. They not really watching their surroundings and stuff.
Yeah, but like
100%
she said
agree.
though, when you go shopping, okay, so when I take my daughter shopping, try to find clothes like that. Try to
Right.
find clothes that are actually fashionable for a young woman, child in high school that isn't like that. It's damn near impossible.
Mm.
I can't speak for everybody who has kids, but I can genuinely say for myself, I
Mm-hmm.
would never put my kids in the position where they'd have to worry about somebody looking at them that way. Like, it's not okay that people are putting their like 12 or 13-year-olds, and I know somebody who's putting their 4-year-olds in crop tops and short shorts. I think that is
Mm.
disgusting and so wrong.
Right.
And I told her that like she's a child, you should treat her like she's a child and dress her like one. And she says it's not really that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But where she lives at is like one of the highest crime areas in my state, in our state, I should say. So it's like one of those things that it's like you got to be really careful because like I
Mm-hmm.
care about my kids enough to know like what they should be wearing in that like how to protect them from something that could happen, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all about thinking about the future, not the now. They just worried about like nowadays, who they look good. Oh, you about to boo boo on them and all that stuff. You boo booing on the wrong person. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's
But
really
there's no way, man. There's no way these parents is. I don't know what's going on.
it's
But
really scary.
Mhm.
I said it's really scary because like
Yeah, it's scary and sad too. Because it's like I don't know, man.
the
Like I said,
Walmart.
a kid mentality do not just change on its own just because you turn 18. Because the law says you're 18, that you gonna have an adult mind. That don't work like that. That really don't.
There are predators everywhere, and our
Yeah.
job as parents are to protect them from them predators. And if you don't protect them from them predators, it is your fault. And like I don't know, like you said, you can't tell the difference from a ways away, but you can tell. And the people that are out there looking at the little girls and stuff like that, they're doing that for a purpose, and that's what you have to protect them from. And by letting or allowing that, I just think you're failing as a parent.
It's petrifying. Like at the Walmart I go to, it's literally 4 minutes from my house. I have to keep the kids in their car with their dad so I can go in by myself. Even if I'm shopping for kids clothes, because there's always two guys walking around the kids section and it is a constant thing. And no matter how many times somebody tells like the worker or manager there, they do nothing about it.
Let's get Miley in here, man. What's up, Miley? How you feeling?
Oh yeah, happy day.
Hmm? Your voice broke up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
I was saying happy Monday to you guys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, it's Monday.
It is,
I
right.
forgot it was Monday. I'm sorry.
um, so I totally agree with a lot of the things everybody has been saying on the panel. I myself, I have two daughters. One is 14 and the other is 5. She'll be 6 in November. And I literally I have this idea in my head that, children should be children for as long as possible, right?
Yeah.
Because already the world, as you see in little girls' clothes and everything, especially little girls' clothes, they adultify everything. Like you said, they have
Mm-hmm.
crop tops. These little girl shorts are like so short, right? And so I really have to like either order stuff online or, shop for like a little bit bigger size so that it comes down a little bit more. But it's just some things I just feel like are very inappropriate for little girls to be wearing. Um, and like you seen the videos where it's the mom and dad having a competition on who can dress their daughter the best.
Mm.
And I find myself always liking the dad's pics better because they are age appropriate. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the mom, like I saw this little girl, she was like maybe looked like she was like 6. And mom had put her in, that one piece legging set that women be getting off of TikTok and stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was something similar to that. So it was like her whole body hugged. And I was just like, that's not appropriate for that little girl. I know
That
they
hard breath just told it all right there.
yes. It frustrates me, even with bathing suits, right? I always got my girls bathing suits for that were one pieces, right? And usually they either had little shorts to go with them or like a little skirt on them. But I know how men are because
Right.
I know how, well, predators. I'm going to say predators. I'm not even going to say men. I'm going to say predators, right? Predators, even when I was growing up, I remember I would be in the store with my mom and predators will walk up to me. I mean, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds talking about some I could take care of you. And I remember my mama saying, if you don't get your ASS away from my daughter before I beat your, you know. And I, even with my daughter dressed, I feel like appropriate for her age when my 14-year-old was about 9. I remember being at the license plate and registration place and this man, he kept turning around and kept like eyeing my daughter up and down like I wasn't standing there. And so, I gave him the benefit of the doubt the first 2 times, but on the third time when he did it, I said something to him. I said, "Don't turn around and look at my daughter again. You messing with the wrong one today." And it was 3 black men that were behind me. And they said, is there a problem? They kind of stood up for me and my daughter and told him, like, look, man, don't F around today. And so, you do still have those out there. And that's why I say that dressing your girl, especially your girls, up like that is it's just crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how a mom could allow their child to walk out the house with certain things on and be okay with it. It is something truly going on in the mind.
Agreed.
So real quick, we gonna do a little quick mind break, and I'm also play this video while we do it. So if y'all can tap the screen and give me like this, I guess like 10K if y'all can. Hold on real quick. Oh, you got it already. Hey, she fast. I'm gonna play the video so everybody can. Then y'all tell me how y'all feel about the video of what I'm talking about right now. So I took it 2 different angles. So some people took it 2 different angles. I see it's one angle and another one, but I had understood what he was talking about. But I got y'all right now. So
Son of a
keep
bitch.
tapping if y'all can. If y'all know how to share, just hold y'all finger where my box is at. It's gonna and for like 2 seconds, and then something will pop up, and you'll have a list of friends you can share it to. Just share it to a lot of people.
I'm
I
so
just
sorry.
started.
I
Huh?
have to go because I completely forgot to call and reserve my daughter's birthday party venue,
No
and
man.
now I have to find out what day to do it. I'm
All
so
right,
sorry.
we here then. Oh yeah, yep,
It was
for
nice
sure.
meeting you.
All right, yep. Let's see. Hold up. Dang, trying to see if I can find it. Okay, here we go. Let me play the video for y'all while we try to get to 5K likes. Yo, don't nobody know your daughter is 14, 15 years old, man. They don't. Especially when they see them wearing these tight ass shorts with their ass cheeks hanging out the goddamn shorts. Men see physical, we see it. We don't know she 15, 14, man. Sis, you don't see your daughter out there look like she having an ass out contest with you. You ain't gonna say nothing. Or you just gonna victimize the people that look at her. Ain't you the one that bought them motherfucking clothes? Huh? Ain't you the one that, man, check that shit. It's warm as hell, man. You got these girls walking down the street. I'm riding down the block, seeing all the kids for the prom. Somebody, all the little girls' prom dresses got their ass and their titties up. That's normal to you? You don't feel weird about that shit? You got grown men riding by, grown men with gray beards, looking at your little 12, 13, 14-year-old daughter. They ain't looking at you, looking at her ass. That don't bother you? Man, you need to get your shit together, man. Summertime. And I guess, if you get somebody looking at your kid, get somebody looking at your motherfucking kid, you gonna bust their ass, right? You gonna get the strap, grab the ratchet and bust their ass, right? Because they said something disrespectful to your 15-year-old, them big ass titties, big ass hanging out in little ass shorts, little ass clothes that you bought. You bought them shits. Look like you went and bought. All right, where we at? We almost at 5K. Uh, go ahead, Britt, and then I'll get spiritual in.
Good morning. Thanks for making space for me. I just jumped up really quick because I literally just dealt with this yesterday. I have a 15-year-old daughter. Um, she does dress very modestly. I would say majority of the reason is because she does still have some insecurities. Obviously, she's 15, so but the other reason is because I've always set a very, very clear boundary about what I'm willing to accept from her, like as far as how she wants to express herself as a young lady, what the rules around that are. We were going to the mall yesterday, picking up one of her friends. She came out of her room, and I'm going to say this, her makeup looked beautiful. I mean, she looked so beautiful. I looked at her, and the first thing that came to my mind was, wow, like she is just so pretty, and so smart, and just all around. This is just the most perfect little girl, teenager, young lady I've ever looked at. And then I realized she had black eyeliner on, like dark black eyeliner, on the inside of her eyelids and then shadowed underneath her eyes. And I said, I think you look really beautiful, but I really want you to go take off the black eyeliner. And she was like really upset. She said, I um I think it looks pretty, Mom. And I thought it accentuated my blue eyes. And I said, it does. And you do look beautiful. But the problem is, you look like 19, like 18, 19. I said, and if we're in public and you look 18 or 19 and somebody approaches you or somebody says something off the wall to you, then I have to take care of that. I said, and I don't want to put myself in a position to argue with somebody in public over my minor and them being perverted when they don't know that you're only 15 years old. My daughter's 5'10", y'all, and she's like, a fully matured young lady. And she kind of looked at me for a second, and she didn't even combat me after that. When I told her it would put us both at risk, she went in her
Okay.
room and she took it off. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like the makeup these girls are wearing, they look like they're in their 20s, Kev. They are in high school looking like they are literally in their 20s. And I see men checking my daughter out sometimes when we're out and about, and I do feel uncomfortable, but if she's dressed appropriately, it makes me feel better. So it's so
That's
important.
what's
I mean,
up.
you
That's
have to
what's up.
reinforce, I'm not doing this because you don't look beautiful in what you're wearing. I'm doing this to protect you.
Right. I mean, I don't.
True, true.
I'm glad you're saying that, and you even recognize that. I be feeling like some parents be acting like they half dumb or something. Like we know, we see this stuff happen too much. Then we say, well, the other person should know better. Like you said that your own daughter look older than she's supposed to look and stuff like that, and you know her more than anything. So how you think everybody else gonna see it? Oh yeah, I'll catch you later, Miley. So
And
it just be crazy though. People don't think about it on the other end though. That's just wild though.
And
But
here's the other.
People refuse to think for, you know what I mean, a little bit for others too. Was somebody about to speak before me? Because I was
yeah,
just
spiritual
like,
about to go real quick.
go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Then after spiritual, we can leave it open because I know everybody got some stuff to say.
man, I'm from Detroit, and I'm gonna be 100 with
What
you.
up, though?
What up, though? It's like this, man. Like
Hey, 313.
my
Right,
man
I
say,
forgot Big Brick from there too, y'all. Y'all gotta get
Yeah,
y'all Detroit heads up
313.
out of here, man. I'm the only one supposed to Detroit. No, I'm
We
talking
need to
to
do we need to do
right.
like a meet and greet. We need to go
But
downtown.
uh, I feel like it do start at home, like Britt said, like it do start at home. I got 4 girls. My
hmm
youngest girl is 12. You know what I'm saying? I got 2 grown daughters. But it depends. Like I don't agree when a person say, well, I don't know when a man look at a girl, you know a girl between a woman, no matter if the makeup. You know what I'm saying? Like you could tell a girl from a woman. So in my eyesight, I'm not gonna use that. Like I don't know the difference. So I do know the difference. But it again, it's the attire that you put on, the attire that you buy. That like he said, like I agree with that. Like you know what you bought. Me and their mothers, we have an understanding. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have the type of children's mother that still want to be young. You know what I'm saying? So because a lot of grandmothers, they don't want to be grandmothers. You know what I'm saying? So they taught their daughters that's now mothers a whole different narrative than how we was taught by our great grandmothers. So it's like everybody want to keep up with the Joneses, but for real, I don't believe that a man can look at a little girl and be like, "That's a woman." Like that just not fitting to me. But it is all you got to remember. Girls will leave your house dressed the way that you approve, and when they get to the bathroom at their high schools, because we all been to high school, they they change their whole face up. You know what I'm saying? And when they come back home, they don't got none of that stuff on. You know what I'm saying? But when you out in public, and where I'm from, ain't no dude about to say nothing to your kid. They know this a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, on God, like maybe it's just different from where I'm at, but you
Can
Yeah, I'm
I
here
know,
too.
can I
you know
respond
the
to that
difference
really quick?
between a
Yeah, I was
girl.
about to say that to you.
Uh,
Yeah, you know the difference between a girl and a woman. You know what
I
I'm saying?
would.
No matter what they got on.
Mm.
So I wouldn't use that as an excuse.
You actually believe that a lot of people just because you know the difference, you think everybody else know the difference?
yeah,
I ain't
could I
gonna. Oh, you
respond to
right.
that really quick?
I ain't gonna say that because we do got a lot of slow people out here.
That's
You
what
know,
I was
some
gonna say. Like your discernment, especially since you have young ladies as children, your discernment is probably much more advanced than a lot of other men that are out
Right.
here. And also, when you're not with your daughter, that's when these men are going to be looking at her. You're their protector. So when you're with them, you might not experience that because they're looking at them and looking at you like, okay, like this isn't a place for me, right? But when you let your daughter leave the house and you're not with her and she's dressed like a grown woman, that might be a different situation for them. You feel me?
do. I get what you're saying for sure.
Yeah, I think I might have an answer also for the brother out there, and the little gap between both of you agreements. This is where it lies, right? A person doesn't become an adult when they look like an adult. It's by the age. So, and some 19-year-olds, I put it in a comment or them out there, they don't even think they are men yet. So it's not only about grown men. They telling you that there are 19-year-old that's not supposed to be with you because the life they leaving your 14-year-old daughter is not supposed to be there. I believe that's the little gap that's kind of missing there. It's not only for grown men that are in their 30s, you know?
And here's the thing, as a man, I think that we need to give our daughters the validation and tell them that they're intelligent and that there's
Fully
more
agree.
that there's more to it, because if we build our daughters up and we tell them they're intelligent, we tell them that they're beautiful, we tell them that they can do anything they want, they're not going to look to the outside world for that validation as far as wanting to dress like that. It's not about your exterior beauty, it's about your interior beauty. It's about the way you handle yourself and the way you present yourself. And if we as men teach our daughters on how, or not just teach our daughters, show our daughters the love, the respect, and how women should be treated, they are not going to go out there to be searching for that validation from everybody else, because it doesn't matter who you are. You want to be told that you're handsome. She wants to be told that she's look good, like that attention. But if you show the right attention and lead by the example, that other type of false attention, they don't have to go somewhere else to seek that validation because they hear it all the time from someone that genuinely loves them. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. So real quick,
True,
I'm gonna
true.
let I'll make sure everybody talk.
What's
I'm gonna
up?
let Gracie go, and then Avion, then Mark, Mr. King just got in though. So welcome to the live, y'all. And everybody muted up too, cause it's like I hear background noises and all type of stuff. So Gracie, you can go ahead.
Hi everyone. I just wanted to add also that if people can tell the difference between an adult and a kid, why do they ask for ID? But growing up, I can also talk about this. When I was about 12, I was like a double D. So I remember how uncomfortable it is having grown men looking at you, and I remember I would try everything to hide it, wear like big tops, big baggy clothes, but men will always look, and it would be like even my dad's friends, like older men, cousins, or someone like that. So it is very important then to encourage girls to not obviously dress in a sexual way, but just let them know it's not anything you're doing. Sometimes men will be men and they don't know your age, they don't know anything. But if you're dressing appropriately, you can just maybe avoid the gaze or whatever. But I think it is important to teach young girls that they don't have to, they shouldn't be dressing a certain way, especially if they do not want that attention. So if you want the attention, fine, but you're going to get it and it might lead to something worse. But just, yeah, try to cover up, enjoy your life, have fun, stay young while you're young. There'll be plenty of time for that when you're older. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay.
That's exactly what I
Mr.
say to all my kids.
Yeah. And she just proved another point, right? A little 12-year-old. She said she was 12 years old with double D's and stuff. Like,
Isn't like the
that's
hips,
funny. Like, we gotta
everything.
be real though. Like, I know a lot of us be saying that, but we gotta at least give grace. Some people really just can't tell. It's easier to tell when you know the person, right?
Yes.
And it's also a reason. That's why I put that last one down. That why if it's so easy to tell the difference between a kid and an adult, then why do they ask for IDs? It's a reason why they ask for that. It's actually some adults that look like kids too. So it's like
True.
we gotta really look at it from a broader perspective than just saying that because well I know the difference. Or some people just really don't know
They
the
do.
difference. It's no way. You know what I'm saying? Even if we want to talk about talking points, oh they sound like they older, they sound like they younger. No, it's literally 50-year-olds that still sound like a little kid, still crying and hey, you don't know you I'm getting my head back and all this other stuff or whatever. I mean, it's people that's like that for real until you see a little gray patch in their head or whatever. I say gray patch because I'm just saying until you see certain things. But even that, it can be kids that have gray patches too. So it's just like we gotta open our minds up a little bit more though, and just realize that everybody is different. And we gotta do things. We gotta be safe. That's the overall thing about the situation. We just got to.
And another thing, like some parents don't want to accept, they be like, "Oh, they like the clothes. Who's buying it? Excuse you? Like who's buying that clothes?
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying that you gotta be mean to your child, but in your eyes, like you know what I'm saying, like you should see it in the beginning. Why is it a problem? Because trust me, there's one thing too about me where I was raised. You know what I mean? Young women, you're supposed to hold yourself to a standard. When a man come to you, you bring him in front of your father, and your father speak to that man, and then you know what I mean? You're not dressing any kind of way outside, and that leave me with a thing where like if a woman you dress like you are a stripper, you already not on my list at all. That shows me like in a way somewhere you're missing a piece of something and that you will be trying to dig for it. So I just don't approach you at all. I'm like, you know what? Nope, you're not a decent woman. You're not a woman that could you know what I'm saying, put herself in a situation where she like, for mine, I will go ahead and leave a certain thing. I don't see it because you're already dressing like that in the street. What you gonna teach our kids?
Mm-hmm. So let me get Mr. King up in here, man, and then we can do a little open panel again, then get to the next question. What's up, Mr. King? Welcome to the lot.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Well, as a father of 5 girls, and I'm probably one of the more mature people in this panel. Two things I'd like to point out
I
to you
have 4 girls
guys.
and a boy.
Okay, I have 7 kids altogether, but one thing I'd like to say to
You
you
win, brother.
guys
You
is
win.
not a competition at all. I want to say this to you. A real mature man can look at a female and tell her maturity level just by the way she moves. And a lot of men don't look with maturity, they look with hungry eyes. And
True.
so what we have happening here is these guys are looking beyond the cues of the maturity level of the person that they're looking at, because they're looking at the physical attributes of this person, and they're basically saying, dang, she got a fat butt, dang, she got nice breasts, and they're
Right.
not even looking at the indicators of what they're seeing. And therefore, when you say that these you can't really tell, yeah, you can tell. You can really tell just by the way that person walks, just by the way that person talks, just by the way they're physically carrying themselves. So we can't put the onus on these little girls, because these men are basically um, carrying themselves with hungry eyes, and not carrying themselves with the proper way that they should be.
And they learn it from their
And
dads for the way
another
that they
thing
talk to
is,
female. And they learn it from their fathers, because the generation that's coming up and the way that they're talking, we need to teach our sons, and we need to bite our own mouth or our own tongue just when we see a female out there, and not be like, dang, did you see that booty, when we are sitting in the cars with our friends, because them kids are in the back seat, and our little sons are in the back seat, and they hear how we talk when we're driving down there, and they think it's acceptable. So that's what's coming on with this generation. So when it happens, and these young kids or these young men are looking at females and they're saying that this is what's happening, the little boys are listening to how we speak with our friends, because kids don't learn by what you tell them, they learn by what they see. And so if they see the way that us are viewing and talking to women, that's what we are bringing up in society.
So let me say this too, though, because you said that we can tell the way they walk and all the other stuff, right? Don't you think? And it's kind of like don't you think in the middle there, right? Ain't that a little too long to be staring at a child? Then, if you want to put it that way, because you will have to be observant and just be like, all right, okay,
well,
the way they
well,
walking and switching and all that
well,
stuff. So eventually, okay, no, that's a kid. Ain't no kid. Like, how can we tell the difference between an adult switch and a kid switch, or a way you know, you saying that you could tell the difference though, but it's like that's a little too long to be staring. And if that's the case, then that means you were really staring too. You had to be having eyeballs to stare at a little kid, right? According to that logic that you had, right? Because you say you could tell the difference.
okay, brother. Okay, I can explain that to you as a grown man. You look at a child and tell you're looking at a child, and I'm gonna tell you why. You how? Because I'm 53 years old, and when I look out, I can tell that the immaturity in her walk, she's gonna try to make her body move in the way that she thinks a man wants to see it move. A grown woman don't have to make her body move, because her body's gonna naturally move in that way. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
A grown woman, when she take a step, her body's gonna move because it naturally moves that way. A little girl is gonna have to try to make her hips sway and move.
I disagree with that.
Now, I was about to say I
Hold
don't know
on,
about
hold
that.
on. Let's get Britt in
Okay.
there. Britt been trying to respond. Go ahead, Britt.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. I don't think anybody here is necessarily blaming the actual teenagers. We are saying that they're like, they are out here looking this way, but at the end of the day, the only people to blame for that, because they are minors and they don't have the ability to consent to what they do, is their parents.
The
So that's what
parents.
we're talking about here. We're talking about their parents, number one. And number two, I know women in their 20s that still switch like they are 16 years old, right? They still
Great.
walk. They still walk like tits forward and ass back, if you feel me. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't know if you can necessarily discern the difference between a teenager and a woman, or a woman and a teenager, depending on how maturely they carry themselves. But at the end of the day, we are blaming the men that are looking, right? Because they are, and it's in a somewhat sense, if you're looking too long, like the gentleman before me said, and we are blaming the parents, not the children.
Anybody want to
Well, see,
respond?
that's the I would like to respond because that's another part that I was gonna say. As a father, I dated my daughters, which means I would leave my house. I would get dressed up. I would leave my house, and I would come pick them up and take them on a daddy-daughter date. I would show them how a man is supposed to court them. So when they got to a dating age, if you didn't come up and show them the proper respect, they wouldn't date you. So that when other guys wanted to date them, like my youngest daughter, when she went on a date with a guy, the first thing she came home and said, "I'll never go on another date with him again, Daddy." I said, "Why, baby?" She said, "You know that fool not once opened the door for me." I said, "Okay." She said, "We got to the table to sit down. He looked at me like I was crazy because he didn't pull the table chair out for me." I said, "Okay." She said, and then when the waiter pulled the chair out for me, she looked at him like he was crazy, asking him what he doing. I said, "So you see, he has no home training." And we sat there and had a whole conversation. She said, "Daddy, he didn't even want to leave the people a tip." So I left the tip. So she knew right then and there the type of personality traits that this guy was illustrating meant he wasn't going to be good enough for her. As a man, if you date your daughter, you can set the bar so that when another man come along, if he don't equal up to that bar, then your daughter automatically knows you're not good enough. And what we do when we do that, by doing those things, you're making it hard for any Johnny come lately to come along and woo your daughter. He may be the prettiest dude in school, but he won't be good enough because he's not equaling up to the bar that you set.
That's like, but that's
I'm
a
going. I'm going.
category. That's a hell of a category. Because where I'm from, a lot of girls don't got no daddy. A lot of sons don't got no daddy. So,
True,
Well, that's
so
the problem we have to
but
solve as well.
But
And
they have
but
uncles.
but at the same time, I was about to say, people must understand that, most women don't even go after men that's like their father.
right.
So it's like, if I don't, if I'm holding this man up to the standard of your father, at the end of the day, he ain't gonna have certain traits of your father because he ain't come from your father. He don't relate to nothing that your father does at the end of the day, because his dad probably was a different type of person, or whatever case may be. He might still be a good dude. He just not the type of dude. He just don't have those traits of the good man that you just seen growing up. You get what I'm saying? Like, because there's different
Hmm.
example that good men can give out there to their kids.
well,
So
if a
I don't
man
think
is good,
everything in the dating pool is like, oh, I'm gonna go find a guy that's exactly like my dad. No, you're gonna do your best to try not to find an asshole.
That's true. Like I did the same thing with all
After
my
you go, I'm gonna
daughters.
let Silver go because she had to talk. Go ahead. Go ahead, Spirit. You can finish, and then I'm gonna let
Okay,
Sylvia go.
so like this, like when he was talking about the daddy daughter stuff, I didn't did that. I got two grown daughters. I got four girls, and I had four boys. One of them passed. So I'm 46. Now I done did the daddy daughter dance, the daddy daughter dates every other week and the weekend with the family, all that. You can't choose who they want to be with. So I understand what she's
True.
saying. I totally understand what she's saying because they don't always go after the narrative that you taught them. Like I open doors, I got the umbrella, I'm pulling out seats, I'm leaving tips, I'm doing all that a man's supposed to do, and I tell them this is what a man. That's not always gonna be their case. You know what I'm saying? So if anything, if best you teach them their standards on how a person treat them, not so much as everything else, because they not looking for that nowadays. Like I said, a lot of kids and a lot of grown adults, young adults, they go after what they see as a narrative. So like she said, my daughter not looking for somebody that's like me. No shape, form, or fashion. And they like right now, my daughter got two daughters. I got two granddaughters. I don't agree with how she chose her person. She got two different baby daddies. But yet she still knew. She still was raised in the same situation. What I love about it is she doesn't teach my granddaughters the narrative of what we're talking about on how they dress. They're still little girls. They get beads in their head. They got long dresses past their knees, things of that nature. So I'm not gonna sit up here and say, and I was wrong when I said earlier, because I was speaking from my own perspective, but not in a general situation. So I'm gonna be a man about mine and stand 10 toes. I was wrong when I said you can look at a girl and tell between a girl and a woman. You can't. I'm gonna be
I'm
100.
glad you did it. That's
I'm
some kind of I like
100%
that though. That was
because
real.
where I'm at, I got a lot of friends. I got a lot of dudes that be plotting on 18-year-olds. I can't wait till she hit 21. You know what I'm saying? So
Boy.
you feel me? So I can't sit here and be like, well, no, that's not true. That's what's real. That's reality. That you even got uncles. While we talking about uncles, you got uncles that be plotting on little girls. You know what I'm saying? So I can't go with that narrative. You can just do the best that you can from
Right.
home.
Yep.
From home. That's it. Everything else, like it's on them at that point. You give them the tools and listen, I shine my daughters and my sons. Listen, you the best thing that's walking, but you got to make sure that you have respect about yourself because no one is going to give you that. You got to make sure that you love you better than I love you because no one is going to love you like you. I instill that into my children. But in the same sense, my oldest daughter, she went out and got two bums. So I can't sit here and be like, well, I can't make excuses. No, that was her fault because I've already did my job. Now,
Right.
my job is done. I did my duty. You know what I'm saying? So everything else, even when they leave, because you were kids before. When you left home, your life was totally different from home. It's a different world. So a lot of people is gonna want to fit in. You could tell your daughter leave with the same clothes that you put on. She wearing her homegirl clothes. They changing clothes in the bathroom, putting on makeup. That's not on you because you
Right.
already taught them the do's and the don'ts of life. So it's two fault measures. It's two blame parts. The parent got to do what they supposed to do, but you cannot force a child to do what they supposed to do because when they get away from you, they do what they want to do, just like we did. There's no difference in that.
Right. I know somebody. I'll let y'all reply, and then I'm gonna let Sylvia go. Then after that, because I know y'all didn't got built up on that one.
I could reply to that if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Gracie go. She raised her hand first, and then
Absolutely.
I'll
Oh,
let you go.
sorry. I
No, you
apologize.
good. You good. You good.
Yeah, I
Then
wanted
after
to say
that,
that. Oh, I was going to say thanks for the accountability because, like you said, I don't think men can tell between a woman and a young girl, especially because some girls really develop early, and I can attest to that. But what I'll say is, like, growing around men, I grew up with my uncles who are a lot younger. So when I was about 12, they were about 17, 18. And I remember being very aware of my body. Like they would tell me like, oh, if I were going somewhere, put on a jumper. You can't come with us. Go put on a hoodie. Like I can't hang out with them and their boys, dressed a certain way because it's like you shouldn't be comfortable being the only girl around a bunch of dudes. Like they got me to be so much aware of situations and actually take responsibility. Like, because like I said, I was a very busty girl. By the time I was about 15, 16, I was like a G cup. I knew like other girls in my class would wear, they can wear like crop tops. If I wear a crop top, it's a whole different situation. You've got PE teachers, the sports teacher, the gym teacher looking at you too, because unfortunately sometimes men just look, and it's very uncomfortable for a young child because yeah, so I learned that what I wore because of my body type, and it was people like my uncles just pointing it out in a gentle way that just cover up because you're gonna get attention that we are gonna have to deal with. So that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. Go ahead, Britt, and then Sylvia next after that.
I agree to a certain degree that even though you're teaching your children, like you're telling your children what not to wear, and you're laying down boundaries, I agree that they might still go out and they might test those boundaries. Moving past that, if you're not having like in-depth conversations with your children about the reasoning why you're setting those boundaries, because our parents didn't when we were younger, and that's why we have that in our head. Like, I would assume most of us are either millennials or maybe a little bit older. And when we were younger, right, our parents would say, "I said no, right, because I said no. I said no
Mm-hmm.
because I'm the mom." But you have to learn now, these kids are different. You got to tell them why you're saying no. Because at the end of the day, if they have a healthy understanding between fearing you and respecting you and being able to communicate with you, it's a lesser chance that they're going to go out there and do things that they don't think you would approve of, in my opinion.
Go ahead, Sylvia. Then it'll be open panel again, and then we go to the next part.
Hello, everybody, and I agree with everybody what they just said. Bree almost said my whole point. Like Bree said back in the day, because I'm 61, it was no because I said no. Do what I say, not as I do. Never with any explanation, which is what caused you to be curious about things, which would make you kind of sneak and do stuff. But you knew how far to go. You didn't sneak too far. The daughter doesn't look for the father that treated her and tried to show her the way of how she should want a man to treat her. Well, I think it has more so to do with how did you treat the mother when it comes to the daughter. It's not necessarily how many daughter dates and things that you have. It's how you responded to their mother and how you dealt with her, which is actually influences her on if she wants to go and get a man that's like her father. So if you learn how to co-parent in an excellent manner, when you and that mother are no longer together, then more than likely that child gets a father that's a man that's like her father. Because every girl that I know that had a father in their life that they looked up to, because all of us have had a man that cast a seed in our mother's garden. Because my mother was married to my father, but he was not present. But for every woman that I know as a little girl growing up that had that present father, he wasn't no. I knew ones that didn't have fathers that wasn't rich, had mediocre jobs. I knew some that had fathers that had big jobs, but those fathers, those girls loved their fathers. And when I tell you they did look for men that were like their dads, you got sick and tired of hearing about their damn daddy as their girlfriends. And because when they meet again, but my daddy does such and such, and my daddy, and then when you're a girl that don't have the daddy, you admire it, but you really can't relate because you don't have that daddy. So man, I'm here to tell you, and the reason that I saw that too, the reason they saw that because they daddy also worshiped their mother. And every last one of those people that loved the daddy, they saw the daddy take care of the mother, and they looked for nothing less than what they daddy did. So yes, men, if your daughter sees that you take care of that garden that grew her, she gonna look for a man like you. But if you just coming over on the weekends, getting her, taking her to the ice cream, you and mama still can't get along, and whoop third, fourth, and the fifth, and you could care less what mama take a next breath. No, she ain't looking for no man like you, because see, when she gets to be in a relationship, she becomes her mother. So what she sees is how you treat mama. So she don't, how you treat her don't even matter. Mr. King Jock, everything you said I agree with, because I think if a man can't look at a woman, because me being a mother, where a man looked at my 13-year-old daughter who looks every bit of 13, and he was 18, and he knew doggone well she wasn't his age. She didn't go to his school. There's lots of ways you can tell when you're dealing with a kid. And if you're a man who has birthed a child yourself and was present in your child's life, whether it be female child or male child, you saw the stages that the body went through. You saw how it grew. Nowadays, maybe some girls grow a little faster due to the hormones and the chicken and then all of that they put in the food. Back then, sometimes girls maybe have a little busty because that's where the fat collects in their body. So there's reasons why certain parts of your body may get bigger and grow. Unfortunately, mine's got bigger on the backside. And let me tell you, it was hell to pay as a little girl, having a nice round booty and a little waist and not knowing, what the body is and what it attracts. So men need to really spend more time teaching their sons how to operate that little other head and those feelings that come with it. Like Tina Turner said, from the touch of your hand makes my pulse react. It's only the thrill, a boy meeting girl, opposites attract. It's physical. It's only logical. What does love have to do with it? So we got to teach. So you, just because you take, like the young lady spoke before me, you got to explain why a woman has to respect herself around a man. You got to explain to her the power that you have as a man, because in that little fairy tale of Adam and Eve in the garden and the apple and Satan was that other man that came and got up in Eve's ear and whispered and touched her and showed her who she was and what she had. Then when her other man came back, she said, well, listen, you got what he got too. Why don't you touch it? And then they were exposed to all of these feelings and emotions that God didn't want them to be exposed to in life. So we need to teach that to our sons. We need to stop this thing, mama, baby, daddy, maybe. Men, you have gotten a pass for years. You have, maybe some women have ran you away, but if you got with a woman that ran you away, then you made a bad choice. It ain't the woman's. What's up with you? All the babies that spread around, we all got a role to play in this. We all got a responsibility. But I can tell you right now.
What you mean by men had a past for years?
You said men had a what now, sir?
You said men had a past for years. I'm trying to see what you mean by that.
Meaning, so like in the 80s and when I came up, there's been a lot of men talk about women today when I've been scrolling around on these, as they say, TikTok streets, saying that women are promiscuous, they just all these baby mamas and so forth and so on. And I'll be listening. And my thing is, why is everybody thrown into the same category? Because their baby mama out here ain't a baby mama because she ran the man away. Some of them baby mamas because they got essayed. Some of them baby mamas because maybe you fell unalive for a reason. It's all different reasons. So when I say men have been getting a pass sexually, and men have gotten passes. I remember in the 5th grade when they taught us about the body and how it worked, they took the boys out of the class. They showed the girls the film. I don't know what they did with the boys. Now this is in this, I'm born in 63, so this would have been, I'm in 5th grade, so probably would have been late 60s or early 70s. Because I remember getting in trouble. Because when the boys came back, they wanted to know what the film was about. So I informed them, what the film showed. Film showed what my body would do as a woman. Film showed what would happen if I got with a boy. You have a baby, it didn't show the act, but it gave you the information. So I got in trouble and got sent to the principal's office because I showed the boys. So boys get taught differently than girls. So that's why I said you get a pass. You're not taught to take care of your area and look at it with pride and don't share it with anybody until you get your wife. You're not taught that. But the Bible tells you that. It says a man that finds a wife in his youth finds a good thing, because now you can grow and build. But you're taught conquer anything you want to see, that you everything you see look good to you. You feel you got to go taste it and find out about it. And now you got all these bodies on you. You want the woman to accept you, but if she got a few bodies, you're looking at her like trash. But how did she get those bodies? From men going over, activating her garden that had no intention on hanging around. So if you ain't ever, if, as a man, if you have no intention on being
All
in
right,
that
let's get your
woman's life
jacket on. I'm
for a
gonna go
long
upstairs and get
term
it for you, okay?
and hanging
Sorry.
around and bringing life or support or whatever it be that men bring to women, you ain't got no business fooling with that woman. Leave her alone. And if
Yeah,
you're gonna date her, don't date her and try to get in her pants. Date her for the knowledge she can give to you, having
true,
conversation.
true.
But don't
I
don't
will say I
activate.
agree to everything until you got to that part though. Yeah, because I highly disagree about men getting passed. Even a pass would mean they wouldn't have got punished for the decision that they made.
Well, there
They
are a
always
lot of
got
men that
punished,
didn't
or
go to
they
prison for
huh?
decisions that
Yeah, they going
that
either going to prison or some child support gonna get them something that's going to get them all the time. I think women, and I'm not even trying to make it be like that, but women been getting the passes for the longest until the past 5 years. Now we trying to, and to this day they still do. You know, they don't even get no time for making them when they have a baby and lied on the baby on the man for 18 years and
I
found
agree.
out it ain't his. They still don't get no. They still don't get in trouble for that to this
But
day.
she
So yeah,
said,
I
Kev,
highly disagree about men been getting
well,
passes.
she said,
well, when
Kev, that's
I'm
our
saying
fault. That's our
I'm
fault.
saying
It's not.
getting passes for, like, if you look at the Color Purple essays, I've never seen a man go to jail for anything he did to
For
me.
what?
I'm
For
a
what?
victim.
For
They
SA?
say essays on here. Is that what you all call it? Is
Yeah,
that how
you
you?
said they get a pass for SA? When?
Back
What
in
is
the
this?
day,
You just coming up with
back,
stuff or something?
but no, I can prove
Who the
anything
heck?
that
What
I'm
a
talking.
police officer allowed, or anybody once they got found out
Listen,
they got SA?
listen.
To
What
this
did I
day,
tell you? I
even R.
told you I
Kelly
was
getting in jail from
hold
years
on.
ago.
Wait a minute. I told you I was 61, right? So back in the day for me, it's what? 60s and 70s, okay? You're talking about 2000s. It's changing. Thank God. But I'm trying to say to you, there was a time it wasn't even talked about. So what you're doing is dealing when you're this generation came from previous generations. So you're coming from the generations where it wasn't talked about. So from the 60s to 70s, it wasn't talked about. In the 80s, it was treated as a sickness, not a crime. Okay. Then they decided to look at this as a crime and then activated the sex list where they would put all predators on this list. But then they left it up to each state on how they wanted to do that. So every state did what they wanted to do. There are this, and even men, this is true for men as well, not just women. It's true for men as well. But the way society handles it with men versus women, because that's what R. Kelly's
Well,
problem
BK.
was. Somebody harmed him. R. Kelly should not be the only person sitting in jail, and if it had been handled correctly in his youth, he wouldn't be in jail.
But a woman got a pass from what they did to him too. So all right.
Well, all of those people that came on the show that told about him got a pass, but the woman that was in his family that did that to him, she's only gotten a pass because they refused to name her, and I think
All
she's
right. Well,
deceased. So I don't know whether it was the mother or the sister, but the brother did say, the one that's in prison, he admitted that that's what happened with him and R. Kelly and all of it, and it affected him. So all I'm just saying is now it's coming to the light where society wants to deal with it. This is why you're starting to see more people go to jail. This is why you're starting to see more of it. But it has always been here, always. And if a man can't look at a young girl and tell that she is below the age of 18, I don't care how much makeup she done tried to throw on, I don't care what lace front she done put on. It's going to be something about her. If you are an older man, it's going to be something about her that lets you know she ain't at my level as far as age is
It's not
concerned,
true.
because you should have something in similarity. A 18-year-old, number one, and 17-year-old more than likely living at home with their mama. So if you 26 years old with your own apartment, you ought to be able to figure out in 24 hours that this young lady is not your age.
That's not true. It's
Why
not true
is
at
it
all.
not true?
There's some, and just because you're 26, that don't mean you mature, that you have good vetting skills. That's why a lot of y'all keep getting played and can't keep a baby on both ends. None of them have good vetting skills. Some people are freaking 40 and 50 or even your age that still don't even know how to keep or even know how to date correctly or any of that stuff, or even they can't tell. That's what I'm saying. So we say that a lot of people keep saying this stuff. You should know better or something like that. Well, you should know better at a certain age. If you're saying it's based off age, you should know better. That's what from keeping from being a freaking single mama or a single father. You know what I'm saying? But we know that's not the case. People lack vetting skills. And another thing is just like that's why I got the last one is that if that was the case, then why do people get ID'd? Why do
Okay.
like people can't tell if somebody's 12 or 21 sometimes. That's
And you
why
can
they
ask for
come in there.
ID. So if you out here dating, why don't you ask for ID? So the fact that you're not even asking
That's the
for
point,
ID,
right? Exactly. But you talking about without ID,
why
somebody
can't
should
you
know
ask?
that is not true.
I know one thing. You ain't gonna be able to fool me as a 61-year-old woman out here as a man.
Exactly.
Because
You talking
I
about you
get
though. You
little
gotta think about
tigers
everybody else.
I get little
That's you.
tigers that jump, cubs that jump up at me all the time. But you can't fool me with your age.
For
I
you,
mean,
right? Exactly. But you gotta
so
think
because I'm
about
paying
everybody else.
attention. So to me, if you're fooled, you're not paying attention. And you're not paying
Obviously,
attention
right? It's
because you're
obvious,
not
but it's a lot of
concerned.
people that don't know how to pay attention. So I
Well,
mean,
they're not
everybody ain't that
concerned.
good.
So when you get that charge for being with that
Hey,
adolescence, because in a
yeah,
lot of
of course,
states,
people gonna, of course, though, right? But then tell your sons that and tell all them that.
oh, well, I raised my sons that
Okay,
way.
right. So yeah, but you got to think about everybody else though.
Well,
You can
that's what
come
I'm
up with
saying.
many different things though, but in reality, people don't know. And just because you said you know, that don't mean everybody else do.
No, no. Well, I know because I pay attention. Because if
You
I'm
keep saying
61,
stop. You is not
yeah, I
everybody,
mean, well,
right?
in today's world, you better start paying attention to folks you dating.
Obviously, right. That's why we talking about this now. That's why we talking about this now. So I say we got to
Can
stop
I?
with this selfish mentality and start thinking about the outside and thinking about protecting
in
what we
general.
have or what we can control.
Yeah, in general, not just specific persons. And
Well,
with Sylvia, we dealing with a time gap because the times that she was growing up, that's not our reality.
Exactly.
That is not our reality.
I
So I
said
can
your
understand
reality,
what
they
you're
got
saying. Like
hormones,
in this,
their body
Yeah,
I'm a
you
is
bringing
'70s
up
growing.
baby.
old stuff that ain't
Yeah,
even happening
I'm
now.
a
That's
'70s baby. You know what I'm saying? I was born '77, and what I'm saying is, if you having a conversation with your child and you teaching, not telling, teaching is explaining. Telling is just giving directions. No, when I made my words very clear, I teach my children. That means boys and girls. You know what I'm saying? You have to have a real in-depth conversation because of what's going on in the way we grew up. That's how we know. And see, when we was growing
your
up, they
fact.
was kicking the daddies out the house and making the mamas go against the daddies. So our reality is not the same, Miss Sylvia. My reality is totally different than yours. I come from a neighborhood where it wasn't no mamas and no daddies. It was just brothers and sisters. I come from that type of reality because the mama and the daddy was drunks and crackheads around this time in the 90s. So it's not always everybody is not suited to the same situation. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Everybody upbringing is totally different than somebody else's aspect and perspective. That's
Right.
why I understand when Kev say you got to speak in general and be more realistic of what you see today. That old stuff that's played out. They got rid
Well,
of
wait
that
a
when they
minute. I
came with the
raised my
Section 8.
children in the 90s. I had 3 children in the 80s.
Then
So
you
I
should
was in my
understand
20s.
that you should
Bro, you should
understand that the
understand what
man
the
is
heck.
giving
Well,
a
that's what I'm
bad
saying.
deal.
I do understand.
So it's
So
obviously that's not your world. You somehow got the glory or whatever, got lucky. I'll put it that way. But you
what do you
gotta
mean
listen.
it's
You gotta
not?
listen to other parents. Listen to something bigger than just the circle that you're in, because this stuff is real out here. It
No,
ain't just
listen,
only what
listen,
you just
listen.
saying.
My children were, I was living in Chicago, Illinois when my children were born. I have been homeless. I've lived in abandoned buildings under the bridge. I currently live in Kansas City, Missouri, where they were raised, one of the highest murder capitals. But I managed to keep my 2 boys and 2 girls. I was divorced. I didn't get 1 penny in child support. I worked 2
Yeah. So
full-time
yeah, we
jobs.
got it. We got it because you keep talking about you all the time. You're not noticing
No,
that
but
though. It's
what
like
I'm
I think it's a
saying is,
habit that
I
you
grew
got
up
too. You're
during
not
that
noticing that.
time.
We
It's
get
not
we get
just,
where you came from though, but you got to get where everybody else coming from, and you
Yeah,
keep
your
referring
reality
back
not
to
our
yourself
reality.
every time. You
Right,
keep
your
going back
reality
to it.
not our reality.
Right?
That's
She
your
keep doing
reality.
that though,
That's
and she
not
not
ours.
noticing it.
I'm
Yeah,
not
we keep
noticing that.
saying
Well,
But
that.
I'm not too.
it might be a habit though. You got to realize when we go on platforms like this, right? It's not just
Mhm.
about you and your lifestyle all the time. It's about what's going on in the real world. It's not just you.
Well, I lived in the
But
real world.
I feel you though. I feel you though.
I
But if you
was a
hearing other people
waitress at
say
a
something different, that
nightclub.
mean it's other people can be right too. You see what I'm saying? So that means
I'm not
sometimes you got
saying
to
you're
think
not right.
outside your own box. Like, dang,
Wait a
this what
minute.
goes on
What?
outside of what I seen. You
Then
see what
when
I'm
I
saying?
first come on, before I opened my mouth, I said I agreed with what everybody up here had said. That was the first thing that came out of my mouth. I said
Okay,
every last one of you.
Could
we
I
got
I
you.
agreed with
approach,
We got it.
me.
like from a woman's perspective, maybe to explain to her
Yeah, I was just about to
what you're
say. I was
trying to
trying to
say?
get to you too. Yeah, I was gonna get to you.
No, it's okay. I want to say 2 things. Number one, I wanted to touch on the ability to discern the difference between a woman and a young lady. I will say this, okay? I understand that, especially as women, we may be able to tell this more easily than men. But Kev, you're a creator, and tell me if you disagree. How many times have you had people on your panel that have been on there several times, and you finally did an age check on them and realized you couldn't bring them up no more? Because these kids are on the internet so much now, and they have access to so many different social media applications that they can make themselves sound so intellectual just by listening to other adults talk, that sometimes not even looking at them, just by listening to them, it's hard to tell how old some of these kids are. Some of them are so well educated on these topics just because they have a device in their hand that they might even know more shit than I know. So that
Mm-hmm.
was one thing. And then the second thing, the body count issue, right? That she mentioned, like we're assessing this value to women that we're not assessing to men. But I will say this. It doesn't matter what's right, what ought be. What ought be, right, is that we don't judge people for their preference, and we don't judge people for what they do with their own bodies. But that's not how society is. Society is going to look at this objectively on a scale of morality. And the fact of the matter is, if you're a woman and you sleep with several people, you are decreasing your value. Is that right? No. But in the eyes of society, that is what happens. And to say that we need to change the narrative, it it's not going to happen. We can say it as much as we want to. A majority of people are going to always say if a woman is sleeping around, it is not going to be okay and it decreases her value. That does not mean it has to affect your self-worth. However, a good dad will tell his daughter, listen, you do these things and your value will drop as a woman. And I want to let you know that now, right? And you can have as much self-worth as you want to, but in the eyes of society, if you're out here doing things that is frowned upon, you're going to get the reaction that you're looking for.
Exactly.
And it might not be the one you're looking for either. So I agree with you, Miss Sylvia, and I think that you had a lot of really fantastic points. But I think you really need to also understand that things out here aren't changing as quickly as we think that they are. They're actually changing in the opposite direction because people are starting to realize that we need to bring back the nuclear family. We need to raise our daughters to be more respectful, and we need to raise our men to be men and to be manly and to take charge and lead this country like they are meant to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's tough. Like, women shouldn't be doing this on their own. What you did, raising 4 children, homeless, and all this and all that, that's too much. That's too much. You needed a husband, you needed a man, you needed a good man. You know what I'm saying? And you didn't have that. And I don't want to perpetuate that shit onto the next generation, the next generation. Let's be real with these kids. Let's tell these kids what the fuck society's gonna say about them if they're out there doing
Exactly.
the shit that they shouldn't be doing.
Well,
Thank
Brittany,
you.
Britt, I agree with you. I didn't know that I was speaking in opposition
No,
of
you
that.
wasn't. She just did you. No, she wasn't saying that though. She was just
Oh,
telling
okay,
you.
okay.
Yes,
No,
you
but
good.
No, ma'am. I don't think you're opposition. I think it's just hard. It's hard to see things sometimes from every angle. If you are using your subjective experience, we need to be a little more objective and acknowledge what society
oh
is
no, I look,
posting onto
honey. I'm
us.
an advocate on close your legs. That's
Hold,
my platform.
Yep. Yep.
But I say we need to teach our
hold on.
boys to close their
Now
legs
before,
too.
That noise. Somebody stuff. That's weird.
can I speak for a second?
Who was that?
Can
That's
I
the
speak for a second? Because
Oh, that's
this
Spirit.
is Mr. King. I, I
Oh,
oh
think
Mr. K.
that
Oh,
is.
okay. Now your junk. You got one
I'm
bar, my
sorry.
brother. Yeah, your junk is. I
Yeah.
don't know. You can go ahead, but I gotta let two other people talk to. After you go. Because y'all gonna have to hold y'all rebuttals after that. Because like other people ain't talk. But
All right.
go ahead, Mr. King. You can
Well,
say what you say, and then
I
Professor
I
next, and
think.
then BK.
All right. I think it's quite asinine. A woman is actually liberated. She is lowering her value.
Y'all stuff breaking up, King, man. You gotta find you a better signal.
Um, I'm, I'm sitting in the same spot I've been sitting in. But what I'm saying is, for a woman to tell other women that
It sounds like he got something good to say, but his junk, he got that one word. It's not doing it right. You got to refresh your phone or something, my brother. Yeah, your junk is. I'll find a better area.
can you hear me now?
Uh, Go ahead.
Can
Try it
you hear me?
again. Try it again now. Yeah, talk now. You got two bars now.
Okay. Okay. I said for a woman to tell another woman that if a woman was to go out and be sexually liberated, she's losing value in herself because of what society might think. To me, it's quite sad. I'm a father of 5 girls, and you know what I tell my daughters? As long as you're happy and you're happy with your partner, be happy. Don't worry about what society thinks because society is not going to be your driving force in your life. Go out and do what you must do to be happy. Now, I don't want you jumping in every bed in the damn town or in the damn country, but I want you to be happy. Chase your happiness. So for a woman to get on a damn on a show and tell another woman that if she's out there being happy and doing what it takes to make her happy, to me that is sad. So big, I can't see your whole full name, the blonde lady. To me, you just put women back 1,000 years with that statement. Don't worry about society. Worry about your own independence and your own happiness. So, and to tell another woman that that stock lowers her stock, that's harmful, and that rhetoric is why so many men right now are pushing women down. You need to be trying to uplift women and teach these young girls that they need to find power in themselves and be able to live their truth. Don't ever tell another woman to belittle herself by doing what another a man is telling her to do. Women should be able to be just as free. Now, you know what I taught my boys just as well as I
I mean,
taught my
I'll
girls?
definitely
But
clarify
hold
for
on,
you. I appreciate.
hold on and let me finish what I'm saying, please. I taught my
Absolutely.
boys
I'm
just
sorry.
as well as I taught my girls to go be happy. Now, men are
Facts.
taught, men are taught to run out and be with as many people as they want to, while we're teaching women not to be with people. I taught my boys that you want to find a true queen and be with her, just like I told my girls to be with a true king. But But you don't want to teach a woman not to go and be happy and find her happiness. So to me that was sad, and that's all I gotta say. And I'm wow.
I,
Yeah, I
I'm
don't know
sorry.
about
I'm
that.
sorry I interrupted you. Just let me respond real quick since you
I'm
was
so
talking to me,
dead
if you
right
don't
now,
mind.
Kev.
If you don't
Boy, I
mind, I
want
just
to
want to
blow up. I'm gonna let
respond.
big.
I'm
I'm gonna let
so
Brick go though.
dead,
Okay,
bro.
I just want to say two things. Okay, number one, I don't go around telling like random women this. Just so you know, because I do understand where you're
You
coming
just
from.
told
And
a
hold on.
woman that.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Women
What I
don't
mean
want
by,
loose.
can you just let me finish though? Can I I don't mean to be rude. And I'm sorry I interrupted you. I was just telling you I would respond and clarify for you. So this is what I want to say. I do teach my daughter this. However, I agree with you. What ought be in the world is that women have bodily autonomy and women can progressively, move in a way that makes them happy. But what ought be and what isn't going to change overnight. And I am trying to set my daughter up to be with a high value man. And then to your second
No
point,
such
to
animal.
okay, alrighty then. And then to your second point, as far as the boys go, I have two sons. I have a 21-year-old son and I have a 12-year-old son. My 21-year-old son has only, and I'm proud to say this, and I know this for a fact, has only ever been with one woman. They are actually engaged and they've been together for almost 5 years. They've been together since high school. I like her. She's a very nice young lady. I expressed these things that you said to tell him. I did do this when he was young. I did talk to him about how important it was to make sure that he respected and loved a woman before he did, take advantage of her body or enjoy even being with that woman. And I have done this with my son now, who's 12. I do talk to him about holding high values for himself and making sure that he reserves his resources for the right person. I want him to explore his happiness as well, but I want him to protect himself too. And I know what you're saying, and I do get where you're coming from, and I'm not trying to be harmful. I just want to set them up for the best success I possibly can. And with the way the world is, that's just what we have to do right now, in my opinion. And I didn't mean to come off like I would shame another woman for what she's doing, because she can have a high self-worth, and I encourage that, to always have a high self-worth. I just don't agree that your value won't drop based on what happens in society. That's all I was trying to say. And I apologize if it came off any other way.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let you. I know everybody would. I gotta try it, man. I got to. Yeah, because
Listen,
I feel like
listen.
that's one of our biggest problems. You saying you just
Okay,
teaching your child happiness. That's crazy.
listen.
Let me
First,
finish. Let me finish because you done
okay.
ate up and everybody is ready
Well,
to
but
blow up too.
hold on.
I,
But
I
first
want to
of
hear
all,
what
she said
Professor
something
got to say.
about a
yeah,
high
that's cool.
value
You
person.
just hold it. You can hold it,
Nobody,
and then
there's no
just
such
write it
thing
down on
as
the
a
paper.
high
We
value
got you.
person.
We listen to you the whole entire time. It's our turn now. So all I'm saying is that what she talking about is just how reality is. You can be in your feelings all you want, and it's sad
Oh,
that
I'm
it
not
ain't
in
like
no
that and
feelings.
whatever. But the thing is, that is how the world view things. You
But
saying
guess
you
what?
talking about one,
As long
bro,
as you subscribe
bro?
to,
Can you
Hold
hold
on.
on?
You
What the?
cannot interrupt the lie because everyone cannot talk at once. He is the actual host, so you must respect his panel. So we're gonna give you a time, Mr. King, after the host.
I
Everybody
understand all
heard you,
that.
man. That's all I'm saying. We won't let you get your turn back. But what you said is that because you talking about happiness and I told them that they get with the right person, all that stuff or whatever. But the thing is, like I said, what Britt said was not, it wasn't nothing wrong. She said she shouldn't even have to apologize for that. That's how you want to feel about that. The thing is, that is what the real world, just like I just told about the other situation. This is how the world gonna see people. I was just talking about that is, or they use, I think he was talking about the male predators and stuff that they're out here in the real world. They don't care about your feelings. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So like you saying that your daughters can do whatever they want and all that. I just taught them happiness. That's a dangerous way of thinking. You got to think about more protection than being happy. So you got to think about how things is being set up for your daughter. That's a type of parenting, and I don't want to put it like that, but that's the type of parenting that's messing up a lot of these kids because you're saying, oh, as long as you can be happy and stuff, F the world. You can't say F the world when you live in it. That's just really how that is. So what she said was nothing wrong behind it. That is how other men is going to, and people itself is going to view it because it's always been like that. You're not going to change how the world view your kids, even if it's your kids. That you're not going to change that. That's just what it is. If they say that your daughter got 500 bodies and her value is trash, that's what it is. She can be as happy as all she wants to, but that's not going to change how the world view her. You can act like it ignored and tell her to ignore it and all that stuff, but that's just what it is. So you should rather set your daughter up to be safe and be just like a job, right? Let's talk about a job then. You think, okay, well, all right, the job is not going to do a review on my daughter because she's a thief or something like that. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something real quick. But basically, it's like, no, the job is gonna view your son, your daughter, how they gonna view it though. They're gonna accept certain people and they're gonna reject certain people. So like you gotta set them up to like if you want to be a business owner or something like that, don't say, okay, just be happy and they're gonna accept you how you are. That is fake. That's the fakest stuff you could ever tell your kids. That's fake. So you gotta be real. What she said was not wrong. That's how her value. You could say you talking about worth. You could tell your kids or how they feel or how they worth or whatever. But you can't tell the world different. You can, like I said, as long as you can say as much as you want to about, well, ignore what the world's saying, all that stuff, but that's just not real. That's the fake and that's that delusional stuff that people be teaching their kids. That's delusional.
And you're right, that is how the world is. So that means everybody on this platform, including the hosts respectively, and everybody in the comments ain't worth shit. Because we all got a body on us. And the only person that's worth something is anywhere. I don't know. All the only people that are worth anything are virgins. Anyone who has not been touched. But by society standards, it ain't nobody in this room. So we all on the same level. We ain't
that's your point of view.
we all damaged
Yeah, I was
goods.
just about to say that.
We ought to be passed over for anyone who is looking for someone that to be of a good partnership with, because we've all been spread wide, open and
Yeah,
wide.
if you was half listening, then say that. You as
Talk
old
to
as
him,
you are, and you
Sylvia.
saying that
No,
you
I
act like
wasn't half
you was
listening.
not paying attention. That's crazy.
I
You
heard
gotta
exactly what
you gotta
you said.
you gotta get taught some comprehension and show that at every age you just be selective of what you want to hear. If that's what you
Wow.
heard, then you could take it as that. Then.
Selective hearing, Kev. That's
Wow.
selective hearing.
They don't understand the
But go
significance.
ahead. I think Spirit was next. Go ahead, Spirit, and I think Main thing.
I
Oh, and
want to
then
hear Professor.
Professor. I know you wanted to go too. So
I want to
Spirit,
hear
Professor,
Professor.
then Main. Oh, you good?
Spirit.
You good, Professor? Oh, go ahead,
Yeah,
Spirit,
go
and
to
then Main.
Professor.
Huh? Oh, he said Professor. Go ahead, Professor, and then Main.
Uh, that was a lot to take. For one, what we're taught is what we're taught by our
And that's
parents.
called loose parents. That's what I'm talking about with
Professor,
the topic, loose
Professor, I
parenting.
need you to eat. I
Be
need you to eat
happy.
right now. I need you to get hungry and I need you to eat right now because I
I'm
know how
trying.
you
I'm
are.
trying. I'm
No,
trying to get
like,
my brain back
Why he
together
saying
because
back playing? Stop playing.
I'm like, yo, what we're taught is what we're taught by our parents. They're your first thing. So you can't say boys are taught to do whatever if you didn't teach them that. What happens in society, like you said, doesn't matter, right? Right. So what you didn't teach them or what you taught them is upon you. And then I'm very confused. How is it easy to say in one breath, you ladies were taught to respect yourself or whatever, and in school, and us boys were taught to go out there and just do whatever in school at whatever era, when you know a good and got well, they never said no silly shit like that. Now, in all honesty, look, society's gonna say one thing, right?
Professor, I said
Y'all
that.
are y'all,
You twisted my words. What I said when I was in the 5th grade, they took the boys out of the room. They
ma'am. I
taught.
heard you very directly. I
Okay,
understand exactly what
so
you're saying. I don't
I
want to
didn't
twist your
say.
word.
I
I
didn't say
understand,
the other things that you said. You didn't say what I said.
ma'am. I understand. And they do the same thing with us in our grades too. And I'm 33, so that means almost 20 years ago, or 15 years ago, I had the same aspect when they separated us, but then they also put us in the same class too to also have health education together after they separated us for our separate understandings. You think they didn't tell the boys that just because you weren't in the same room?
Well, they didn't offer. They said they went outside to the playground. Maybe by the time you came around, they decided to teach you.
Ma'am,
So
ma'am,
Hey, them
ma'am.
old rules don't work no more, so you got to pay attention to the new stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I did my very best not to
I went
interrupt
to the
neither one of
principal's
y'all.
office for
I did
telling
my
her.
very best not to interrupt neither one of y'all.
Well,
You can write it down. It's been helping. But and then the gentleman up here, to be happy, right? I'm like, all right, well, everybody can be happy, but that's just not the proper advice you should give your children. Of course, you would want to be happy, but that's just not the only thing, because I can be happy eating cereal all dang day. You want me to be happy? Or you want to give me some proper parental guidance? That's the job, correct? Seems like you're a little shaky on some 10 toes that I wouldn't say is 10, but I'll take it back a little bit. It is really, like I said, I was a little compunkled because I went from here to here to here. I was like, wait, what? And then the last part I'm gonna just touch on because I probably just need to let this go full circle again. But I just don't understand where y'all get from boys are not taught anything or told anything, because for one, their consequences are very severe the moment if they have done anything. And no one thinks about that. This is real interesting. I get it. I'm very keen on listening to my elders. That was one of a different perspective. I get it, and I understand the Chicago dynamic. I'm from there too, so we can always say whatever the conditions is, but everything is still a personal choice. Let's call a spade a spade. You just said don't worry about society. You said don't worry about society. So why y'all worry about society then? If you said I taught right and I parented right. See how that goes full circle?
Let him
Your
cook.
children still have to go out into society even though you parented. Right.
I agree. Like if you
I need
gave
him to
the
drop the mic
example,
right there. That was
yeah, that's crazy because it's like if you gave the example and they don't follow the example, you cannot be mad. Like you get what I'm saying? It's like almost like because I think people forget that kids go off of approval. Some kids go off of approval, meaning you do something, they see what kid get rewarded for certain things, and they see what kids get looked down upon when they do certain things. So I think when you sit up here and let your kid misbehave, the kid and you, let's say you pay that kid that's misbehaving some attention, the rest of the kids gonna feel like, oh, well, I get attention because I want to get that same attention because I notice it when they misbehave, the attention go over there. So if I misbehave, the attention gonna come to me. Like it's almost like when I think of loose parenting, I think of pushover. You get what I'm saying? Those parents that be pushovers towards their kids.
Yeah, I
And
think lazy too. Blacks
a
can
lot
think
of
lazy.
parents don't even realize that they are the pushover parent.
Yeah, and it's lazy.
Yes, lazy.
Call me the warden. What does that mean?
I couldn't even hear you.
I said my children refer to me this day as the warden. What type of parent does that mean I was?
A strict one.
But
Yeah.
strict parents make sneaky kids.
Exactly. I was just about to say that because they can't come and trust you. They can't confide in you. Like y'all generation used to lie to us and tell us, just tell us the truth. You won't get in trouble. As soon as we tell y'all the truth, we get our head cracked. So we didn't trust y'all.
Oh, well, mine already knew the head was gonna get cracked. But see,
Okay,
in my
that's what I'm
your
saying. Y'all use
generation was I raised my sons in fear because I didn't have any males
That's
around. What the
wrong.
other guy
Wow.
said, you
That's
got some
terrible.
uncles or something.
That's
So I was
terrible.
fearful that something would happen to them. So I made sure that they was afraid of me before they was afraid of the streets. And I would come hard. I was a hard, strict in front of your friends. I'm driving up, Eric pulling up on the sidewalk, jumping out the car with the baseball bat. Then I tell you, don't be over here at this blah blah place. Get the blah blah in the car. So yeah, I did. They don't have no records, and they still here with me, and I'm happy. And I do it again.
Spiritual, you can you had the floor. I ain't mean to take it from you, but you got the floor for sure.
Yeah, you say you rooted your kids in fear. See, I don't. That's the reason why stuff out of whack now. Because kids don't fear. We ain't supposed to teach our kids fear. We supposed to teach our kids to be fearless, not fearful. I don't want my child to be afraid of me because when something happen, my child not gonna come to me. It's gonna go to the streets. Y'all ain't seen that yet. Like we trying to break y'all generational curses. That's what we on. Like y'all not getting that. Like y'all ways, y'all methods, y'all put us in a hole, and y'all don't even look at it like that. I don't want my like. When we talk
And
about
guess what? We had to break generational curses from the people before us. Every
how y'all
generation do the same
continue,
thing.
y'all
So
How?
My
spiritual,
thing
spiritual.
is,
How?
I'm a
Because
spiritual.
the people before
no,
us
y'all
beat the crap
continue,
So,
out of
y'all
but
us.
continue to
spiritual, let me
fight
my
over
ask you
the
thing
this.
is, you
curse.
cannot
As
break
as
up
a single
generational
black woman
curses if
raising two
nobody.
black males in the crack era and all of that with no men, because my father was the only child. He was deceased by the time I was 19. I was pregnant with my first male
Yeah,
child.
but your time frame
He
don't
had
add up to my
he had
time
no
frame.
sit.
You
No,
talking about two
you
different
said you're
time
born
frames.
in the 70s. I'm born in the 60s. You ain't but I ain't but a couple of years older than you. We
I'm
grew up in the
70.
same
I
time
was born in
frame.
77.
Okay, I'm born in 63. So
That's a
you
big
did.
difference.
So what is
Yeah,
it? 10
different
years?
time,
That's
different
a
time.
big difference.
It ain't that big
I
of
was
a
born in
difference.
70.
14. That's the generation I'm
It
on.
ain't that big of a difference. I'm going through the same things you're going through. I'm just a little older in the game while you're going through it. I'm a teenager and you're a kid, but I lived during the
Exactly.
same era. So what I am saying to you, that was an era where you all were leaving up out of here fast. If you wasn't going out there to what was
Mm.
called the cemetery, you was going to the jailhouse
You mean faster than what's
Can
going
or
on
to
now?
the other house.
Was
So
it
with no
faster
men
than what's
in
going on
hold on,
now?
with no men in my life and their father not
Is the death rate of
participating,
our people, is
Hold
the
on,
death
hold on,
rate
hold on,
I
hold
did
faster
what
then
I
than
knew how
hold
to
now?
on.
do to keep my children out of the prison system, off of the drugs, and not being a menace to society. And I did it the only way that I knew how to do it. Now, I could, if I had to do it differently with the things that I know now, would I have done things differently? Yes, the hell I would have. But I don't know a parent out here with a playbook. So I did it with the reference frame of mind that I had at the time, with the resources that I had at the time,
Have parents?
and
Did you
what
listen
I
to your
knew.
parents? What about your parents? What about you need a
Hold
playbook?
on,
What about your
X.
parents?
I
Hold on,
just
X.
told you my father was deceased by the time that I was 19. I was pregnant with with my second child. My mother, who had a master's in nursing, but she didn't really what I call, all my mother was about was education. She really didn't have what I call common street sense to teach you about. She never taught us about life. You would think someone who was a captain in the Air Force and had a master's in the 70s and had some very influential jobs would know how to teach a child about life, but she really didn't. So I learned from friends and things of that nature. And so I
can
did
I
what I
ask
knew how
you
to
a
do.
quick question, Sylvia? But I don't want to
You,
offend you. Just a real quick
no, you can't
question.
offend me, baby. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So my biggest fear of spanking my sons and why I didn't spank my oldest son who's 21 and then my youngest son who's 12 was emasculating them and then them possibly being with women who would abuse them, like
Hmm.
verbally and or physically. I want them and still want them to be able to lead a home. So do you Do you see this in your sons? Do you see that they're true leaders, even though they had a mother who was very like dominant and very strict and did implement like physical discipline on them? This is the reason I've
No,
never done this, because I'm nervous that this will turn my son into a man who would accept this from another woman. If I don't know if I'm making sense, you
yeah,
guys, but
you're
like
making sense, and
I
I'm
don't
gonna
want
just
that to happen.
I'm gonna be brutally honest with you. So I have even I have two boys and two girls, and all of my children are like a year and a half apart. I did a wonderful job with my daughters. I did horrible with my sons. I've learned about this demasculating, as they say. So like I said, if I could do things over again, I would do different. I really would do a lot of things different. So you're probably more so on the right, better path. I do believe that the younger generation, the people coming from the 80s and the 90s that survived that period, I believe you guys have a lot of intellectual, more common sense as far as things that need to be done because of what you came through and what you saw, because we were raising you the way we were raised. You were
Okay,
lacking
Exactly.
okay,
things.
hold on, spiritual. Before you go, X, I see you wanted to say something real quick. Please land, and Gracie, you can go after X.
I think yeah, after you go, X, I wanted a king because I know he wanted to
Cause,
respond a long time ago.
cause
Because I told
Gracie
him I
been
was gonna
waiting
let him talk.
too.
But
Spiritual never finished.
Gracie been
who
waiting.
that?
I
Gracie?
said Gracie was waiting too. She had
Oh
her
yeah,
hand
because
up in the
King, I told him that's why
comments.
we. But I don't think
My
he
bad,
responded.
my bad, my
It
bad.
had been a minute for he because I
Yeah,
know he. I told him.
it's been
Yeah,
a little minute. We
yeah,
trying to
because
get everybody.
we had to store him up though. That's how all of us wanted to say so much.
So please just bear with us, y'all. Just bear with us. We trying to get everybody
yeah,
in here. So
yeah.
you said it's on King.
I can
Ma-
drop down and make
Matter of
room for
fact, yeah.
someone. I appreciate you guys making space
Oh
for
yeah, for
me.
sure, Brett.
Oh,
Yeah,
Appreciate
always.
you.
and I hope everybody has a wonderful day. And I didn't mean, I know you said I didn't have to apologize, King. Again, I'm sorry if you thought I was saying anything I wasn't really saying, or trying not to say. And then Sylvia, I agree. I think you did the best with what you had, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm happy to hear you kind of take accountability for like the fact that maybe some of those things should have changed. I think that's very important.
And
So,
Britt, I agree
yeah,
with everything you said, every point you made.
oh,
I,
thank
I
you.
can stand
Thank
behind you.
you. Like, peace and love to everybody.
I
All
love
right,
you, Brett.
all right. Go ahead, King, and then I'm gonna let everybody else go again because I know you about to pop.
All right. So, first of all, I just want to say this for all you guys that want to try to go at how I parented my kids. First of all, y'all motherfuckers don't even know me, and I apologize for cussing, but who are you to judge how I parented my kids? I have very successful kids. Every one of them are doing well. Well, I'm not going to lie and say every one of them. I have two kids that are not doing quite so hot. And it's not because of the parenting, it's because of the choices that they've made in their adult lives. But even though they're not doing so hot, guess what? Their dad is still there to try to help them. And I've extended the olive branch to help them, and they're not taking the help that I'm offering them. So the choices that they're making are keeping them in the current situations that they're in. But until you have kids that have done the things that they've done, I'll simply say this to you: you can't say what the situation is until you walk a mile in my shoes. All right. Second of all, Professor, I think your name was, dude. You still got a lot of growing to do before you can ever try to come at me. I'll just say that to you. You're a young man. I ain't gonna come at you because you're a brother, but I'm gonna just simply say this: keep living and keep growing, because one day you'll be there. Host, I ain't gonna disrespect you because you let me on your panel, but I'm gonna say this to all of y'all: one day when y'all get kids and y'all start teaching y'all kids some things, y'all will understand what it's like to be a parent of seven dynamic um, personalities and every one of them are different, you'll
I got
find
8,
that
bro. I got
all of
8,
those.
Mr. King. I got 8, Mr. King.
You
And
got kids.
Okay, I didn't ask you how many you had. I was telling you how many I had. So no response is needed.
can you
I'm
answer
just
this
talking.
question for me, Mr. King?
I'm not answering
Why
questions.
aren't
I'm
they taking the
talking.
help from you? Why aren't your kids that you raised so beautifully aren't taking the help that you're trying to
I'm
give
not
them?
asking you
Let me answer
questions.
that for you, Mr.
I'm not
King.
answering your
When you have
questions.
been
I'm
raised
Hold
properly,
on. What we're not
let
about
me
to
let
do.
me answer
Hold
that
on,
for him
hold
because
on.
I'm a
Hold on
kid
real
that is
quick. Let
young.
King
Hold
finish real
on.
quick.
Y'all can't even stop talking. Like
Thank you.
King,
That's what all
King,
I.
King, King got the floor. Please let him land. And anybody else
Thank
who
you.
wants to respond, please let us know, and we'll get you in there.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, ma'am. I can't see what your name is because it's all cut off. But anyway,
Sylvia.
No, just call
Sylvia.
me honest.
But no,
I'm
King,
sorry.
I
What did
was
you?
taking up for you because when you've raised your children
We get it,
properly,
but you could take up in the comments
Yeah, let him
okay.
and talk
finish. Let
down
him
there.
land his plan.
Okay. But anyway, the one thing I want to say is when your kids are all grown and they're all out on their own and they're doing their own thing, as a parent, the only thing you can do is offer them help. If they don't take it, then you stand back and you let them do what they do. But when grandkids are involved, you always try to be there for your grandkids because you will not allow your grandkids to be out. And that's what you do as a parent. So you love, but you love from a distance because you cannot force a grown up to do anything. So you stand there and you help in the ways that you can help, and that's the way you have to leave it. So y'all interrupted me and I forgot my train of thought, so I'll leave it at that.
Oh,
And thanks, Sylvia.
I was just truth wanted to know why your kids wouldn't ask you for help since you raised them so wonderfully. Spiritual truth and a kid who would to this is because when your parents have done right by you and raised you right, you don't run to them asking them for help because you feel responsible for your own situation. So you try to take it by yourself. That's why those two kids that he's talking about won't come because they got pride. They feeling like, well, daddy told me or mama told me, but I was hard headed. I did this anyway. This the situation that I'm in. So I ain't finna run over there. I'm gonna try to get this out. But they're gonna eventually figure out if they can't get it figured out, they're gonna eventually come and have and say, oh, well, can I get that help? But that's why your kid wouldn't come and ask you for help.
So, all right. So overall, right? 'Cause I see. I guess you feel like. So at the end of the day, you don't have nothing to prove about. That's what everybody be doing nowadays. They got to prove themselves that I am a good parent and all this other stuff. I guess to sound good. I don't know. If you know you're a good parent, you really ain't got to prove that stuff. The thing is that the only part that I kind of disagreed on, and a lot of other people did, is that you're teaching your kids. It might work for you, but once again, because everybody like to go with themselves. Well, I'm successful and all that, but overall, if what they like to say, that rhetoric, whatever they call it now, that the way that statement itself is dangerous for people that's outside that's going to try that same tactic you're trying. You got different kids from everybody else. Just because you live, be happy, don't worry about the environment. I would never. I don't think nobody should ever teach that. Just because it worked with you, that's not everybody else, and that's what a lot of parents are doing. That's why they got little teenage pregnant kids and all that stuff, or because they doing what feels right or that it's making me happy. Happiness. It's so many things that happiness. It's all type of things. That's a horrible statement to make for everybody to take. I'm trying. Yeah, basically. Oh, I like how they said that down there. YOLO, that YOLO type lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? So you can't. You gotta. And you probably not saying the details of that, but you just throwing out that. Oh, I just teach my kids to be happy and forget what the world thinks of it. I wouldn't just. That's you got to be fair to everybody else on that situation. You just got to because like that's literally dangerous. That's a dangerous thing. It's not about being happy. It's about being safe. It's about being It's about try to be right. Also, that's another thing. Too many people think that happiness is the way to life. That's a horrible. That's literally that's a horrible way of a horrible teaching. A horrible mindset to have. I mean, it's not all about being happy. It's not. And then they pay for their happiness later down the line. You know what I'm saying? So it's it's so many other things behind that though. But I'm trying to see who was next though.
Me.
Oh,
My
go ahead, Grace.
simple
Yeah.
statement was you can't live
We
your
got you. I
life
heard you
worrying
three,
about
four
what
times though. You ain't even
society
really got to
thinks.
re-say it over. You just said it 3 times though. But if that's how if you ain't couldn't understand what I meant by that, then it's pointless. We're gonna be talking in circles then. Go ahead, Grace.
Yes, I wanted to say that I agreed with Brit. I know she's gone now, but I agreed with everything she was saying in terms of how you're raising your children. There's a lot of decisions that children will potentially make that will maybe limit what they can do in life. So there's
Right.
consequences to actions. So I'm a mother of 3 daughters. If I told them, go be happy and sleep around and do whatever you want to do, and I can guarantee you might not get the man you want at the end of that when you're looking, because you've limited, who's going to want to be with you because of those choices. So as far as I'm concerned, it's also about being realistic and real with your children, because yes, happiness matters, but there's also decisions that affect society. You can't go to jail and wonder why you're not getting certain jobs. You can't, have an attitude and wonder why you don't have friends. So there's a lot of things you have to point out to your children, that there will be consequences. I'm watching these young girls, and I'm 35, but I'm watching like 21-year-olds starting OnlyFans accounts, and they think it's easy, fast money and they're going to do well. However, because you did that, you're going to limit in the future what you get. There's going to be a reaping for that sowing. So I just wanted to say there's always consequences. And as much as you might not care about society, you're going to have to live in society.
Go ahead, X. We see you want to say something.
Out of order, I was just gonna be quick. And look, I wasn't talking about the parenting when
Squeeze BK in after
at
that
the
too. I don't
house.
think he said anything.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Oh, and Destiny got to squeeze in too.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I
Go
wasn't
ahead.
talking about the
Go ahead.
parenting inside the home or outside the home, because adults are going to do what they want to do. I'm only just talking about the whole aspect of when you just say happiness, they're supposed to be happy. I'm like, no, there's a proper parental guidance when it comes to, then you start to curb all that. They're going to do what they want to do when they are grown, but it's still possible that we still guide along that way. I'll never say that I know everything and all, because of course I have a lot to learn. I'm always going to listen to somebody that's been on this planet longer than me. But in that same aspect, we can call a spade too, when it comes to something that they know that they're learning from and we're trying to fix as well. And when we're calling it out, it's not really an aspersion on you, it's an aspersion on the mindset. If you're taking it as an aspersion on you, then a hit dog hollers.
Go ahead, Destiny. Okay, girl, you looking good over there.
Thank you.
See,
Okay, so this is a real like touchy subject for me. But I was very interested to hear what like the different age groups had to say about it, because I have a 15-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I come from that. My mother raised me. Um, there was a lot of abuse, physical abuse, and so for me and my husband, it's about finding that balance, right? So we don't want to do the things that our parents did, but then at the same time we don't want to have it like what is on the post about, the 304s and raising the Pookie and Ray Rays, or the thugs and stuff like that. So it still have to be balanced, and it still has to be um discipline and correction. And I was on another panel and discipline came up, and some of the women were saying, well, they about allowing a man to discipline the kids or whatever, and they related that to abuse. But discipline is not abuse. When you look up the words, they're not abuses has a different meaning, and discipline has a different meaning. And so I am very self-aware, and I do a lot of introspection when it comes to disciplining my kids, because of what I come from. I come from a very violent childhood, and so I had to unlearn and relearn things. So now I have a husband. We had our kids within our marriage, My siblings, my sisters, they're single mothers. And what I'm seeing is a lot of, I guess y'all got it called the loose parenting. They call it gentle parenting. Nothing against, I'm not trying to offend anybody about, terminology, but I see the way they kids behave. And because we come from the background that we come from, they come out of the household I came out of, they don't want to discipline the kids physically or really any way that I see. And so now there's a lot of disrespect and there's a lot of disorder and dysfunction and embarrassment when they're out in public with the kids and they won't listen to them and they hit them and they talk back and things like that. And I don't agree with those things, and my kids don't operate that way. And so in our household, with me having just two sons, I don't have daughters. My husband has stepped up. When the boys were younger, like in their toddler years, I'm what they call the drill sergeant. Like Sylvia, I heard her say. And so then as they began to get older, my husband like, let me take over this or whatever like that. And he started dealing with them because the emasculating aspect of it, with me being a woman and the way that I was doing things, I wasn't doing it right. So I was trying to be hard on them, but now I'm stepping into an arena that is getting me to act out of character as their mother and the nurturer, and not correcting the way in a positive way. So I was kind of doing it like in a negative, unhealthy way. um and My husband would tell me like, you can't talk to them like that. They're men. You can't come to them certain ways. So he began to deal with them because he like, I have to teach them how to regulate their emotions, and you're emotional. You get what I'm saying? So it's just a learning experience. I've seen people saying like, there's no playbook on this, but the thing about it is, what I think all parents can take is learning and unlearning and relearning and chewing the meat and spitting out the bones. You know what I'm saying? And so I think it's things from each generation that we can take, and it's things that from each generation that we can throw away. And so all of that physical abuse, because my mother, like I said, was very abusive, and because she didn't want us to be out of line, but I lived in fear, not necessarily that I respected her, but I just feared her to the point of being unalived. So I don't want my kids to feel like that, because I do agree with what spiritual said, what I heard a little bit, like, well, they won't trust you to come to you and talk to you and different things like that. So I don't want that, but I do want them to have a sense of reverential fear of consequences and respect. You get what I'm saying? Which is what I'm not seeing in the loose parenting with my sister's kids. And so, it's all about creativity also, and not being lazy. Like I heard some other people on the panel saying, okay, well, I'm going to take that game. My husband good for that. He'll take games for years. They won't play a video game for a whole year. He has his ways. And then sometimes he had to snatch them up. We got to snatch that collar up, and deal with them. And so it's about us, you know what I'm saying, just being creative and doing the things that work, but also being healthy, where we won't have to scar the children as well. But then not also letting the kids just run amok in the streets, just like sometimes these kids be out here. I'd be like, where's the parents? They just out here floating in the wind. Just, you get what I'm saying? So that's all I have to say about it, y'all.
I just want, you know what, that playbook might just be the Bible or your particular belief. You do. We just never really call it nothing. But whether you follow it 100% or not, it's still a guide that helps us follow. Spare the rod. And thank you. Somebody said it. So you wasn't. You was right. What do you think?
It's a balance. It's a balance. It's just like, even with the girls, like I teach my girls the fundamentals of being of a masculine person. But when it comes to like discipline and stuff like that, I don't never have to put my hands on my girls. All I have to do is have a conversation with them. With the boys, it's different. You can have a conversation with them and they still think they nickel slick. So sometimes you got to beat them at their own game. you gotta understand that these kids is you, but they different perspectives of you from the different time frame that you made them. So you have to deal with that at that time frame right then and there. I ain't had no Bible. I'm a street dude. I learned from experience because I came from an abusive household. My mama was abusive all the way till I was 7. I ran away from there, went to my daddy's house, stayed with him. He was verbally abusive and a functional alcoholic. So I had to leave from there too. So where did I go? To the streets. I learned when you go through the things that you don't want to, you learn what the things that you do want. So that's the same thing that you would want for your kids. No, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, Teddy, you can go do that. Hell no, you can't go do that. That ain't what we own. We own something else. Now you ain't on that, we gonna have a problem. I'm the captain of the ship. You supposed to listen to me. That's how this go. You didn't ask to be here. I sent for you. So therefore, you gonna have to listen to me until you can't. We gonna do it like that. I got 8, y'all. Like, this is, it's what you want out of life for your kids, but you know exactly what it took for you to get here. So you have to teach them the same regiment, just in a different manner. Like Destiny said, you gotta be creative. Use your brain. Think about what you see outside. And that's how you relegate and navigate through your family. With love. You have to teach your children, listen, you're not gonna be like your older brother. You ain't gonna be like your older sister. You need to be able to accept your difference. Be happy with that. I teach my kids, can't nobody make you happy. You got to make you happy first. You can't go outside looking for love if you don't got the love for yourself first. That's how you distinguish truth from error. Because you can hear it in yourself. You got that voice in you that tell you, nah, we ain't finna do this. That comes from itself. So yeah, your kid ain't gonna be like everybody else kid. You ain't gonna be able to raise your house because everybody ain't been through what we've been through. Different strokes for different folks. I can't tell somebody how they supposed to raise their kid, but I do know the way that they was raising us, that was bogus. That was bogus. They got beaten to submission. I'm not about to just tell my son, no, you can't go do it, and don't tell him why he ain't doing it. That's a boss. You're a leader, not a boss.
Okay, yeah, I most definitely agree with that. Hi Diesel 718.
Hello, how you doing?
Welcome to the panel. You want to respond to anything anyone said up here, or did you want to respond to
Yeah,
the first topic?
nah, sure. I mean, what everybody's saying, I agree with. You know, and we just got to take into account, like, a lot of us came from the same type of background. Our parents, you know, and I'll speak for myself. My mom was in an abusive relationship, and my dad, you know, essayed my sister. So, you know, that's a lot of hurt and a lot of trauma. And back in those days, they didn't go to get help. They didn't go to a therapist and talk to nobody. They kind of dealt with it, you know, by the bottle or whatever else. So, I mean, that was a person that was hurt and damaged. I mean, you know, it was, you know, valid, but because they didn't get help, they kind of just, you know what I mean? Like, they kind of like just dealt with it the best way they could. And so they meant well to teach us, but sometimes, you know, we were a result of their hurt, and the message didn't go through. So, I mean, you kind of got to look at what we were taught. Some of it is good. We got to hold on to some of it and let some of it go. But also, too, I mean, it's also a thing of when you become a parent, you know, now your life should be about your kid. Your kid should be first. You know, you hear people saying all the time, oh, I just want to be happy and I just want to live and I want to do me. Okay, well, hopefully you had time and you had that get through your, you know, go through your system. And sometimes people have kids and they're not ready to be a parent. You know what I mean? They're not sacrificing. They're not doing what they need to do for their kids. Their kids is not the first priority. It's just like me. I have a daughter. And I have a son. I have 2 sons and a daughter. I take it so seriously that, you know what? I don't argue with my wife. I don't disrespect my wife. If we have an argument, we go outside. Why? Because I got a little girl that's growing up and she's watching me, and she's going to find a man depending on how I treat her mother, right? I'm showing her what's acceptable for how she's going to how she's going to allow herself to be treated in the future. So if I'm sitting up there arguing with her mom and beefing with her mom and disrespecting her mom, then she's going to you know what I'm saying? She's going to accept that from a man. Like, that's what it's supposed to be. So you know what, regardless if me and my wife have issues or whatever like that, or I get mad at my wife, I make sure that I don't disrespect her. I also make sure that when I go to my daughter and I talk to my daughter, I come to her in a certain situation, because again, if I'm attacking her and I'm putting her down, then she's going to accept that from another man. Same thing with my son. I talk to my son and I hold my son accountable. I hold my son accountable to my standards. And if my son does something, I tell him, yo, listen, I understand why you did it. Let's talk about that, though, because that's not acceptable for a man. You're going to be a young man. Think about if I did that with your mom. Think about if I did that with your sister. How do you think they would view me? So, I mean, you just got to have that mindset, man, that you're raising a child. You want that child to follow in your image. You want to teach him those values. And then again, just like one of the brothers said, you got to talk to them, man. It's not just, hey, dress right, dress. I said it. That's the end of the story. Because that's how we was raised. And sometimes we be sitting up there like, okay, I get it, Ma, or I get it, Dad, that you said this. But why? I don't understand. I don't have the life experience you do. Oh, well, don't sass me. No, I'm not sassing you. I'm just asking you because I'm seeking knowledge, you know? So, yeah, man, I mean, I just think that we don't do a good enough job sometimes at parenting, and it's not about somebody judging you. It's just, again, we all adults. We can be better if we want to be better. So that's what we got to do.
I
Yeah.
agree.
So, real quick, we're gonna do a little quick break. If y'all can give me the 20K, man. I would have figured it would have been there a long time ago, though. But I know the conversation is getting deep. Y'all give me the 20K in about 10 minutes. Hopefully, I don't have to turn the comments off.
I was about to say that, like, turn them off.
Right.
So we start moving, you know, we gotta get it
I've been over here tapping. I got corporal tunnel.
And also, if y'all can share, if y'all don't know how to share, hold y'all finger where my box is at for like 2 seconds. Then you'll have a list of friends that'll pop up. Just share it to them, or if you don't know how to do it that way, which I prefer it that way because to get the numbers of shares up. And then if you don't know how to do it that way, it's an arrow at the bottom that say 54. You can click that too. So with the topic itself, though, to let everybody know, this is about the way parents let our children dress, and you can even say act as adults. So we got parents that will be allowing their children to look like an adult, and I feel like it's just kind of sick that parents do that, knowing how the world is. And the thing is, we always be one sided with the situation, so we can take it away from us. Well, the world should know better, and they supposed to know at this age and all that stuff. We got to stop thinking that the world knows better. They don't. You know, some people is predators out here. Some men really don't know. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. If a man got brought up saying just get some buns or whatever, they're gonna have just sexual eyes. That's what they're gonna have. Or women or men, or it's some women that might even think some of these thugs is older guys too, because they wearing jewelry and all this other stuff, looking like grown men. You know what I'm saying? So, and talking like grown men. What it do, baby? Let me raise you up and all that stuff. They talking like that at 12 years old, man. And some of them women gonna fall for it too. You know what I'm saying? So it's a reason why they ask for IDs and all that other stuff too. Like, and even if, and I've been hearing this a couple times today. Well, I can tell. I know the difference. It's some maturity and all that stuff. No, I mean, some of the times it's freaking. I've seen some adult women that look like little girls. It's the opposite way. Like they even sound like little girls. So we got to stop this thing where though you should know better. No, it's a freaking gamble though. And the only thing that's saving a lot of people is IDs and other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Even kids had fake IDs back then, but it's just like, it's really, y'all got to realize that you got to look at it from two perspectives. So the thing is so this really, besides just that, this whole topic is about why these parents being so careless with always making, with letting their daughter dress any type of way. Just like and I'll play the video again too while y'all hit these likes though, because I'm trying to get to that 20K. Y'all super slow with it. Y'all on the panel, y'all can tap too. And outside the panel, it's 55 of y'all too. So basically the thing is the parents is like, and so I'm gonna play the video. I'll play the video though, because it's like, they had these little girls, especially little girls, man, dressing up like just like the mother and stuff, with cheeks out and everything, and then they get mad at the world because their daughter's cheeks out looking like a grown woman. You know what I'm saying? So I played a video and y'all just tell me. So this is where this coming from. Matter of fact, just to make sure that y'all tap, y'all about to say I'm gonna turn it off just to make sure y'all tapping while y'all watch this though, so we can get to this 20K. Let me see. Turn these comments off here. Oh, okay, I see y'all did the shares though. We have 199. I like it. I like it. I like it. Hold up real quick, y'all. Yeah, I gotta make sure I give y'all some matter of fact 22K because y'all made me turn the comments off. 22. So I'm gonna play the video while this is off. Then I'll let y'all. All right, so yeah, we get to the 22K, and then we can get this get the comments back on. All right. So here we go.
Yo, don't nobody know your daughter is 14, 15 years old, man. They don't. Especially when they see them wearing these tight ass shorts with their ass cheeks hanging out the goddamn shorts. Men see physical, we see it. We don't know she 15, 14, man. Sis, you don't see your daughter out there look like she having an ass out contest with you. You ain't gonna say nothing. Or you just gonna victimize the people that look at her. Ain't you the one that bought them motherfucking clothes? Huh? Ain't you the one that, man, check that shit. It's warm as hell, man. You got these girls walking down the street. I'm riding down the block, seeing all the kids for the prom. Somebody, all the little girls' prom dresses got their ass and their titties up. That's normal to you? You don't feel weird about that shit? You got grown men riding by, grown men with gray beards, looking at your little 12, 13, 14-year-old daughter. Right? They ain't looking at you, looking at her ass. That don't bother you? Man, you need to get your shit together, man. Summertime. And I guess somebody looking at your kid, somebody looking at your motherfucking kid, you gonna bust their ass, right? You gonna get the strap, grab the ratchet and bust their ass, right? Because they said something disrespectful to your 15-year-old with them big ass titties, big ass hanging out in little ass shorts, little ass clothes that you bought. You bought them shits. Look like you went and bought.
All right, now I got a little hunch of it. We almost at the 22. I'm gonna give y'all a chance to let that video marinate real quick till we get to 20. Dang, we almost there. There we there. Dang. All right, I'm trying to see what was the order though. So
They
with the
said
first
speed it
question.
up. I said they said speed it up. You said
Right, they trying to get at me.
They said marinate. Hell no.
And forget the marinate, right? So we go. Let's start with Amir then, real quick. Then we go down, man, so we can make sure. Even if y'all answered it, we can just
Wait, Kev. We gotta get Mir and Rello in there because neither one of them spoke.
Rello. Okay, get them, and then all right. So how y'all feel? First off, okay, we could just say how you feel about the video. Then we get to the questions. Then. So Amir, you there?
I agree with the gentleman.
Hold
That
on,
there,
Hold on. Yeah,
on,
you already
Sylvia.
went already. We gonna go in order with that one.
Amir,
what the heck? He walked away. Yeah, Rello,
he
you
right
there?
there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So you heard the video?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you got on that? What's your take?
I mean, he spoke the truth though, because you know what I'm saying. Like, you see that every day now. Like these parents be letting their kids come out with clothes on, half naked, half dressed, and you let them go to school like that. And that's another way for men and boys to try to have another intake on that as far as what they can do with that child, and that's not okay. Like, I had to get on my baby mama before about that, how she dressed. And she don't have no girls. She only got boys. And still in all, that's going to view you as a parent, as a woman yourself. That half-ass clothes and you coming outside like that, they look at that. So that's something that people need, that's what most people need to learn. When you have kids growing up, you have to change your narrative of how you present yourself, because that's not okay. At the end of the day, like, you know, that's the first thing a person gonna see. And a man, he gonna see the same thing. The first thing he gonna look at like, oh damn, easy target. So I'm gonna land it right there.
All right, Amir, see you back now. On you. And then we can go to these questions.
How you doing, bro?
What's up, my brother?
Oh man, I can't
Oh,
call it.
did you hear the video huh?
Man, you know these kids got me running. I got my boy he off track for another 2 weeks.
Oh,
So nah, as soon as you like
okay.
play, I think as soon as you push play, he called me in there. So I didn't see it, but you know I like listening more than talking. Man, you want me to address the topics real quick or no? Or just
It's up to you unless you just want to listen some more than not, and then you just
yeah,
raise your
yeah.
hand when you're
Let me
ready to
say
come
what.
in.
Let me just comment on what I heard thus far before I got in there with the
Okay.
kiddos, and then y'all can keep building about the video, and I'll just listen.
Uh,
I came right in when y'all was talking about, in a nutshell, talking about laying hands on your children. Now, first, I'm gonna start off with, I'm going by that old adage: if you spoil a ride, you're gonna spoil a child. So that's the adage. You got to remember where I'm coming from, okay? And that's how I was raised. So now, having that in mind and taking all things in consideration as far as you can get real trouble these days, as far as putting your hands on your child and knowing that the different psychological effects these kids got these days, they just brittle and just so mentally unstable because of COVID and all this bad food they've been feeding our kids, y'all. They just so brittle. But at the same time, I think life is about balance. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be able to have a good understanding of who you are before you discipline someone, because discipline really is, think about it, it's judgment. And we got to be real careful with judgment. You see what I'm saying? Because what one child would do, are you going to treat the other child the exact same? So are we judging the action, or are we actually reacting to the person and his behavior? So what I've had to learn with my 3 children is that I cannot discipline them all the same way. And that seems like it's almost obvious, but when you're trying to be, co-parenting, you want to try and just have a few set rules. And if the rules broke, then, you look for the male to enforce it. And if it gets too bad, I'm gonna get my belt. Okay, that's how it goes. But at the same time, it's all about you. You know what I'm saying? What is the problem that the child is exhibiting? And how are you reacting to it? Is it really necessary to lay hands on the child? Or is it something now you got to realize that your chickens have come home to roost? Like you've been doing all this dirt, raising these kids, trying to act like, still in hot girl summer, and fellas still think they, can just play video games or whatever. Feel me? And we're not putting time into these kids. So it's they grow up fast. You get them, and nowadays everybody can just give a child a phone or a camcorder, and then like I tell you how old I am. I say a camcorder, but they give a child or what have you a tablet, and then you can still continue to do your life, your thing. You see what I'm saying? So I just think it goes back to self. And if you can look at yourself in the mirror and justify what you did, you know what I'm saying? If you can look at your child afterwards and explain to them, son, I had to lay hands on you or daughter, I had to lay hands on you because this, that, and the third. Now, I don't agree with abusing no woman. I'm going to just be 100 as far as a father. Now, if mother of my children lay hands on that child, and I have to say, hey, okay, that's enough. You know what I'm saying? I might get some popcorn and watch. I'm going to be honest. That's how I was cut. But I'm not going to do that because I know you know what I'm saying? When I say I lay hands, I'm serious, bro. I'm laying hands. If you get me to that point, I'm really going to hurt you. I'm not playing with you. I'm not going to lay hands on you without the intention of hurting you. Because see, boys definitely need to know what a consequence is. And girls do too, but it's degrees of this. So you can't be taking out your problems that you didn't have, built up angers on your children. And that's what I see. And it comes from that bogus. I know that the prompts is talking about, loose parenting. So it comes from all that. We ain't got to reinvent the wheel. Just look at what has worked and use those as reference points. You don't really see too many successful families getting, all abusive and all that. Come on, y'all. You ain't got to do all that. Usually with my kids, it just take one little shake. You know what I'm saying? One little pop and they good. You know what I'm saying? We get too excessive because it might have happened to us. So we still got to, again, look at ourselves. I think brother was speaking about that. I see you, Black. He was just because it happened to you, you ain't got to do that again. You know what I'm saying? We got to grow with each generation and treat them different because that COVID thing is real. I joked about it, but it's real. These kids didn't have some psychological trauma, y'all. So we got to just be a little more ginger and be a little more tactful in parenting. So I ain't. My ending is that I'm mad at them parents that's loose. I can't stand a loose kid. My shit is right tight, and the code enforcement can come over here and check on this. I'm real about mine. So just check yourself. If you're real about yours, usually you ain't got to lay too many hands. You feel me? So I'll land with that, and hopefully I help.
Exactly.
I see my people's in the building. What's up with y'all?
Yeah. Go ahead, man, and
You know,
then we
Kim,
gonna
can I
just
say
go
something real
down.
quick?
Go ahead.
All right, look, and I agree with him on that too, because even with my kids, I don't even have to put my hands on my kids. It's just the tone of my voice, like, hey, sit down, and they're gonna do just that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to go overboard and abuse these kids, or put physical abuse on them, or you know what I'm saying? Like, even if you have to pop them a couple of times.
Bro,
Because I know a few people that go overboard and abuse their kids, and also too, just not abuse either. Like you can abuse your child just about what you say to them. You know what I'm saying? And that's not okay either. And all it'll be doing.
Man, look, once you get a little healthy amount of proper parenting, the look worse than the whooping sometimes. Like a certain type of look of disappointment. Just like, damn, I let you down. What
Yes.
would have whooped my ass? I don't want to feel this. It's like you turn my stomach upside down. Sometimes that parent that you know you let down will mess you up so much. So sometimes it's like when you put enough love, respect, and a decent amount of discipline with proper guidance behind all of that, you won't have to even whoop your kids no more. It will be the look. Like, I'm about to let my people, boy, I messed up our name. You know how respect to your name meant something? That's why it's like, I don't understand what some people be talking about sometimes, man. I get it. You're not supposed to go overboard. There's a limit to this stuff. But you let your kid run over you, or you give them a tablet right now and you walk off, you might as well just be soft parenting. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Look, and I'm 90. I had games. We got that part where we was in the beginning of the cell phones and all that, so we know what it was like to not have them. And I worked in private boarding school for about 4 years with kids with learning disabilities, autism, ADHD. All they did, and their parents were very affluent, all they did was have a phone or a tablet in their face. I'm like, oh my God. You know the calamity that can happen when you watch something in the wrong aspect of a child and you're ingesting all that information with no guidance behind it. Most of us seen Boys in the Hood, but our parents was right there. Yeah, y'all, that's what could happen. You better not do that. You know, I'm like, you get that little. I'm like, how I get a vicarious whooping because of them? Like, I ain't even do the shit. I was over here playing the game. Like, so we get that lesson because of that guidance with the intake of the information. But if I don't have to ask you what a birds of the bees is anymore, and I can just get it from this thing right here, and you think you got parental what is it, control on it, which you don't on the other kids at the school, the society that I got to go out into, goofball. Yes, your guidance, and then that backing of knowing that I'm going to be put out into that society anyway. So I'm going to be exposed to it. So how is my protection given to me early from your provision? That's what I was talking about for the most part. But yeah.
Go ahead, Destiny and Spirit. I see y'all both wanted to say something, and then we can go to the top front.
Okay. So yeah, I was gonna say as I was listening, like what was coming to me was like a lot of the times what I'm seeing, because like I'm just seeing kids run amok like where I'm at, like I'm in Indianapolis and kids just be running amok. They ain't got no respect. And like I said, even with some of the single mothers in my family, um they are like my nieces and my nephews, like they don't play with me like that. They don't play with me like that. All I got to do is look at them. They know when they come over my house, it's my house is there's order, there's discipline, there's structure. And like I tell my sisters, I be like, Kids crave structure. They love it. You get what I'm saying? They thrive better in it when there is bedtimes and when there is, if he acting up, because these are toddlers, like they're 2 and 3 and 4, right? So I know people call it the terrible twos and stuff like that. So if he fall out and kicking and screaming and hitting you and stuff like that, why would you reward him with he's not getting, don't give him, no. If you want him, like she want him to stand in the corner, okay, if that's what you want to do, make him stand in the corner if you can get him to stand in the corner. But I don't think, oh yeah, I'm finna take you to McDonald's. For one, I don't get my kids McDonald's anyway. But yeah, I'm finna reward him and take him to McDonald's, or he finna get this and he finna get that. No, he shouldn't be getting anything, and he needs to know that mommy does not approve of this behavior, because if I see it, like I told her, if he act like that around me, I'm gonna say something and probably get that little comb I got. I got a little comb. All I got to do is wave that little cone for them fingers. And I'd be like, you better stop doing that. You don't disrespect mommy. You listen to mommy. She plays around with him too much, right? And it ain't no respect. It's like you a kid to him. Like, he'll be at my house. I'll get him from daycare. He'll be at my house. We don't have no problems. I don't have no problems out of my nephew. All I got to do is say something. And if he do act up, my husband come out the room and look at him. And so then as soon as my sister come in the door to get him, all hell break loose. He just start. I just be looking at him because I'm like, it's like a whole different kid. But it's like he play with her like that. That's his mama. And so it's embarrassing because he'll listen to me and do whatever I tell him to do, but he tell her no, hit her, do all type of stuff like that. And so I know she don't want to abuse him because what we come from, right? But I tell her like he still need discipline. You know what I'm saying? He still needs structure. He still need discipline or whatever like that. But also a lot of times we parent out of fear, we parent out of trauma, we parent out of hypocrisy, because a lot of the time, people want to live in that old way, which I don't think work. This is one of the old ways I don't think work. Do as I say, not as I do. That don't work. Not with the new generation. I think it worked with us maybe, but it ain't working with these new breed of kids. They is not doing what you say and you ain't doing it. They gonna be like, why I gotta do it? You ain't doing it. Why I can't go around here being all up in boys' face if I see men coming in and out of mama door? So I think a lot of the time we don't like that mirror that the Most High, the Creator, puts back in our face, because the Most High use my kids as a mirror. So if my kids around here, if I feel like, oh, these boys just lazy, every time I tell them to do something, they ain't doing what they supposed to do, then I have to check my spirit. What am I doing? Am I being productive? Am I operating in the spirit of procrastination? Am I being, you know what I'm saying? So, because why, like the brother up top said, you have to examine the behavior and see, okay, why is my child acting out? What are they doing? And what am I doing? Like it was my best friend, like she'll say her kids begin to be real rebellious when she began to be involved with many different men. I'll say that. And so she'll notice the behavior in her kids begin to change. A lot of the times when your kids are acting out, it may be a cry for some type of attention, because maybe they're not getting the positive attention that they're supposed to get. So then they like, well, I know when I act out, I'm gonna get some type of attention, even if it's negative. You know what I'm saying? And so I know, like, that's what I feel like be going on with some of my nieces and my nephews, because my sisters are single parents and they work a lot. So it's like, okay, they want some attention. So you have to take that time also to spend time with your kids and talk to your kids. I do a lot of talking. When daddy got to come into it, he ain't doing no talking. My husband, like, I'm not doing all that talking with these boys. You know what I'm saying? I do a lot of talking. I'm like, well, I want him to understand. And he be like, look, you know what I'm saying? He be like, I didn't sit in this room and heard you talk to them. They get it. They playing with you. Now I'm gonna step in it. So, but I do understand that that's not everybody's household. Everybody don't have that support. Everybody don't, it's a lot of single parents doing things, by themselves. But I try to help my sisters the best way I can. But then also I'll be like, dang, like, you know, I'll be want to relax and chill and be the fun auntie, but I gotta step up and get them in order, because when my nieces and my nephews around them and I see them like hitting their mama and telling them no, I'm like, you don't hit my sister. You don't do that. You get what I'm saying? So man, it's a lot that go into this parenting thing. Like I tell people, like I don't think we really see how severe and serious it is because we're making the next generation. These are going to be the people that we have to go out into society and deal with. So if we don't really invest and take the time and see that this thing is serious, they are not kids are not accessories. Like to go back to the women that be dressing their kids up like 304s. I'm seeing a lot of that too. These are not Barbie dolls that you could just have at home dressing up to be your mini me. For one, if you are a woman that dress very provocative and sexy, why should your daughter be your mini me? She shouldn't be. She shouldn't be a mini me of you. She should be a little girl. I was just at a lady house.
Didn't
I
even
was
have
getting
a
my hair braided the other
chance.
day. Her stepdaughter came downstairs. She's 15. She was like, "This is what I'm wearing to school tomorrow." It was some see-through leggings and a crop sweater. And so so when the little girl went upstairs, because I don't want to be out of order, I was like, you buy her clothes? And she was like, no, her mama buy her clothes. I'm like, they let her wear that at school? She like, girl, that's my husband's daughter. Like, I don't, so she feel like she really don't have no say so in it. And I'm like, oh no, it would be a no for me. It would be a no for me. The leggings and the belly show and all that, they allowing that at school. I homeschool my son. So I'm like, that's how the kids dressing at school. It's crazy. But yeah.
Yeah, it is crazy.
So, Spirit, I think you had something, and then after that, we can get back on it. Actually, I want before we get back on, BK, is you good? Did you want to say anything too? 'Cause I know you ain't said nothing for a minute.
Good, bro. I was
You
just
good?
listening. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, for sure. Just put your hands up when you need to, if you want to talk or something.
Yes,
You know,
sir.
you a mod, so you can jump in anytime.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So go ahead, Spirit, and then She Justice next or main thing.
It take a village to raise a nation. That's just like when Destiny say she have her nieces and her nephews. Me too. Like I raise all the kids. I'm the oldest out of my siblings. So I feel like it's my responsibility. You know what I'm saying? And as you being the oldest, you go through more stuff than the other kids that's under you. So that's where it's a process of elimination where the oldest one was the one that always watched the kids when the parents was gone. You know what I'm saying? So you was the mama or the daddy at the time being. You know what I'm saying? So in my understanding, I feel like you don't gotta put your hands on your kids because you ain't your kid's friend. I'm not your friend. See, first we gotta make boundaries and limitations for our children at an early age. Because if you don't set that then they gonna come out the way that Destiny sister is getting treated. Ain't no way in the world. Like I'll give you a prime example in my household. My youngest daughter, she 12. When she was 10, I would go over to their house for family day. When her mama called her, she say, "What?" I say, "Hey, that's not how you announce your mama. That's not how you talk to your mama. If I hear you talking to your mama like that, we gonna have some problems." After that, never been an issue. Like I said, you don't gotta put your hands on your kids, but I'm not your friend. We need to establish that first. I'm not, yeah, I love you. I love you because you come from me. But in the same sense, I'm just because you come from me don't mean that you can do, say, and act any way that you want to because you're a reflection of me and I am a reflection of you. So I lead by example. I don't sag my pants, so I better not catch my son sagging his pants. I don't like women that's loose, so I don't have no women around my sons. Period. I don't have like if I'm dating you, you're not about to meet my kids. The same thing that go for a woman, go for a man. You don't mingle that because the same way that a woman looks at a child look at their mama is the same way that the child look at the man. If you a thought pocket, then your child gonna be a thought pocket. Flat out. You got to learn you got to respect yourself in order for your children to respect themselves. That's where it come from. They imitate what they see. They imitate what they see. So if this is what you allow, that's just like the tablet and the phone. You got parental guidance over that. My son, he's 7. He got a phone. I'm in disagreement with that. But like I told her, we're gonna do this. We're gonna have parental guide. He can't watch YouTube. He can't even access it. It's certain things that you got to. That mean you got to put time in. This is like you putting time in that job. You better put time into your child, cause that's how this go. If you ain't putting nothing in your child, how you expect your child to be?
Yeah, man, I feel you on that parental guidance. It's just that other dynamic of some of them loose parents have their other kids with phones early and they don't have it. And
Yeah,
some of
yeah,
them,
you're
take,
right.
okay, they really good. Okay, they're good. They're good. The boy is good. I ain't gonna hold you. They good with the
The problem,
technology.
kids got more access to anything, everything that we ever had back then. Like literally, they got something that to where a screen on their phone could show them more than their parents could ever show them. And that's the thing. The technology is thinking for them. It's like, oh, you could go look up one thing, and when you look up that one thing, you got a million other videos popping up by looking at this one thing, because it's going off of your personality. It's trying to figure out what you like, what you dislike. It's trying to figure out what relates to you, what don't relate to you, and that's the problem. Like, that's why people use social media like a diary now. Like, you want to put everything that you're thinking and feeling onto this platform.
I would
And
be
you
so
telling
scared of my kids.
it's like now people reading your thoughts out loud. It doesn't. It's like you could be mad, and you don't even gotta tell nobody you mad. You could just post something on social media that would indicate this person is upset right now. They don't like this. So now when you're dating, people could go on your profile and be like, let me see what type of person this is, and they'll figure out, try to see if you have qualities of a certain type of personality that, like, oh well, this person look like they'll be a good person to chill around or hang around. I see that they like to smoke and drink, so that's really my vibe. And it's just like, that's what people do nowadays. They try to paint you, like try to sit up here and paint you out through social media. They try to figure you out. And I just feel like when it comes to the parenting thing, it's just like, I have a cousin. She got five kids, two boys and no, two boys. She got two boys and two girls. And in my mind, no, three girls. She got three girls and two boys. So 5 kids, yeah. So it's like, she don't pay attention to them. And what I mean is, the oldest one, we had caught her watching P-Valley at my mama's house in my sister's room. And my mama, she didn't know what it was. My mama don't watch shows like that. She watched like the Jetsons or the Wizard of Oz or the first Wonder Woman or some shit. Like, my sister walks in and she said, "What you watching?" Remind you, the girl probably only like 10 years old. She like, "Oh, nothing." No, she said, "My mama let me watch it all the time," or whatever, right? And I said, "What?" So my sister going there to my mom, like, Tati was in there watching P-Valley. Like, my mama don't, she like, what's that? She was like, they be having sex stuff up on there and all this stuff. And Tati, she tried to lie, and she tried to sit up here and say she was trying to go to YouTube. I said, how the hell you try to get to YouTube? You know how kids do. They is never gonna own that. When they caught, they ain't never gonna own that. So it was more like, I said, why are you so comfortable in lying? You should not feel comfortable to even fix your mouth to want to lie to somebody that you should be trusting. And I said, that is your mama. Your mama, she's damaging you. And she doesn't even realize it. It had gotten so bad to the point where her mama would go to work and leave her home with her little siblings. She's 10. The rest, all the kids is under her. So they're younger kids. And it got to a point where it stressed her out so bad she had ended up in the hospital. And I was like, And I'm telling my cousin, like, hey, straight up, if you need help, reach out to your family. We can help you with your kids. We can take in your kids. Your kids will have a safe space where they can lay up. They'll have food. They'll have everything that they need. We can watch them. You should not be sitting up here having your oldest child who's only 10 watching your 3-year-old, your 5-year-old, your 6-year-old. They all under her. And they don't want to listen to no kid. Kids don't listen to other kids.
I'm
It's
gonna
actually
say this.
And
kids after
she's one
kid.
of
It's
those single mothers who just have it in her to the point where it's like you don't like to ask nobody to do nothing. You feel like you got it figured all out, or if you don't have it figured
that's
out,
what
you're
it
gonna
is.
figure it out. And that's what bothers me.
It's kids raising kids. Go ahead, poet. I don't know how long you've been waiting, bro. I don't mind waiting some more.
I was just gonna say this real quick. It's the reason why kids don't fear parents because we don't put it in them. You know what I mean? That old saying goes right back. There's nothing new under the sun. If we say we don't want our kids to fear us because they don't want to talk to us, you have to put fear in them. Not saying to the point where they can't come talk to you, but let them know, hey, this is what's going to happen to you if you do this. This is what's going to happen if you do that. You know what I mean? This is what's going to happen if you get pregnant. That's fear. You put that fear in them so they won't be scared enough to not to go out and do it. Not saying that you got to go out there and put fear in them where they can't come talk to you. No. Be like, hey, I'm still going to teach you to navigate through this world. Are we going to know everything about this world? No, we don't. We only can teach them what we know. And the world is still going to teach them, but we want to prepare them for the world. So when they come into this world, they won't be like, okay, this is something new to me. They already been taught. Because as they say, what you teach your children, they will never go away from it. They might veer go one way, but one thing about it, they always going to come back to the way that you showed them. If you're showing them the right way, we can sit up here and say parenting skills. No, you have to discipline your children. Spare the rod, spoil the child. If you don't do it, that's why kids are the way they are now. They're not afraid of the parents. They're not afraid of the teachers. They're not afraid of the police. They're not afraid of anything. They just go out here and do willy-nilly, God knows whatever. So we do have to put fear into these children. We got to keep it there. Even though we don't want to do everything as the old ways. We want to get away from the old ways. You see what the old ways, we forgot about the old ways. Look what the new ways is getting us. Incarceration, teenage pregnancy. That's the time. But if we put the little fear in these kids, make them have some accountability for their actions. We're not giving these placing kids with accountability. We're like, okay, Jody, okay, little JoJo, go do your thing. A boy is gonna be a boy, a girl is gonna be a girl. No, make sure they be disciplined the proper way. So then if they go do it, oh, my mom is not gonna like what I do, or my dad ain't gonna like what I do this. That's fear. That's fear of what their parents is thinking. We can't get away from that word, but we try to use that word as a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. We put it bad because the way we want to do it, how we look at it. Instead of looking at, okay, even though, I'm not going to go everything about the old way, but I'm going to take something that I know that's going to benefit in my house, in my children. We totally want to disregard the old-fashioned ways, but you look at the old-fashioned ways. We don't want to go back to slavery and do things the way slavery done it. No, we don't want to do that. So we're gonna spit out that bone right there. We're gonna spit out. But one thing that we know that worked, we know that our parents listen to their parents. Yeah, you're gonna have one that's gonna be rogue. Of course, you know this. I'd rather save 5 and lose 1. And I land my plane
I
right
just
there.
feel like what saved a lot of us back then was we had examples of what comfortability looked it like when it came to going to your parent. Like, for example, like for me, it was Family Matters. Family Matters was a part of an example of when Laura was dating. she would have these minor problems that would happen with her and these guys. And she'll go talk to her parents about them. And she'd be like, I didn't like the fact that, I'm dating this guy and he's treating me like this, or he acted in this manner, or he got mad because I wouldn't sleep with him. And her parents would give her some solid advice on how to handle those things. Like nowadays, kids don't even care to go to their parents for advice because they understand it's an act of them. It's like in their eyes, they feel like their parents gonna look at them like it's a bad thing that they want to do this. You get what I'm saying? Like this, they want to entertain a guy, they want to know about a guy, and it's like when you have parents who say things like, "Oh, you ain't dating till you like 35 or out my house," or till I like it's like it brings a like, damn, I'm scared to introduce anybody to you now. You get what I'm saying? Cause anybody that I do like, shit, I gotta do it in secrecy. You get what I'm saying? Is this making sense to y'all? I'm not sure how much it is.
Of course, you know you're making sense.
Okay,
I
yeah.
appreciate your perspective. You made me want to say something when you was talking about the way that parents, obviously let their kids do whatever and watching them shows and how kids be lying. You had me cracking up. But what I wanted to say before I forget about that is because I like to try and give y'all a real life experiment, like real life situations, and I don't mind putting mine out there. I got these 3 kids over here I'm raising. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I do full time. That's my full time job. So I was talking to my daughter, and I had took her phone, and you know how all the ramifications with that. But just know she a good girl, but she was tripping, so I took her phone. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to teach her, consequences and repercussions. So in the course of that, we was talking about this, that, and the other, and she came to me and I gave her a phone back, and she said, "You know what, Dad? I'm glad that you took my phone. It made me it made me not want to, check all the apps and whatever. She's 16 or whatever, so I feel like she can handle whatever because she's pretty mature for her age." So so she's like, "Yeah, I really enjoyed that time." And it almost brought me to tears because I was afraid, in addition to her mother, we co-parenting. We was like, well, we don't want to do too much, you know what I'm saying? And because she's a good girl, don't be just taking her stuff, and have her, mad at us, whatever. You know how parents go through that. But me as the disciplinarian and knowing right from right, like, because it could be a phone today, it could be whatever tomorrow. So we're not talking about the actual action. We're talking about consequences and repercussions, y'all. So when you actually, like someone said, children want structure. I think it was Destiny. When they want structure, when they actually go through it, and then they get through to the other side, they'll come back and they'll thank you. So we as parents, we're not sure when we go out there because we're afraid they're going to be mad or what have. And I'm not talking about them loose parents. I'm talking about some real parenting issues that have been dealt with. So it was affirming to me because I really was, like stern with the phone. I was like, look, you're not going to get it until you do X, Y, Z. And she fought it tooth and nail and tried to go every which way around. Dad, I need the phone for this. Da, da, da. I'm like, okay. We didn't have them and we still live. So you're going to have to learn to live without the phone. You've become too dependent on it. And it's not your phone. It's my phone. See, we gotta let rules and regulations be adhered to. And see, fear, I wanted to say, is a motivator. You know what I'm saying? It's a motivator. Don't look at the word, like the brother said, the way that society wants you to look at it. Ain't no boogeyman out there. Don't be scared of your shadow. If you're doing that, maybe you got nerve issues or something, or or you didn't learn history wrong, because it ain't no boogeyman, and it's nothing really out there to fear but fear itself. So fear should be a motivator. You know what I'm saying? I'll say this and I'll end. I was talking to my boys. I got a girl 16 and 2 boys 14 and 10. So I was talking to them and I say, check this out, man. Let me ask you something. I said, why when I ask you to do something, you just don't do it? I mean, bro, we go through this a lot. I talk like this to my kids, y'all. So I said, check this out, man. I don't call them bro very often. But I said, check this out, man. We've been doing this a while now. Y'all got y'all routine. You know what I'm saying? Y'all done been through y'all time management seminar. Y'all, you know what I'm saying, got it good over here. Y'all living large compared to how I grew up. I was poor. We ate Spam, homie, and government cheese. So I said, let me ask you something, man. You eating good, you living good. All we ask you to do is be responsible. for what you said you was going to do. Remember, we adhered, both of us, to this contractual agreement of you doing your chores and me letting you stay here for free. And now you're missing the obligation part. So now let me ask you something, homie. Why won't you just do that? They give y'all excuses, whatever. I said, let me ask you something. If I just grabbed you by your throat and slammed you up against this wall and let you slide down it, I bet you get up and do what I asked you to do, huh? And they're like, yep. I said, see, it shouldn't be like that, son. But I'm glad you telling me the truth. Because, see, that's what a man needs. People need to understand there are consequences and repercussions of your behavior. If you're not responsible, the opposite side of that is chaos. So what you should fear is your behavior. Like if I do something wrong, I'm going to I might just get hands laid on me, or the police might catch me, or I might have to pay a penalty, or I might get suspended from school. I got to keep my word. So when we don't expect children to have any rules and regulations just because they kids, like, don't put too much on them. They can have that phone. They can be there. They can watch that. No, they can't. No, they can't. Kids will, if you let these insane kids run this mug, the asylum will go, you know what's up. Y'all know what I'm saying. So I'll end with that. I know I get the babbling, but that's real life experience. We got to really put this stuff we talking about into practice, and it works. When it works, you be like, oh, damn, that shit worked. But it really works, you know? And we just got to be consistent. That's all.
Facts. And I had to pretty much like teach my wife that before, like, you know, you can't, if I tell them to do something, or if you take their phone from them, don't give them back to them in 2 days when they're not doing their schoolwork, or you tell them to go clean their room. We shouldn't have to tell you 5 or 6, 7 times to clean your room up, and this is your room. I'm not in your room. I had to tell my wife too before, like, me and her got 3 biological kids together, but you know, I raised her 2 as mine too as well. Them my daughters. So however you want to do, if you want to come out your room presentable. I'm a grown man and you're a child. You're not finna walk around this house with just a what y'all call them, the little crop tops and panties. No, we're not doing that. If I'm not coming out like that out of my room just with my boxers on, respect yourself. You know what I'm saying? And it goes for my wife. I told her a long time ago, hey, you gotta stop walking around the house, or before I met her, that's what she was already doing. So I had to teach her a new way, like, hey, look, you raising 2 young girls, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want them to come out the room like that when I come over before we got real serious. They shouldn't be coming out like that. No. Put some clothes on, put a shirt on, put some pants on. And of course they came accustomed to doing that, but then then we finally got like moved together or whatever, and before we got married. And I'm like, hey, they need to learn how to start cleaning up more, you know what I'm saying? Clean their room up, you know. That's what they should be doing, because I'm not finna clean their room up because I'm not in their room. I'm not making y'all room dirty or nothing like that. That's something that y'all gotta do. If y'all see me, daddy going to clean he going to clean, he cooking, he doing laundry. I'm not expecting y'all to do all that, but just do something, you know what I'm saying, as far as with yourselves, you know what I'm saying, instead of just being in y'all room all day, dirtying y'all room up, but then don't want to clean up, and then when me and your mom have to clean y'all room up, why are we doing that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, sometimes it get hard, you know, but it all starts at home with this parenting thing, and, you know, you shouldn't have to raise your voice at your kids, but when you do have to raise your voice, that's when it comes to a certain degree where is they listening to me, or are they just playing with me, like Destiny said? Are they playing with my mind, or I'm just sitting here just looking stupid? No. I'm not telling you, you got, like Amir said, you eating good every day. Y'all eating good every day. So what's hard to do your part if we doing our part? It got to be some type of balance there somewhere too with the kids.
And that's that secret word that everybody's afraid of: fear. We don't fear in these kids, man. This is what happens. The fear of the consequences of things that they don't do the right way.
But hold on. Hey, yo, BK. But see, and that's what made me learn. Just sit back and observe. Let me see how she gonna handle that. And when I step in, it's when it's going too far. Like, okay, now, if your mama just told you do this, you need to get your ass up and do your job, like she said.
That part.
Period, point blank. Because if I gotta step in, and I'm gonna step in eventually after so long, I'm not gonna let y'all keep allowing y'all to do y'all mom like that. It's not gonna happen.
Facts.
I'm more of the firm parent. She's more of the
You're the fear parent.
yeah. I'm the fear parent. I'm the firm and fear one. But I just sit back and just see how far she gonna let this shit go. How much are you gonna take from this? Because that means that if you're gonna let them keep doing that, then what am I supposed to do? And that's gonna make me like a weak. No, I'm not gonna be that weak person to let you keep allowing them to do you like that. No, this y'all mama. Get your ass up, like she just said. Clean that room up. X, Y, and Z. And it goes back to this. Them phones, them tablets, and their YouTube. And my kids can't even watch YouTube. But this is where it comes in at. So we'll take it off YouTube. It's right back on their TV. Okay, I got something better for you. I'm taking your whole TV from your ass now. Sorry, I got to. But then I'm the parent like, well, she's the parent like, well, why you gotta take the TV? Because they're not registering it in their mind that they're not supposed to be on that. Y'all let these kids listen to all this rap music that's influencing our kids, and they're becoming addicted to the shit, and it's not really okay because all they're talking about is guns, drugs, and sex. There's no type of structure there, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to this new generation of modern day. That's all it is. And I'll land that right there.
Man, y'all just hit a couple nails on the head. Want to really drill in on the whole I don't sag, and so my kids shouldn't sag. My father drilled that in so quick. I hated it at my whole age as a kid the whole time too. I'm like, yo, that don't even make no sense. He was law enforcement, so he taught me how that was made to do to men in jail because they were forced to do it to promote themselves. I'm like, oh, and that's why they. And then also other reasons for not having a belt and Jim Crow and slavery and stuff like that. I understand that part, but after that 60s to 70s frame, oh no, you should have never, bro, already. And then one with the ladies, when you're with your attire, look, I get it. You got certain clothes. You shouldn't walk around the house in undergarments with kids up and aware. Same thing as the men. Like, yo, I'm always shorts, t-shirt, and house shoe, or sweatpants or pajama. Like, you gotta have something. That's the whole point of having in-home clothes too. That's for in your room. That's privacy. It's something that is under a garment. Damn. Common sense. I actually stopped, and I don't have kids. I've never really dealt with too many ladies that have kids before. It just was one of those moments where I was like, all right, if I ever did consider it, once again, it wasn't the intention or nothing like that, and we were always upfront about stuff, but just being around, just happened to being there, and I saw how loose she was with certain things, where she would wear things around her daughter, let her do, I ran for the mother hills. I'm like, oh, hell,
Right over here to your.
oh shit, why you let them do? Oh my God, and then let the boy have a whole tantrum. I'm like, you making her be tough and him be weak. Who? Make him do some push-ups or something. Oh shit! I damn near jumped out the window. I was like, oh hell no. I'm gonna go to jail. This ain't even I ain't even got no kids. Why am I stressing? Because I can see my future as the provision. That's where if an accident should happen, and which not, that's why I don't even want it to happen. Out. But anyway. I get it, y'all. How you parent is also going to be indicated on how somebody wants to deal with you. Because if y'all parents don't align, you don't have a good balance of just, look, if you're going to be the soft touch, I'm going to be the firm touch. I might not be the villain, but I'm going to be Batman. I ain't the hero you want, but I'm going to be the hero you need. God damn it.
Okay,
Sylvia.
I was gonna say, I'm so glad he said that, because I was going to say, while we're against discipline, the police officer is just going to ask him to halt one time, and when he don't, he going to pew pew, and that's all it is.
If
And
they ask them to halt, if.
absolutely, absolutely. So this thing about discipline and abuse is two different things. We all know that. There's nothing wrong with your children fearing you. I'd rather them fear me than to fear the people in the street and then doing what the knucklehead friend tell them to do. So I didn't have a problem with my children referring to me as the warden. Even their friends refer to me as the warden, but their friends liked me. You know why? Because I showed concern about my children. And what like Destiny and a lot of the other people up here said, children love structure. And their parents, maybe that their parents wasn't necessarily not concerned about them, but they tended to give them freedoms that the kids really didn't want. They preferred to be restricted like my kids were restricted, because that showed them that they had a mama that cared about them. Because when I woke up in the middle of the night and you wasn't in your room at 2:30 or whatever time it was, I knew exactly where you was, and there I came coming. And when everybody saw the headlights pull up on the car that pulled up on the curb, and I'm hopping out with the door open, car still rolling in the baseball bat like Walking Dead, everybody knew what was going down. And my kids called the police on me. Sure did. I didn't have police come to my house. You're welcome, dear. Cause you know cause I had him in the little headlock. Because see, you weren't gonna be a statistic, and I wasn't finna make no damn arrangements to either put you in the ground or burn you. I wasn't finna go through that. I'm looking at the folks getting the calls all day long, and this is happening with their children still to this day. So yes, I did what I had to do, and I stand proud. They stand proud, and all their little friends that I told them that where they was going and what road they was headed down, they did not disappoint. They went down that road. But I was going to make sure they weren't finna drag mine with them. So I did do a little demasculating. I would do some things different because, see, I didn't have a man around. So as a woman, I tried to play a man's role, but it don't work really. I did look for a man, but he thought I needed him for something other than what I was really looking for him for, which was to show my sons the way that I couldn't show them. So, but they alive. They ain't got no felonies. They ain't been to the jail other than maybe the expired parking ticket. They ain't never had to call me because my one thing with them when they was growing up, I don't do bond, I don't do commissary, and I'm gonna need 100 witnesses that tell me you had to do what you did because I worked too hard to prevent you from going where you go. So if you go there, you're gonna be there, and they knew I meant it, and so they never went there. They don't have no babies strode all over because I also told them when she knocks on my door and tell me she pregnant, come on in, honey, sit down. Here's birth certificate, social security number, W-2, and whatever else you need at the child support court, and let me CC me on the date because I fed you, you're gonna feed yours. So my sons know. I got two, one ain't got no kids and one got two kids all by the same girl and ain't got none outside of that. And she will tell you, I've always had her side over his side. Because like I told them, once you make kids, it ain't about you no more. It's about them damn kids. And that's what I meant. My daughters have husbands with their children. Their children are going to college and stuff like that. So you guys are absolutely right. Nowadays, a lot of this clothing, we have to blame it on the manufacturers because even me as a 60-some-year-old woman, you walk into these stores and the way they cut in these pants, they're not really offering you anything. So you got to learn how to shop online and shop in other places other than the stores that's in your community, because the way that we as Black women are made, at least the way I'm made, and it's always been a problem. I could never really buy off the rack. I always was going to have to go to the seamstress because hips, butt, small waist, that they not cut for you. It was years before I could wear blue jeans to find that, that fit me and look right on me. And I could never be like, I think I found a pair of 501s one time and I tried to buy every pair they had because that was my first time to wear some doggone blue jeans in life. But like I say, based on the money that they have to shop with, some of the places that they're shopping, that's all those places are offering. Leggings has become a big deal with women. Over the years, I tend to overwore when leggings came out. I tend to overwore them because it was for comfortableness. But sometimes leggings, it's fitting and showing every curve of nature that we have. And we're not really thinking about it. We're just looking at hell, it's comfortable, throw it on real quick, and off I go. So now I'm being more conscious of that, and I done went to wearing the skirts flaring out, where you really can't see the figure, and leave something up to imagination, and the big sundresses, that's flying in the wind. So because some of us we can't, that's the only thing we can wear to hide it. Some of us, God has blessed you up top, at the bottom, and it ain't a lot of us manufacturing and making clothes to fit us. So have to go to they make clothes to fit them, and then we try to find a cut that's been made for us and then stick with it. Well, back in the day, they used to make the pants pleated, so that helped you out if you had the small waist and the hips. But now they don't even make those pleated pants anymore. And if they do make them, you got to go to your high-end stores and really spend a lot of money. They not in just your regular Marshalls, TJ Maxx's, and where a lot of people are shopping with their budget. Now I can afford it, because of what I do. But I'm just saying.
I just
So
think I
Yeah.
think I think people today, they dress like most of, like, when you look at the women today, they want to be most desirable. And the thing is, they want their
Right.
kids to be desirable people as well. And that's what I'm looking at. It's like, it's like when I see, I thought somebody said something else in the comments. I misread. But I almost went there. I said, what?
But not,
Yeah.
but for real though, it's really mainly though what they watch on TV. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to be.
Society made dressing look sexy.
And I have to disagree with Sylvia about the blaming the manufacturers, because at the end of the day, you can go wear what you want to wear, but they don't have nothing to do with what you put on. Because you can put on some clothes like from TJ Maxx or Marshalls, and it can be presentable. It's about what they're putting on because it's what they want to put on.
Well, what I'm saying to you, I'm sitting in front of a TJ Maxx right now. And I bet you every dollar you got in your bank account, your 401k, your Roth, and your pension, that it ain't a pair of pants in there that I can go and buy that's not gonna hug my body. And Ross's is right next to it. I'll bet you the same bet. Now, Burlington's down the way. I might be able
Nah.
to find a pair of pants in there that's not going to hug my behind and stick to my thighs. Might.
Yeah, I don't know about that though.
Oh, I
Let,
can walk in
let
there
me
with
say
you.
this real quick though,
I
because
mean,
y'all heard
I
y'all.
can go live. I can bring my camera on and I can
Yeah,
get out.
that's cool. That's cool. So the thing is, the reason why I be saying that, because I be finding it funny though. You can find some clothes bigger, right? Everybody be acting like it got to hug you and all that stuff. They always somehow find clothes that they wear be
Bigger.
so tight as of them all and be saying I can't find no clothes and all that stuff. And I always use this too. If you was trying to hide something, that little square little booty or something that just didn't look right, you gonna find a way to hide it. People like putting a little fanny packs on when they stomach sticking out. They want to hide it then, but all of a sudden want to come with this. Oh man, I can't find nothing to hide it. No, to a certain extent, y'all be trying to show that stuff off. Y'all already know the deal. And y'all make excuses as like, oh, I can't find the right clothes, but y'all find the ones that squeezing your stuff all the way out to so it could just come out. Like this be the fakest stuff to me, dog. It's no way, because I bet you if it wasn't looking right, you gonna try your best to hide it. That's why I don't let that stuff slide though, low key, because you could buy some fat jogging clothes. You
Yeah,
can wear the biggest stuff to hide your
what
stuff. I've been
Sylvia's
seeing
saying
even
though,
skinny
Kev.
women, they be sitting there wearing the biggest, joggiest stuff because they know they ain't got no curves. So they're gonna wear something super big.
Because clothes are made for them. As a melanated black woman, you got to buy 3 pieces of clothing. You got to buy a blazer. I got a closet full of blazers, because back in the day, that's what you wore in the 80s and the 90s. That black women, you wore a blazer because a blazer covered up your butt and
There you
your
go.
thighs, and then you had a shirt on with pants. Because what I'm trying to say to you is, they do not make pants to fit most melanated
Black
women,
women,
what you
right?
men call are
But they
thick.
don't cover
Oh,
it up
I'm
either,
sorry.
though.
Now, if I'm square, if I'm up and down and built like a box as a melanated woman
The
with
thing is,
height, I
they
can go
make those
find a
clothes
lot of
women
clothes
different
off the
too.
rack. So as me, I've always had to go buy clothes, then go to the seamstress, have her either take it up in the waist or let it out in the thighs or something like that where it would fit me and not hold my body. That's even more money. The
So,
average
can
black
we
women
call
don't have
accountability
that
to
type of
personal
money
discipline?
to invest in their wardrobe. So I encourage people to go to thrift stores in high-end neighborhoods where those people have bought those clothes and turned them in. Because you as men, you can't tell me as a woman what's out here in these stores for me. Even online, you're not gonna
Not
tell
the
me because I
stores
buy
of
online
not the
too,
stores. Can we
And I
talk
ain't
about
gonna
personal
try.
accountability of personal
and
discipline?
it's a
Because to be an
Yeah.
problem.
overweight
Who is
child
But
is an
Yeah,
adult
who is
fault.
a
what the
black
heck?
who is a black
hold on,
clothes
y'all. Too
slut?
many people talking.
The professor just talking like that's a
Like,
Who is a black
But she kept
like,
designer?
pausing, so
look,
I was trying to jump in.
Name a
hold on.
black designer.
Look, Kev,
Can I?
come on,
Okay.
Kev. Let's get this together.
I'm just saying, I feel like she, I don't know if you
Order
missed
in
the
the
whole
court.
point though, but like I said, the thing
Yeah.
is that you can always buy bigger, no matter how you want to look at it. It's just somehow you always want to buy the smallest. I mean,
Fact.
I know if you missed the point or not, it is what it
No,
is.
no, I
I'm not about to
didn't
tell
miss
you.
a
I
point.
can't.
You
You said
missed
I
They
a
can't tell
point.
you
Did you
what
say
sizes is out here, but
did you
everybody can
say
buy
extra
buy
bigger,
large.
and
did you
everybody
hear
can
me
cover
say
up.
buy bigger for a melanated woman whose hips and butt is wider
Okay,
than
okay, but
her
everybody can
waist?
cover
No,
up.
no,
I mentioned two options. You can find a way to hide something if you don't want it to be shown. Yes, you can.
Facts.
Just like you said, it was a
Can I?
blazer. You say you had
you
blazers to
can
cover it
buy
up. Okay, I
many
can
ways
get
to
that some of
hide
that
it.
stuff might
Unless you
stick
have
out,
a
but some people don't even
seamstress,
try at
you're
all.
not finna get no job coming in there if you ain't went to no seamstress and had that waist tucking in correct
Can,
where your clothes is falling. So you're right, you can go buy a whole bunch of stuff to hide it. But unless you know how to sew for yourself or go somewhere and have somebody sew, because they do not make clothes for us. Just like a lot of y'all I see walking in dress plans that ain't fitting y'all right. They're scrunched all up between y'all legs
My,
because they don't really make pants to fit y'all right. Some of y'all look crazy in them
I,
clothes that you wear. And you need to go to a seamstress so that it ain't pulling all up in your butt and in the back. And somebody, your friends ain't telling you how they looking on you. I'm just telling you, it
okay.
ain't no real black designers out here making clothes for the melanated man's body or the melanated woman. So what we're doing, and then the few
Hey,
that
Spirit, I'm gonna switch you out.
they making those clothes that you talk about that we don't want to wear. Those are the kind of
Okay,
clothes
That's what it
they make.
is.
Sylvia, we got to
Do
get
you
some more
have an
people in
option to
there,
buy where
but
you
we
shop?
definitely understand where you're going at. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I
Professor,
get what she's
we're
saying.
gonna Professor, we're gonna go with you if you want to speak first. Then Destiny, we're gonna get you in there. Go ahead, X.
Go ahead, X. I understand the whole curves thing, especially with the women in our community. I'm a personal trainer. I've been in sports and physical fitness my whole life. And an overweight child is the fault of a parent that did not have discipline in their home. An overweight adult is the fault of that person that is aware that, okay, I am going up in size and clothes are being difficult to fit. So what amount of discipline do I have to administer to myself so then it's not an issue? I get it, it's not easy. And I understand that we don't necessarily have to, as much as I know, we try to avoid this whole BMI thing, being European, get over it. It's actually human. It has nothing to do with you being European. I give our black women grace, 15 to 20 pounds plus because of curves and certain body features we may have. But that doesn't mean that you still shouldn't do your best to be closest to the base BMI that I just set for our community. If that's the case, if you're worried about a European standard, you have your own standard of a decent amount of physical discipline as well. It's not just about being overweight. It's about you also putting in physical discipline. That is simple. If you are not putting in any physical discipline, being physically active, you're going to swell in places where it's going to be difficult to wear clothes. And if you're having that problem, then you just got to change the style of clothes you're trying to wear for it to look a certain way, because they ain't going to fit a certain way. So the discipline on that is, what is the priority? Are we worried about how it looks or that you can wear some clothes? I get it.
I ain't about to tell you to make it look something to make it look crazy. But in that same aspect, you're putting your wants over your needs. And if you don't want to call that out, then just say that. That's all right. But an overweight child is the fault of a parent because you control everything that they eat. Yes? No. You control everything you eat as an adult. Yes? No. So then when you see yourself in the mirror every day and you do nothing for it or to it, faith without work is what? I get the whole physical thing is a sensitive topic. And I understand it is with the ladies. That's my main target. I always work out with single mothers after childbirth. I understand what your body goes through. It's going to go through hella changes. I can't experience it and speak from the experience, but I can at least say, you know what? I get it. That's why you're my main target, because I know you got a lot of more work to do. So it's upon us to be more physically disciplined too. If you're having a problem finding some clothes that they go all the way up into 4X. If people that go 400 pounds can find something to wear, trust me. Stop playing. Stop playing.
Thank you for that, X. Yes. Okay. I'm trying to get everybody in there. Please, let's keep the landing to a certain minimum. Destiny, go ahead, and then Jada, you gonna go after.
Okay, so I was just gonna say I understood what Miss Sylvia was saying, and I understood definitely what Kev was saying. I do feel like sometimes two things can be right at the same time. So what we talking about is now. What I hear what Kev was saying, like the women ain't trying, Miss Sylvia. Like they not, they trying to show it out, right? And they making excuses like, oh, can't nothing, fit me, or I can't find nothing. So this is why I'm wearing this too little stuff, or this is why I'm wearing stuff that's revealing and exposing everything. Now I understand exactly what you saying, Miss Sylvia, because you from a different time. Where I look at them pictures from back in the day and I'm like, dang, our people look so classy, everything seemed tailored and fit right, and them women were still hippie and busty and all that, but they look classy. You know what I'm saying? I liked all that. I like that style from back in the day, and everybody,
Thelma.
yeah, everybody.
Thelma. From Good Times, right, Destiny?
Yeah. Everybody looked very nice with their pea coats, and everybody just dressed like very nice back then. So I understand that's what Miss Sylvia talking about. But today, baby, this real the love and hip hop attire and the housewives attire and the baddies club attire, that's what they wearing. And so me being a woman that's bottom heavy, hippie, stuff like that. I don't really wear a lot of pants either. I wear a lot of skirts and long dresses and skirts and stuff like that because they don't make pants. So they might fit me in uh my back area, but they may not fit around my waist correct. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so I don't really buy a lot of jeans and stuff like that. Or, I wear like jogging pants. But for the most part, I wear like skirts because they just comfortable and I can't really find no pants to fit me right. And I don't know how to sew yet, but it's something that I'm looking into. So I can make my own clothes. Because I don't really even like buying the stuff out the stores because everything is hypersexual to me. It's just like I'm not with all that type of stuff. And plus I have like an Afrocentric type style anyway. So I don't really even be liking what they be selling. So I understood that, and then I wanted to go back to real quick the electronic things. So people like I get a lot of pushback because the way me and my husband run our household with our kids, right? They can call us like maybe helicopter parents or whatever like that. But I don't feel that children should be given access to the internet and it's no supervision. You have to supervise internet time. You have to supervise it if you're gonna give it. Like my son's like I heard somebody talk about a 7-year-old having a cell phone and it was not something that they agree with, but maybe I guess the other parent did. My son 15, he ain't got no cell phone. Now this year he gonna start working. Summer job. He gonna get a flip phone. That's what his daddy said. That's what he getting. He said, I'm not giving him no smartphone. He don't need no smartphone. He not having a device that he can walk around in his pocket to look up corn. Corn, y'all know what the corn and all that. He said, I'm not giving it to him. And so when we monitor their Chromebooks because they use them for educational purposes. My son liked to make beats. He liked to draw digital art. So we have to monitor what they're doing on the internet because my 7-year-old, he can get on the internet and be looking up, oh, mom, I'm looking up Minecraft stuff. And then other stuff pop up. You get what I'm saying? Other stuff pop up in that Google search. And so then they might click on it because they interested and then lead them down to some. Now their mind is blown because once that stuff get in the eye gate, that stuff get in their mind, them images get in their mind, and that stuff can't be erased. So I definitely feel like today's parents, all they do is give tablets, Chromebooks, laptops, phones, Apple Watches. They just get all of this stuff, and it's too much. It's too much for these kids. We can't. Sometimes adults, we can't even be responsible on the internet. We addicted to our phones. We addicted to social media. So what do you think a child is going to do? How do we expect them to have the discipline that we don't even have? My husband said when he was at work, somebody was looking at corn on the work computer. He ain't got no discipline. That man couldn't even wait till he got home to look up his corn. He did it on the work computer. So if grown people doing that, what is children gonna do? What are they gonna do? So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Thank y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and drop. I really appreciate the conversation with y'all today.
What she just said. I'm sorry, Jada. No, Jada, you go. You just came up. I'm sorry, Jada. Go, Jada.
I was just about to say that it's on Jada, and then after Jada is Shady. I don't know how do you
Look like cheating.
How y'all doing? I was just stopping by because, yes, I feel like it is kind of weird that these mothers want to dress their children. I'm only speaking for girls. With the halter tops, they back out, they shoulders all out, and they younger than like at least 7. I grew up, my mama used to throw on some big ass pants, big ass shirt, some sneakers, and we'll call it a day. And I wasn't worried about stuff like that. But I do feel like when they dress their kids like that young, you putting that image in their mind that they have to be hypersexual to be considered beautiful and well kept and just pretty much a lady. But I agree with Miss Sylvia, like, gee, do you know how many times I done went to the store and specifically like a department store and it said it was my size and I go try that shit on and it don't even get up my thigh? Gee, it's no room for the ass. And I don't understand. That shit be throwing me off. I be blue as fuck in that stove. Because it'd be like, why would you? And that's where it's like, I agree with Miss Sylvia. They don't be making clothes for us with curves. But I'm going to be honest with you. There are a lot of places that do make clothes for us with curves, but I'm just kind of getting tired of the nylon. You notice like work pants when you say it's your size and what she's talking about, the slacks and the pants, and it says your size, but in the middle part where the button is and stuff like that, it's just actually, it don't button up and it don't fit and it be looking awkward as hell. But I'm tired of having to go to get work pants and it's nylon because I'm allergic to nylon. That stuff be making my skin break out. So I feel like the best thing for us as Black women who are looking for work pants, it ain't nothing wrong with going to the thrift store, okay? Because the thrift store gonna have all the old pants that motherfuckers didn't want to wear, and they just sitting there, and they actually do fit you. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, like, I'm so sick of going into stores and it say it's my size, and it's just absolutely not the damn. It's not my size. It don't even go up the damn leg. That shit don't make no sense. I'd be so sad. Like, what the fuck?
What up, though? Hey,
Hold on.
Kay, I was ahead with you.
Excuse me, Aaron. Before we go on, we're enjoying these topics. We're enjoying the conversation as well. Kev got a live goal. Let's get him to 50K. Let's go. Let's tap the screen. Let's take us a break from all this activity that we got going on. We're enjoying it. So let's tap the screen. Let's get them to 50K, y'all. Let's look at the gifts. You got it, send it. If you ain't got it, send it anyway. But anyway, let's do this thing, man. Let's get them to 50K. Let's keep this conversation going. Let's keep this live in algorithm.
algorithm. But anyway, let's keep it going, y'all. Let's tap the screen for Kev, man. You know, these topics are awesome. These are amazing. And everybody here got their viewpoints of how we raise children. So let's keep the screen tapping. Let's get it. Let's get it, y'all. All right.
Y'all hear him though. So while y'all tap though, so we can take that break, so we can get the least to I'm gonna play this video again to let everybody know. And twin, where have you been? Say, let me stop. What's up, twin? I see you down there. I'm gonna play this video real quick.
Hold on, Miss Sylvia. Hold on, Miss Sylvia.
We're doing the mob break.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was telling you
Kev's break.
funny. I done left my groceries at the grocery store. I'm running back to the grocery store talking to y'all. I done paid for my shit. I hope I didn't take the buggy into the parking lot. I done got home and said, "Where the hell is my groceries?"
I done done it. Hopefully they still there. I done done it.
Back up into this grocery
Hopefully
store.
they
Hate me,
still there.
no.
I done done it. Especially the price of groceries nowadays.
Double AJ, you already know I love you, man. I gotta think of a song for us though. We got it though. My favorite mod. There you go. I won't make nobody jealous though.
Just the two of y'all. How about that? Just the two of y'all.
You got some favorites? You got some?
I mean, oops, I just done.
Yeah, he got favorites. Hey,
I can't win. This is nothing.
He got favorites.
I
put it out there to it.
Let's see. I gotta think of something for everybody though. I'm sorry. And
careful, Kev. Careful, Kev. Careful.
All right, y'all. Let's go.
Right, exactly. I gotta tread lightly, right?
Right, bro.
Let's go, y'all. Tap. Let's go. Tap while he's looking at the video.
Right, let's get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it this time.
So that's what we talking about.
Somebody, nobody else get a song.
Don't nobody know your daughter is 14, 15.
Hey, hold on.
15 years. Hey, yo. Don't nobody know your daughter is 14, 15 years old, man. They don't. Especially when they see them wearing these tight-ass shorts with their ass cheeks hanging out the goddamn shorts. Men see physical, we see it. We don't know she 15, 14, man. Sis, you don't see your daughter out there look like she having an ass-out contest with you? You ain't gonna say nothing? Or you just gonna victimize the people that look at her? Ain't you the one that bought them motherfucking clothes? Huh? Ain't you the one that... Man, check that shit. It's warm as hell, man. You got these girls walking down the street. I'm riding down the block, seeing all the kids for the prom. All the little girls' prom dresses got their ass and their titties up. That's normal to you? You don't feel weird about that shit? You got grown men riding by, grown men with gray beards, looking at your little 12, 13, 14-year-old daughter. Right? They ain't looking at you, looking at her ass. That don't bother you? Man, you need to get your shit together, man. Summer's up. And I guess, if you get somebody looking at your kid, get somebody looking at your motherfucking kid, you gonna bust their ass, right? You gonna get the strap, grab the ratchet and bust their ass, right? Because they said something disrespectful to your 15-year-old with them big-ass titties, big ass hanging out in little-ass shorts, little-ass clothes that you bought. You bought them shits. Look like you went and bought. Hey, yo. Don't nobody...
Oh, there you go. All right, so y'all got a little update on that.
Says that it's just like, I don't know what it does to my spirit. I'm gonna be honest. It sounds concerning.
Yeah,
bro.
Very alarming. That that is absolutely true what he's saying. The parents buy these kids these clothes. You know what I mean? Because that's why we could go and see these stores, and I can speak from two generations, two years apart, so differently. Where at one point in the 90s, you couldn't even find no pants to fit you. Everybody want to have baggy jeans. Now you go into the stores now, you can't find pants to fit you. So everybody now want to wear skinny jeans. So the generations change. You know what I mean? Now you see everybody, no matter what the size is, wearing skinny jeans. Wow. That don't make sense to me. That's what Miss Sylvia was saying. You cannot go into these stores and find your size. I'm a 38. I can't even go in the store and find a 38. I gotta go to a 40.
Mm-hmm.
And a 40 is falling off me. You know what I'm saying? From my weight. You know what I'm saying? So you can't go into these
Plus,
stores.
they make it
I had
more
to go
women
to.
in kid clothes. I said they make more women clothes than men clothes. I barely see men clothes. Like to be
Right,
honest.
right. Because that's where society is pointing everything towards the kids and towards the women. That's
Hmm.
why you see the women dressing more tighter stuff because society made it okay for women to dress that way. You know what I mean? If you look at the Sukianas, you look at all the rappers, late female rappers, they make it okay. And you look at the male rappers, they all wear skinny jeans. Rick Ross, 400, almost 300 some pounds. Why you wear skinny jeans? Just saying. Not nothing against Rick Ross, but certain times you can't wear skinny jeans. Come on. You know what I
And
mean? I
then
just saw a dude at the store last night. You know what I mean? He
Hold on, y'all.
400 some pounds and he got skinny jeans on. Dude, what? Come on, make it make sense to me. And now
and
I
then
got to go get some
So hold
shoes,
on,
some
hold on,
clothes.
hold on, Hall. We got Miss D who needs to go as
Of
well.
course. I was just speaking. Go ahead.
So Miss D,
See that.
then Antonio, we got you next.
Hey, everybody. I do agree that you have to monitor what your children do. But, I'm not going to sit here and play like I didn't do it. My mother, she was a good mother. She always watched over. She didn't buy us those type of clothes. But once I got 16 and I got my first little job at Bojangles, I bought those clothes anyway. And I would hide them out at my girlfriend's house because it was acceptable to her mother and her parent. And when me and my girlfriend would go out, I would put those clothes on. And in terms of cell phone, my daughter, she's now 35, but when she was 16, she had a cell phone, but she had to pay for it. You understand? She had to pay for it. And so therefore she knew back then that the time that she could be on the phone was limited. I think it was Boost Mobile who did the after 9 o'clock was free to talk, free. Oh, you could text all day, but free after 9 o'clock. So I do think that a lot of things have changed. I think all you can do is the best. I mean, you should always continuously have your morals as a parent. But can we truly make our kids listen? No, we can't, because they're going to do it behind your back. Just like I told you I did. And I'm 55 years old. So I know if I did it at 55, I can imagine what is happening now. Just as I do not condemn young girls for how they dress because I know I did it. But if I was in a setting and they said, well, is this, what is the probability or problems of wearing these type of seductive clothes? It's just as the brother said, older men will be looking at you. And it, even in terms of that, I lied. I was 16. I told guys I was 18 years old. So you have to really just do the best you can because children will lie. I did. I lied totally. And I knew the guy was older than me. And one thing for sure, two things for certain. When I lied about it, I knew I was lying. The whole purpose of me lying was to go ahead and, consent to whatever I wanted to do. So, good luck with your kids. I have two grown daughters and, my oldest daughter, she has 4 kids. And my grandson, he's terribly addicted to video games. And I warned her. She didn't listen. I told her if he keeps playing those guns, those violent guns, stealing cars, whatever that game is called, steal cars, beat up cops, it won't be long and he will pick it up because like the sister said, it gets in their psyche. And a lot of them, when they're that age, they don't know the difference between fantasy and reality. And so a police will come upon them and they will think they're playing in the video game. So do the best you can with your kids, but know that they have friends who are doing secret things for them. So get to know their friends as well, because my girlfriend, she let her mother, she was a drunk. So anything went in her house. So be careful who your your children hang with. Be careful of their friends, get to know their parents and see if it's, best for your child to even be in their space. Okay, I'll land here.
I agree, D. Thank you for that. Antonio Hall.
What up, Kel? What up, Donna? How you doing? I agree a lot with Miss D, and one of the things that I've always said that I used to tell to my children's mother is that regardless of how good a home you provide, regardless of what we do, somehow children's friends are always more influential than parents. You know, they always go behind their friends to do. You know, it's like a case of the blind leading the blind. And I got 5 children, and I would teach them all, especially my daughters. I would sit down and explain to them because I used to work closely with law enforcement. I used to run security for one of the major malls down here where I live at, and some of the things that I've seen. And I would tell them, you know, listen, I understand that this is trendy. And then we also have to take into account of them becoming into puberty, and now your body is transforming, and you're having this this relationship with yourself. Because I had to tell my daughter, babe, I know they brand new to you, but titties ain't new. You ain't got to sit there and watch them in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I see these things where these people, and it has nothing to do with your right to wear what you want to wear and all that. I get that. But there are people out here that that's triggers for. And at the end of the day, whether you got to wear this lip gloss popping or not, or you wearing lipstick, or you want to wear this little cute skirt, if we find you in the woods somewhere, what does that matter? You know what I'm saying? So our kids are just raised in the society, and they're not being cognizant of some of the things that's being pushed upon them. Because when we go look at who runs these major fashion design places, and a lot of that stuff is coming out now, where we're seeing the individuals who are in charge of these large corporations that have influence on society, they all been on Mr. Epstein Island. You know what I'm saying? So these people that are in charge, that are making these decisions, that are pushing things in that direction, and it's hard to hold on to your children when you have all these other influences. And like Miss D said, just in the normality of being a child, I want to do this, so I'm going to sneak off and I'm going to do this. And it's hard to protect your children because they got a child like mine. The things that Miss D was doing when she was 16, she wouldn't do them at 55, some of them, because she knows how detrimental it is now. But they're looking at it from a child's mind. And the worst thing for anybody to be, whether you're a child or an adult, is to be somewhere where you feel left out. I'm going to land my plane right there.
Thank you for that. AJ, you want to give your opinion?
Yeah. I think. Well, first, before I go, I'm gonna need y'all please tap the screen. Y'all, I'm taking a break from tapping because I've been tapping since I came in here and since I've been in the box. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, but if y'all can keep tapping the screen, even if you're in the box, whether you're sitting in the comments, you're listening, so on and so forth. There's 34 people in here. Let's tap the screen, get this up to 50K likes. We got it. But I think when it comes to like, you know, products being like pushed, right? They are always going to be pushed towards the youth, right? Whether it's style, fashion, whatever else, they kind of try to tell you what you want to wear and what's going to be trending. I think, and I can only speak from my own anecdotal experience because I don't have children, but for me, it was always, you know, growing up, you know, my mom always raised me to like question everything, right? But we also had a very open dialogue. So I wasn't the kid that had to sneak anything, right? Matter of fact, I never even snuck out of the house because there was no need. But I had responsibility. So everything that I had, there was, you know, I had a responsibility. So if I was that kid that wanted to be up all night, I don't know, I wasn't really playing video games, but I don't know, say I was just up all night, but I had to go to school at 7 a.m. Well, guess what? You still have to go to school at 7 a.m. So you got to figure that out. You know what I mean? You still got to go, you still have to perform, you still have to do these things. So I think that is definitely a factor. But when it comes to, you know, like the video games, everything else, yes, I 100% agree. I don't think that little kids should be out here playing GTA all day. You know what I mean? Call of Duty, so on and so forth. There are a lot of predators on those platforms, and I know because I play. You know what I mean? I play online, and there's things that get said to me that I'm even like, bro, what the hell? Like, you just said that to a whole grown person. You know what I mean? So, like, these aren't safe places for kids to really be on, right? Now, if they're just playing, you know, and they're not online, okay, maybe, but I still would not be like, oh yeah, here's my nephew, here's GTA 5, go play that. No, like if my nephew comes over to my house, he's not even playing that, right? Like they're probably playing SpongeBob, something stupid, like something very like kid age appropriate, right? And then I think when it also comes to like what you wear when you're growing up is you're gonna wear basically whoever your whatever your role model is wearing, right? Whatever your role model, the person you're looking up to, whatever they're wearing, that's what you're gonna want to wear, right? And for me, it was my mom, right? But my mom had her own unique style, and it was just like, yeah, I don't want anything everybody else wants. You know what I mean? I'm gonna wear this, I'm gonna wear that. You know what I mean? And it was never overly revealing stuff. She was just like, you know, and it kind of goes into just kind of how I am now, right? In a professional sense. Like I go to work, I don't have my stuff hanging out. You know what I mean? More or less just because I feel like, you know what I mean? I feel like it's maybe a stigma, and don't come for me, but I'm just gonna say this. I feel like if you go into work, right, and you're a woman, and your titties and your ass hanging out, you're not good at your job. That is just what I'm automatically assuming. You're not good at your job. You probably did some shit to get there. Like I don't trust it. I automatically don't trust it. Maybe that's something I need to work on. I don't know. So I've always prided myself of being somebody who can be covered and still pull, right? So it's just like, to me, I always like the better challenge, but that's just me. I'm gonna land there. But again, y'all keep tapping the screen, please.
Amir,
I'm glad you acknowledged me. I was first mad when you acknowledged somebody else I was sweet, and then you ain't even say hi to me, and then you just kept skipping me. I was like, see, that's my girl up there. I know she see me, but I know you working hard as a mod, and I appreciate it while Kev playing video games, speaking of video games. But that's all I was gonna say. You know, us old people, we forget our thought. I was gonna say it's funny how we seem to forget what works, and as parents, sometimes because we have the ability and the choice and all these distractions, we try to, again, I always say it, try to reinvent the wheel. But I was lucky, you know what I'm saying? I grew up with a good nuclear family, so. But you know what I'm saying? With the access invented the internet, you can even find out all these like methods of parenting, what works, what don't, words to use. You can learn about group therapy stuff. Like I had to go, one of my jobs was group therapy with Penal Code 288. We're talking about them PDs. I used to deal with the kids that, you know, and the offenders. So all that stuff was, I had to go to school with. You can access all that stuff online. So whereas we make an excuse a lot of times, and I do too, we all do, but we bring up reasons and traumatic experiences why people do this, that, and the third. And, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we really do control the narrative, y'all. Just think about how we control the narrative on this app. Like with you really, because you're in the comfort of your home, you really do get, you know what I'm saying, 10 toes down and chest out and all that. So we don't know the power that we have, the words that we use, the just the look. Somebody was like, the looks you give a child, you know what I'm saying, the body language. Communication is the key, and some of us aren't as eloquent as others, but with the advent of this app, you can actually take down notes. People be recording it. Start using the words that other people use. That's what I used to do. I used to walk around with a dictionary and you try to use in notes and try and use the words that my dad used, because he was an eloquent, speaker. So we don't have no more excuses, y'all. So, but what I was going to say, and then I'll land real quick, I wanted to give y'all another real experience. How all this comes to fruition is, I was talking to my son, and he came into the conversation. All of us was talking as a family, my daughter and him and my other son. And he came in hot. He was like, "Well, Dad, I feel like you oppressing me." Da 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 da. I was like, "Hey, hold up, bro." I was kind of like, them some strong words. So what me and you gonna do? We'll finish the family meeting, and you and I can talk one-on-one. See how I put the fire out real quick? I didn't tell him what he felt was wrong, and I didn't pop off at the mouth back at him. I just was like, "Look, bro, we in group therapy. So now I want to take you aside because you real in your feelings." See, we can't negate the kids' feelings and the realities that they have. We just got to learn how to appropriately deal with them. Whereas before, I might have popped off right back at them in front of the other kids to let them know, "Man, you don't talk to me like that in front of these kids. I provide everything you got. You're going to tell me I'm oppressing?" So I ain't had to do that. And then just walk with me and I'ma land. So everybody leaving, me and him talking, right? Now he didn't have time to chill out. Cause look, he tried to get away with not doing the dishes. I was like, hey homie, before me and you talk, go handle them dishes right quick. See, aside from what he talking about, all them feelings and stuff, the reality is the matter is that he ain't do his dishes. See, we talking about responsibility. So then we finally get back to the meeting, right? So he didn't cool out a little bit. And I was like, all right, man, da 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 da. So I didn't go off. I just was like introduction to the terms. And, we're going to talk we ain't going to throw darts. You know what I'm saying? We're going to try to be cool and you can still talk and tell me how you feel. Just use, your best words, son. So he's like, and he didn't even really have a problem after that. We just was like, well, look, what we came out of it was that we've just been avoiding the talks that we usually have and should be having about difficult topics. And I told him, I was like, son, that's what I've been telling you your whole life. That's what people's problem is. When you avoid the truth, it festers and it becomes a problem, and you avoid it because you don't want to deal with the reality and the consequences of one, you neglecting it, and the reality that you don't like the truth. You just don't like that you wrong. Seeing what he was talking about, we didn't even get to that. We didn't even talk a lot about that. I was like, bro, the problem is, because we can talk about any problem. It could be a phone, it could be a girl, it could be drugs. It don't matter. There's a way to do things. And we have to be more of an example for these children. Stop saying, do what I say and not as I do. We have to really be the change that we want to see. So when at the end of it all, we was cool, we was hugging and whatever, as opposed to him popping off at the mouth, you're oppressing, and I'm like, you can't say that because I pay the bills. Them is strong words, and I could have said all that, but I didn't choose that route this time. So we just live long enough to make better choices, and then we keep tripping because we think we got all the time in the world to figure this out. Y'all, hey, tomorrow ain't promised. So I sure hope we can reflect on these topics that we talk about and then apply them to our lives, you know what I'm saying? So we can be better people for our community. So I appreciate y'all sharing. Hopefully I gave y'all the energy y'all need, a little bit at least.
I agree. Like, my thing is, we got all this information out here on how to do right and what's right from wrong. I'm starting to be convinced people just don't want to do right or live right, act right. And that's just my philosophy on it, because a lot of people are in the mind state of doing what's comfortable for them and doing what they want to do, living how they want to live. And it's like, living how you want to live is not the order of life. So that's where people get things twisted. You can live how you want to live, but in what world? Is it your own world?
Beautiful. Real quick, I'm adding on with you. My whole thing is, like you said, people don't want to do right, but this the cold part. Even if you realize that what you're doing is what you want and you're not getting the results you want, wouldn't you want to change? People just don't want to do right, which means change that and say that you was wrong. They don't want to do it.
Well, I think a lot of people are just surviving. They're not living.
Hold
There's a difference in
on,
living.
y'all. Hold on, y'all. Y'all, let's keep tapping the screen. The only person I've been seeing tapping the screen and commenting and contributing is BK up there. Tap this screen and let's get it up to 50K. We should have been there by now.
Girl,
it's just
my
the mods
old
hitting
bones
it.
got tarpal.
So
You
right
better
now,
check my
BK,
thing.
I'm gonna need you to just BK, chill out too much.
Check my taps.
Take a break, BK. Everybody else tap the screen. Come on now.
I can give you another 400 right quick, but I think a lot of people are simply surviving out here. And for those of us, and I can't see your name because of the Cash App is in front of it. The man up at the top, you speak very well.
It's Amir. Thank you.
Everything you said is on point. But what I'd like to ask you, Amir, is that something you grew up knowing, or is the things that you have come to know and come to learn, was it because of jobs that you've had or training that you got, or was this something that you saw inside of the household? This was kind of the way your parents did it, so you were accustomed to it already. Did my question make sense?
Yes, ma'am. And I just like to tell people that I'm very fortunate and blessed. All of the above. I had a great father. I had great role models. Then my stupid behind went out and learned the wrong way in the streets. I had older brothers. You know what I'm saying? I had a lot of great jobs. One job I took on as a counselor, I just start learning how people think and learning about the trigger and cycle of abuse. That helped me tremendously. But yes, ma'am, I just was very, very fortunate. I was the youngest of seven, so you know what I'm saying. I got to watch, and I had very supportive family members that was always pushing school and education. So I just got a lot of, experience, and I wasn't scared. See, this is my thing. I'm gonna tell everybody, it don't matter what I did, because my whole thing is, this is just a little bit I tell y'all. I didn't live two more lives that I don't even like to brag about. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like to brag. But I will tell you this: you can do whatever what you put your mind to. And that's what we got to keep telling these kids. If you want to be a fool, oh yeah, you can be a fool. My daddy taught me that. But you can also be on top of the world. You can be right next to the Michael Jacksons and the Magic Johnsons and all them people. You can do what they did. Read their memoirs and figure out what they did. Don't reinvent the wheel. It came from a lot of, and this is what makes me have perfect peace now, and I'll end. It's a lot of self-analyzation. You got to stop lying to yourself when you look in the mirror. You're not all that. Don't look too good nor talk too wise. So even though I had a lot of talents that I enhanced and mastered, and I got a lot of things on my resume, but I don't brag, and I ain't trying. And look, I got to stay sharp on it. So every day, guess what I'm doing? Eating right, drinking right, sleeping right, asking for forgiveness, because I didn't put a lot of bull in the world. So I'm trying to give it back at the same time. We got to be servants, y'all. You got a testimony for a reason. So thank you, sis. I could go on forever with my load. Like, I don't want nobody to get no deacons.
Well,
Deacons
no,
don't
and
get no play for me.
I'm
Deacons don't get
glad
no
you
play for
came
me.
in with that last part of servants,
You got to
because
be.
in my community, and I'm not, I'm concerned about all humankind. I put more emphasis on melanated, because those are the people that's going to be in my neighborhood and who I would have to be standing with if something went down, because I'm not foolish to think that I would be more protected by the other side. But we got to get this camaraderie, and we got to adopt some old ways and bring them into the new ways. And since we recognize what the problem is, then what do you younger people who are actually out here having, you're the new family. You're going to be the people in charge over me. You're going to be in the White House, and you're going to be the new Joe Bidens and all of these other people. What do you all see? Because to me, the education arena is what is really dividing Black people and making us feel like we don't have no camaraderie with each other. Because we tend to, some of us, not all, so I'm not trying to say all Black people, but a lot of us, when we reach a certain status in life, with whether it be with a title or whether it be by monies we've earned, and stuff, then we tend to forget where we came from, and who lived next to us and how we lived in the beginning. So it's really a competition for you all. It wasn't a competition for us when we were coming up. It was about education. It wasn't about I'm trying to compete with my car, and with who I am. So how do you all fix that? What do you all need to do in your generation as men and Black women to fix that, where you can be teammates as
We
opposed to competitors?
we gonna get you those questions in a second. AJ, I see you want to say something because we got to get Allegra in there. After you, so yeah, you can land your
I'll keep
plane.
it sweet. I'll keep it sweet. So before I answer that question, that's a great question, but I want to make sure Allegra gets in as well, and then we can go around with that. So I think the number one thing that contributes to, especially young people, right? Again, I can remember because I remember when I was their age. I am the most self-destructive when I'm bored, right? Meaning I don't got nothing to do, right? So if I'm just say going to school and coming home, I'm gonna be self-destructive. That means I'm gonna be out partying. I'm gonna be out doing all this stuff because I'm bored. I ain't got nothing to do, right? Knowing that, right? Looking back at it, it's one of those things where it's like I noticed that I was probably the most productive, the most, not getting into trouble, not doing things, that are detrimental when I actually had stuff to do. So whether that was going to drama club, you know what I mean, going to dance, playing basketball, doing these things, like, I think at the end of the day we forget that kids need activities. And the people, you know, when you put us in activities and we're surrounded by other kids that are doing the same thing, we're all being cultivated, we tend to kind of keep each other out of trouble for the most part. Sometimes, I ain't saying that's always the case, but for the most part, in my case, that was definitely the thing. You know what I mean? Because we want to continue to keep, you know, whether that was dance club or do whatever, um, you know what I mean? We want to keep doing that. So I just wanted to just kind of preface that too. Um, that also plays a huge factor into the reason why, you know, especially young kids and so on and so forth, like, they end up doing a lot of the crap that they're doing a lot of the time is boredom. But I'll land there. Go ahead.
Hey, hello, hey everybody, how y'all doing? So yeah, I that you took the words kind of right out of my mouth. I was gonna definitely piggyback off that, because I have a 13-year-old son, and I guess I would say a part of that younger generation because I'm 33. So for me, having he'll be 14 this year. I'm starting to really like realize that having a teenager ain't easy. Like I was skating through with it, first through fifth grade. That was cool, wasn't no things. But now we got I wouldn't say problems, but we got girls, we got internet, we got it's I'm not old, but you know what I'm saying, when we was growing up, that's when like MySpace and all that stuff, that was just getting popping. Now I got to talk to my son about, you know what I'm saying, stranger danger and different ways like the internet and all this other stuff. But anyway, aside from that, yeah, definitely keeping them active. My son is one of those type of individuals where if he's bored, he gets into trouble very easily. So me and my mom, have paired up. His dad is in and out, but we do a lot of mentor ship type programs. He's in 2 right now. And I have to say, for the most part, he's been in them for a couple months now. They're somewhat effective. I mean, he still gets into his little, you know what I'm saying, trouble every now and then. But as far as grades and things of that nature, I feel like it's more, it's shedding more light and letting him know that, hey, you know what I'm saying, like, I can actually do whatever I want to do. I think that's very important to let them know, man, to actually want your kids to be better than you. Because I find that some parents, they say that, but do you really mean it? Are you really equipping your kids, even if you don't have a lot of money? Because I'm one of them people that don't. But there are programs and there is access that you can get your kids in, like programs that you can get your kids into that will help them, especially boys, because my problem is my oldest. My 6-year-old and my 5-year-old, they're not there yet. I'm at the easy stage with them. So they do what they're supposed to do. But my 14-year-old is at that bucking age. And that is when you definitely have to horn in and get those like behaviors checked, because men, we already know how they feel about our men. So yeah, I land with that.
Oh, beautiful. That was beautifully said. Um, I just want to bring up some.
What are you eating?
Girl, what you eating?
um,
You sound
That
like you
sounds
taste
so good the way
good,
you were hitting
right?
that thing.
dang, I ain't know I was loud. But I just had some chicken and some ribs sitting up here. But
Girl, it ain't snacking unless you smacking.
That part, AJ. Hey, I just want to make a comment. I'm sorry, beautiful. I just want to comment what Miss D was saying earlier. About the things that she did. Yeah, we all tend to go away from how we did things or how we were raised. But one thing about it, your parents instilled in you to come right back to where they taught you. We can always, any child, I don't care what child it is, we always gonna go left when our parents want us to go right.
But one thing about it, if they instilled in you the right qualities, um, the right things that's in you, you're gonna come back to that right side. I don't care how old you are. You're always gonna come back right. You're always gonna come back right. You're never gonna stay left. Now, there's some children that do stay left. That means they wasn't really taught the principles of life. You know what I mean? But one thing about it, one thing's for certain, two things for sure. You always gonna come back. You're gonna come back to what your parents told you. You're gonna remember what they taught you if it's productive, if it's gonna help you in life. Then you're gonna see things as you get older. You can look at things. You be like, "Dad, I don't want to be no dealer, or I don't want to be no SAer. I don't want to be this." But you will always come back to what you was taught growing up. So I tell all the parents, continue to teach your children the right way, and you know what I mean. And you have to, get your instructions. I mean, everybody is not spiritual, is not into the Bible, but if you get into that word gonna teach you the right way to raise your children. And it's going to teach you how to be that parent. Yeah, they got everything. Everybody say, "Oh, I don't want to believe in the Bible because it's man-made." Everything is man-made. Everything is handwritten by man. So we got to take one thing and use it to benefit and help us through this thing that we call life. Because this life will beat you up, will chew you up, and will spit you out. But we have to know how to maneuver in this life with the proper tools that we do have. Yeah, they have the internet. Okay, let's take these TVs, let's take these games, let's take these phones away for these children, because one day we won't have no internet. One day we won't have a TV. You know what I mean? It's like this life is going in reverse. We came from the Stone Age. What we're going? We're going right back to the Stone Age. We're going right back to where internet ain't gonna be. You see how the money is, how the money was back in the day. The money is going right back to what it was before. So we do have to be mindful of how we do things in this life. And just like with the lady, she said in the comments, she said life doesn't play fair, and it doesn't play fair. So as parents, we can't play fair. We got to raise our children the best that we can. So then when they get our age, then one day they're gonna be our age. And we have to give them the proper tools to be able to raise their children. And one thing that we have to instill in these children is the word called fear. And Mir said it the best earlier about his children. He like, correct them. You cannot allow the kids to just go through life without correction. Because if we don't correct them, what's gonna correct them? The prison.
Right.
And what's that? What else gonna correct them?
I think,
That's gonna correct them. That's gonna get them in line. But by the time they hit that
Prison
graveyard,
doesn't correct them.
but
Prison
but I
doesn't
think
correct
that's but I think that's the thing. I don't think taking away, because the thing is like, yes, we are kind of returning to some things, but we've also advanced in others. So the world that these kids now are growing up in is not the same, right? I'm 32. It's not the same even when I was a kid, right? And I'm not old at all by any means. You know what I mean? I'm not older, I'm not any of those things, but it's completely different. And that's the reason why, like, even the way they learn math is very different than the way you and I were taught. You know what I mean? I was taught to do multiplication, these types of ways, you know what I mean, in school. These kids are being taught a complete and totally different way where it's throwing people off, right? And that's the thing, that's true. You know what I mean? And why? It's because it has to do with coding, it has to do with computers, it has to do with technology. So those things are advancing. However, I think what I tend to see is just there's not a lot of discipline, and there's not a lot of responsibility being taught with that. So if you're just handing somebody or handing a child a tablet, what responsibility are you teaching them? Nothing. I'm not sitting there saying that, oh, they shouldn't have it. No, yeah, I mean, if you got to take it if they're not earning it, but it's got to be something that's earned, right? And there's so many different apps, there's so many different things within the tech space that you can put on your child's tablet, on their phones, on these things where they can't download certain things, they can't do certain things. You know what I mean? I think I know Verizon has a couple programs, just a cell phone program and stuff like that. The only thing that and you can pretty much shut down your child's phone to the point where, like, after 9 o'clock, the only person that kid can call is you, and maybe grandma, if you want to get technical. you could shut it down. Like it's a whole thing, a whole thing. So I think I think also as we get older, we also have to educate ourselves. I only know these things 'cause I work in tech spaces, and I've worked for a lot of different cell phone companies and so on and so forth. But I'll land there, and we'll go ahead and let Be Honest finish your thought, even though she was smacking earlier, and I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Can I get some
Be
chicken?
honest, before you
Damn.
say something, can I ask? No, it's not.
I just had something in my mind I was thinking about from my childhood, and I was like, damn, like I didn't realize that that's what they was showing me at the time. I used to watch the Proud Family a lot, and they had
Yes.
this one episode where the kids, all the kids in the world, their parents disappeared. So they was living like a free world type of lifestyle. Meaning all the kids was up here eating all the candy that they want. They was sitting up here doing everything that they wanted to do. But life made it to where they missed their parents. They missed being told what to do. They missed that discipline. It was even they even made an episode in Zach and Cody where again they did somehow, I don't know how it happened, but they didn't have their mom to listen to. So they was eating up all the candy. Their mama was telling them like, you eat up all the candy you want. She acted like she didn't care what they did, what they said, or nothing. But all it ever made them do was gravitate to her discipline. It's like, damn, I miss being told what to do. I miss my mom yelling at me, telling me not to eat those jelly beans like all day. Like, so it's like, I think that it puts kids back into a reality. Like, yeah, doing wrong isn't always the greatest. You get comfortability in thinking that doing the wrong thing is what it is. All is like, it's so like people hype that shit, like almost like that. To me it's like a hype, like I don't even know what I'm
It's
about
a
to
Big flex.
say.
It's a
rush.
big
It's a
flex.
chemical. It's a chemical rush when you
Big
do
flex.
something
Yeah, it's like
wrong.
a chemical
Yeah,
rush. It's
it
like a
is.
rush to them.
Yeah, it
So
is. This is exactly what it is. It's even stronger for men.
No, don't
oh
say that, Lord.
yeah,
Please.
Look, I had
When
that shit
he
bad.
getting a rush out of doing wrong,
Look, I had
Lord.
it bad. Trust me when I
but
tell you, I
I
had it
definitely hear
bad.
what you saying. Yes, like I agree with that. Like they Al Green said it best. Something about doing wrong make you want to do right. Okay. Make you want to come home early, okay? But yeah, I just think that kids need that. Kids need a strict parent. They also need a fun parent. I think they both are things that bring balance to a child and put a child in a
Mhm.
headspace of knowing that this is the fun time. This is when you're supposed to have fun. This is okay. Now this is when you're supposed to get real serious, because pops ain't play about certain things. He stood on certain things, so that makes your kid understand you stand on business when it's in your face. Versus, this is when we out. This is when you supposed to enjoy yourself. You supposed to let loose. You ain't supposed to be stressed about nothing. Like they teach you. Parents supposed to give you two different ways of living life and looking at life. And that's what people don't understand. You ain't gonna get it right the first time. Cause honestly, you wasn't made to be perfect. And that's the thing. A lot of parents try to get that parenting thing down right the first time. And truth be told, you are built for mistakes. You are built to sit up here and learn from the things that you could have been better at, that you wasn't the best at. Like, that's why when I look at certain adults, I see certain things in my sisters and stuff to where, some of them got trauma issues when it comes to their parents. And it's because their parents wasn't there when in certain areas that they wanted them to be in, because life just be life. But
they try to make up for it through the grandchildren. You get what I'm saying? It's like, damn, I wasn't the best parents to my own kids, but I'm gonna make up for it through my kids. You get what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Grandparents be tripping, man. I'd be like, you would have never let me. Like, really?
Well,
Really,
now
Mom?
you understand.
Right,
why.
they let them get away with stuff that they would
I'm
break your
like,
leg and your hand for.
yeah, my teeth would have been laying on the floor. Like,
Second chance.
we was just having, look, we was just, me and my mom was just having that conversation not too long ago. I was like, really? So he just get clothes and shoes at will. He just, my oldest. And I just be, I mean, I don't mind buying him stuff, but my son is one of them types.
Okay, Tennessee Whiskey. That's my song, girl.
Golly. He gotta earn everything. Like, you can't give him no inch, because he gonna take 5 miles. So he gotta earn everything. I'm telling my mom, like, stop buying him that stuff. Like, he just don't think that, because he got expensive taste. I don't know where he get this taste from, but he 13 now. His foot ain't a kid's foot no more. So, boys and shoes and all that stuff. I'm like, bro, everything you pick out is expensive. You tripping. You bring it home. You need to have straight A's for this. But my mama just be like, oh, he can have it. He'll earn it later. I'm like, no. So, yeah, man. Y'all grandparents.
I ain't even gonna front. I learned a long time ago. If I wanted my mama to do something that I really wanted her to do and she was like, "Nah, I ain't doing it," I would just go tell my grandparents that I wasn't eating enough.
I'm weak. Grandparents don't play about that food now.
They don't play about that food. So my mom would be sitting there like side eyeing me the whole time, and I was just like, "You should have got me a Nesquik at the store." Just saying.
For real.
Yeah, because you said you were 32. Yeah, I'm 33, so yeah.
I got one. Let me give y'all one since I got such a funny past. I share it every now and then. Look, my mom and dad, like, first off, they was marital counselors at one point, right? So they did a lot of stuff. So at any rate, I grew up, my dad was in the military, everything. He was a judge at some point. So they didn't play with us. It was a lot of us. It was all boys and 2 girls. So my dad did not play. I ain't got to talk about it. Y'all know what that is. Now, here we are in present time. They passed a while back, but like the people that didn't know them in the 70s and early 80s, they all call my parents like, saints, and they love mama this and mama and papa this. They just don't. My parents is the best, they parents to thousands of people. You feel me? Through the church and through outreach stuff. My mama be calling everybody baby and all that. She the church of the mama church, the grandmama of the church and all that. And I say to myself, I don't even say nothing no more, because a lot of people heard this story. Right? I just sit and laugh. I was like, I remember when she had me by my throat. Like, my mama had me by my throat, up off all I could feel was my toes on the ground. Look, and my daddy, I remember he used to go get that switch, or he make us go get that switch off the tree, or he get that belt, and it was over. But it's so funny how we can change, grandparents. But the whole thing is cyclical. And that's what I was going to say and end with. Look, this is the funniest part about how things come back. Like brother said, you train them up to where they're going to go, and then they're going to get back by grace, hopefully. So I didn't mention this earlier when they talked about my accolades. I should have mentioned God first, creator first. But I don't like to get too religious because it chase people away. But this is the funny thing about believing or not believing. It's your reality whether you do it or not. But look, just read the books like they're historical books anyway, and you'll find a lot of the metaphors to come true. It's funny how, we talk about all knowledge and lack of knowledge, what it does and what it doesn't do. Little knowledge is dangerous. We have access to the internet now, and you have the ability to learn, and people don't want to learn. But look, in the beginning, the creator was in the book. The creator was saying, look, you can do everything you want. You got all this over here. Just don't mess with this. And what do? We want all the knowledge. But see, and we realize when we get that knowledge, it ain't quite what we wanted. We didn't really want the smoke, because knowledge is dangerous. It makes you start realizing your responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? Lack of knowledge is bliss. But when
Like
you
the
got
fact that you just said that, Carrie, you know what brought came to my mind the moment you
add on,
said
little sis, because y'all building today.
I
it's
just
like the first thing that came to my mind when you said that was curiosity kills the cat.
And that's
And
why they
that's
say he
where
got
that
9 lives, because they just want you to keep trying.
yes, yes.
For real.
I
But
think
that's
I think
all,
Go
it's
ahead,
that's what I'm
AJ.
saying. Y'all got to be careful and just keep
oh
adding on
no
and
no
stay
I
true.
just
Stay true, AJ. I love your little perspective. Don't take the
I
little
did
joke too
too.
far. But I love your perspective because you always question and shit and you ain't trying to stay with the regular. Because you can get misled, but truth passes all genders, races, sexual preferences. Think about it. You know what's right and what's wrong. You feel it when you
no that's
know.
percent.
Yes,
When you
literally,
know,
you
you just
feel it
feel it.
Well,
because your
that's kind of like
senses.
yeah, that's kind of like the thing. I mean, granted, I didn't grow up, based on the, like, behind the Bible. I did. I mean, I don't know. I grew up like with Christian values, right? We're heavy in my house. Even though we weren't like a family that went to church every Sunday, we weren't like, those super, we weren't like religious on that point, but we did
You
have
wasn't
Christian
like us.
values,
You wasn't like
be not,
us.
yeah, well, it was like
In church
it was
4
just be
days a
kind.
week.
Nah,
For
bruh.
real.
Nah, I can tell you my first church experience, and it was quite traumatizing. Some of y'all gonna laugh. You'll be like, "What do you mean?" And that's like normal. And I was like, that was terrifying to me because I didn't know what God was at the time. I didn't even know where I was, to be honest. I was like 5, but that's a whole other story for a whole other day. But I think like a lot of the time, I just try to share from like my own experience. And again, I understand that I'm a totally different person. Not every kid is gonna be like me. Not every person is gonna be like me. Not everybody's gonna take it, the way I am.
Mm-hmm.
So but I think the important thing is like, at least for me, one of my biggest morals, or at least biggest part of like my own internal code is like, if we start teaching kids and younger people, because I do mentor a lot of young kids too, is just teaching them, we need to be kind to the person standing next to us. You know what I mean? I'm not sitting there saying that we need to kiss everybody's ass. No. But be kind. You know what I mean? Look out for that person. You have a responsibility to that person standing next to you, because how bad would you feel if you guys are standing on some train tracks and all of a sudden, you know what I mean? You saw a train coming, you didn't say nothing. You know what I mean? And that's a bit of an extreme, but it's very important, especially amongst our community. I don't see a lot of that. I see a lot of people very much real quick to just switch up, do whatever else. Oh, I ain't gonna snitch. I ain't gonna say anything. And I get it because I grew up during that generation, during that time of like snitches get stitches.
The
I get it.
stitches.
And
You know
that's
what
what
I'm
I want
saying?
to
I
elaborate
get it.
on.
But there's certain things, you know what I mean? Like you do kind of have to speak up on, right? I
Yeah.
experienced that as a young kid with friends. You know what I mean? I had friends that confided in me about assaults that went on with them. And you know what I mean? That was a struggle. I mean, eventually I did say something, but if I would have said something right at the jump, it would have been a lot better than waiting 3 or 4 weeks while I'm internally battling that. You know what I mean? So that's like my only issue with that. So it's just like we just gotta be better. You know what I mean? But I think what starts is we have to set the example. Right? We need to set the example of doing these things. We can't just keep talking about, oh, young people, you need to do this. Because all that reminds me of is my drunk uncle back in the day with his beer being like, hey, don't drink, as he's drunk as hell. You know what I mean? Telling me how bad alcohol is and so on and so forth. And, I'm just looking at him like, bruh, what?
For real.
We got, I'm just saying, we just got to be a little bit better. But yeah, we is definitely napping on the tapping. So let's tap away, my guy. He ain't even here. I don't even know what I'm singing. Tap the screen, y'all. Thanks. Go ahead, De Niro.
So one thing about this whole parenting thing, I got 2 kids. I got one on the way, and I realized that geographics and demographics plays a huge part in raising kids. So what I mean by that is, for example, most of the time, if you're raising a kid in a poverty-filled area, then the demographics is pretty much going to be people that's all pretty much like-minded. The males, they all want to be tough, be in the streets. They want to. That's what's glorified around that area, and those areas usually take place in poverty filled areas. So when I tell people all the time, I'm a huge advocate. If you can go to somewhere
the suburbs or the burbs, what we call it, go there. Go there. Go to college, because when I grew up, I moved from Joy Road in Detroit to Brightmo. And I realized, like, okay, I started to see myself get into a lot of things that I wouldn't have if I was somewhere else. A lot of influence, not even just influence, because it's people that's around you every day. So it becomes second nature. It becomes your life, the things that you get into. And when I went off to college, I started at a community college. I was playing ball there, and then I went to Western Michigan University, and I started to see a whole different side of life. Yes, I seen people that look like me, but I didn't see a lot of people that act like me. So when I first got there, I'm like, man, y'all niggas soft, da 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 da, bro. Y'all ain't on that for real. And then everybody telling me, oh yeah, at parties, I'm starting to see the Greek strolling and all that. I'm like, bro, what is y'all doing? Like, we don't dance. Like, what is y'all doing? Like, y'all soft for real. But come to find out, it was a whole different way of life that I was missing, because one, my dad never seen it. I was only raised mainly by my dad. My mom wasn't around. So my dad never seen it. My dad and my family, they rough. They in the streets basically. So when I got a taste of that, I started to want more. I started to want to obtain more knowledge and become more knowledgeable about certain situations. For example, credit. I didn't At 18, I didn't know what the hell credit was. I'm like, what is this? I know I got a social security number. I don't know how to build credit. I don't know how to start credit. Shoot, going to a dealership, I think you supposed to cash everything. Buying a house, like what? You gotta pay cash. You gotta get 200-300 racks. But when I started to learn more from being around different demographics, I started to expand my knowledge. So now I tell people, bro, stop trying to stay in the hood. If you can get out the hood, get away, because no matter what you do, the people of that neighborhood is going to have more influence on your kids than you are. You want to know why? Because your kids come home from school that they go spend 8 to 9 hours a day with, and they come home, do homework, eat, go to sleep. What real time do you have besides the weekends to really mold your kids? So now they spending majority of their life around other people that's doing these things, and we're not realizing that they basically live at school. If they play sports, they really live at school, because they spending 10 to 12 hours a day there. If they going out on the weekends with their friends, they going around other people from their neighborhood or from their schools that's playing a huge part on who they are going to be when they get older. So the same thing with social media. Social media technology is the way of the world now. We all know that. It's going to keep advancing. They're going to keep dropping iPhones into iPhone 50 or iPhone 100. It's nothing we're going to be able to do about that but direct, educate. Education is the main part of life. It's the most important. The more you know, the more you make, the more you know, the better you live. So when it comes down to parenting, us new age parents, we need to understand that the way we was raised is not the way of the world today. You can't let the neighborhood mold your kids. You can't, like back then, I always hear my parents say, oh, we had a village. If you go down there and do something bad, they'll whoop you and then send you back down here, and then you get whooped again. Nowadays, let somebody else touch our kids. We forget whooping our kids. We going down there to whoop them. So, and then let alone the government and all these rules being in place is now making it to the point chastising your kid is a bad thing. You whoop them, oh my God, you're beating them. Now they sent into a system where they're going to be neglected. So we have to understand that it's a different world, and we have to change with the world. And the only way we can do that is to educate. Like my man's in the top left said, knowledge is powerful. Knowledge is the key to every single thing. And that's all I got for y'all. Drop the mic.
Okay, that was good shit. That's some real good stuff. Kev, you find
So
them with
Mike dropped
that.
the mic.
Yes, what he said. Drop the
Mike dropped the mic. That's funny, ain't
What
it?
you been listening to this? What's your thoughts on this,
Nah, I
Kev?
just
Since
got
you
back,
been
man. I
gone.
had to get something to eat, man. I've been on this since
Oh.
since 10 o'clock. I'm over here trying to smash my. But what happened?
But
To
no,
what
we
he was
just having
saying,
a
he was
great
saying
conversation.
some good stuff.
I
He was
mean,
saying
yeah,
some good stuff.
he said some good
Yeah, your
stuff.
cousin over here dropping jewels.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, you
he
already
dropped.
know. It's in the blood.
Yeah, you do have to get out of your, like you said, you got to get out your comfort zone, because your comfort zone is where you at. You're never gonna learn if you're still in your comfort zone. You know what I mean? Because that's the only way that you're gonna see different. You know what I mean? I got out at an early age and I saw different. You know what I mean? I know what my parents taught me. I understood what they taught me, but it's still at the same time I wanted to see different. I want to be different. I didn't want to be the same old, staying in the same community, staying in the same thing. Yeah, can we go back and change, help try to change our community? Sure. But and just like you said, it takes a village, no matter how you look at it, to change. You know what I mean? It took a village to change who you are, your perspective. Even though they know they were doing, but it's just you opened your eyes and you saw it. And bro, and I applaud you for what you doing and what you did. You know, I wish there were more like you. You know what I
I
mean?
appreciate
And
that, bro.
to mirror what Mir was saying, you know, his dad and his parent, and we both had both our parents, and both our parents taught us, you know, well. You know what I mean? Not saying that we were always perfect. We never did nothing perfect. But one thing about it, now that we have kids of our own, we go back and try to teach them the things that the way we were, or we did. You know what I mean? We lead by example, and that's
Yeah,
what we
my
have to do with everything.
yeah, I agree. I just think when it comes to like kids today, you just have to basically let them just pretty much like you can hold their hand, but let them learn on their own. Because my thing is, um, I had noticed like kids are like I always bring up this scenario, but it just makes so much sense to me. Like they're like kids in a candy store. Like you give a kid candy, like they gonna feel like oh they gonna want it all the time. And the thing is, you gotta let a kid know, no, it's a certain amount. It's only a limit. This goes to for a limit, so they could understand. This could be dangerous because too much of something is all ain't always always good for you. Like it's everything. I feel like you need to have a limit to everything, and sometimes I think that's why a lot of kids grow up thinking that they don't have a limit. You get what I'm saying? Like women know that they're that a man is a certain type of man is a bad man, but she gonna constantly try to sit up here and deal and put up with this man and hoping that one day he'll be a good man. And it's like, no, sis, you can't you can't sit up here and do that. It's like sometimes I feel like kids won't learn until they go through it, meaning until they have that piece of candy and they constantly get until they get a toothache or a stomach pain, they won't understand what you're explaining because in their mind they just feel like you're trying to stop them from eating up all the good desserts, like you trying to save it for your goddamn self and put it under your goddamn they like she want to keep it all to herself. She don't even want to share none of
You
it.
talking about what you was doing earlier?
Right. With the chicken. Want to eat all the chicken. We like hog maws.
Hypocrite.
I
It be the main ones always preaching. They be it's like
for real. Look, as she was
That's
smacking.
facts, though. That's facts. 'Cause I had
And
a
that's why I think
I
creates
gotta go,
selfishness.
beautiful. I don't want to
It
cut you off,
does.
but
You know
I
what makes
gotta
talk about?
go. So
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
say
Go
this.
ahead.
That's all right, sis. I gotta go. I'm gonna let y'all keep rolling. I got a kid in here talking about kids, but I love how beautiful brings stuff different.
What happened?
Oh, he got a call.
Did you? No, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Oh
Yeah.
Can y'all
yeah.
hear me? Okay, yeah. My battery finna die, and my son need me. But I love how we can bring generation gaps together like this, y'all. That's what I wanted to end with. You know what I'm saying? I'm an older generation, and we got younger generations. And it's funny because the truth, like I always say, it crosses all those little gender lines. Because when we really look at age lines and everything, religious lines, when we look in the mirror and we look at the truth and be honest with ourselves, we be like, yep, that's true across the board. They saying the same thing that my grandmama saying, and our kids will say the same thing if we instill it. We can't let what's the saying? We can't let the insane people run the asylum, y'all. Kids is crazy. Y'all know that. That's why I love what she just said. You give some kids some candy, what they gonna want? Some more candy.
I want more. Exactly.
So I'll leave with that. Y'all have a beautiful day. I'll catch up with y'all later in these streets.
Are you too, my brother? I'm following
Oh
you.
yeah, man.
Yeah, I'll follow you back. I'll follow whoever
Please
follow me, I'll follow
follow.
y'all back.
Yeah.
All right, peace.
So yeah, we
You
got some
finished?
time though.
You finished?
Uh,
Wow,
what?
that just gave
I
me
said you
chills.
finished. You
I
finished
ain't done yet. No, I'm still trying to do it. Just trying to get get everybody on the topic of what we really talking about for real. So with this video right here, it was a video in the background, right? We basically talking about how parents be dressing their kids up any type of way, and us also let them act certain ways, like they have their kids act like an adults or dress like an adults, and then basically what I'm getting to about that is that
They need their
I'm
ass
over.
whooped.
Yeah, so yeah. So the thing is like they bring kids out in this world, and then they just assume that strangers supposed to know their age. They supposed to know that you know better, whatever. I know I get that though, but the thing is like just because you know better don't mean everybody else know better. Just because you have your little girl with some cheeks out and stuff, you automatically just assume that oh no, they gonna know the difference or something like that, and that is not true at all. That's literally not true. It's a reason why. It's the reason why that they got this thing called they card you. They do that because it's literally like I said, it's the opposite way. It's literally adults that look like that look like kids. That you be like, dang, what the heck? You 43, but you look like you 12. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like we have to. I guess we got to be a little bit open. I'm gonna play the video again so everybody be up on game. I guess what everybody took. Some people took, oh, he's a pedo or something like that. But no, it's just how. I'm gonna put it this way that it's how it's the viewing thing. Like if you have and it's little kids that be out here, they got them twerking, they got their little and a lot of these mamas is doing this the main fault or whatever, and the father's not being in the house. I hardly see why would the father just allow their kid, but whatever. So the thing is that they always want to do this. We twins in it, we looking sexy, we gonna do that and all that stuff. And I feel like the stuff like that is kind of sad and stuff. So it's got to be addressed because the thing is that it's always so one sided though. Well, they always put it on the other person. Well, they should know better. We know it's actually actual pedos out here that do that. It's actual kids that's or a grown folk that's gonna rob your child if you got them with grills in their mouth and jewelry on and all that other stuff, looking like a thug. Like this stuff happened on both ends and stuff, and the parents is taking no what. Everybody when they see this thing, they go right to the kid. Well, it's not the kid. No, duh, it ain't the kid's fault. That's why we blaming the parents. It's the
Right.
strangers' fault. You know all the other stuff. Of course, it's strangers that's out there or whatever. But it's also men that's freaking that don't know no better. Well, that's people that just don't know off image. You know what I'm saying? People can trick people for real. You literally have to get an ID nowadays to try to talk to some of these women because they look like they're young. And I'm like, what? You sure? You sure that you 24 years old or something like that? Or you sure that you whatever? I mean, I remember when I was younger and stuff. Like I was very scared because some of these women look like they're younger and they really my age. They're gonna be crazy. And the opposite, some of these are younger and they probably 15, 12 or whatever, and you gotta run. Like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know that was a little kid. You know what I'm saying? So this junk is real out here. You know what I'm saying? These little kids are maturing now. They freaking like the woman came here before. She said she had double D's at 12. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this stuff when people be trying to act like this dress code is don't matter and stuff, or the clothes don't matter and all that stuff is really real. Oh, somebody said, oh, they walk mature, they all that stuff. How the freak is walking? I've never heard of that before. People not even mature and they 60 years old and stuff. You talking about mature? That don't make no sense. So we got to start using our brain a little bit more and stuff. So, but I'm gonna play the video a little bit. I'm gonna play it again, and y'all tell me what y'all got out of it. But yeah, until then, we can tap to get to 60 though, because I think I gave y'all a little break.
Hey,
Uh,
I
K-Way,
ain't tapping no
you
more.
know from
yeah, you can take a break.
experience, yeah. You
Huh?
remember
What'd
that
you say?
one you remember that one situation.
Boy,
I
junk is
mean,
sad.
It's
I
sad.
I get it. I get what you're
Junk is
saying,
real.
Kev. Yeah,
Yeah,
because that
I
if a
blame the
situation like that
blame
happened
you
here,
know the clothes companies too. You know, you got like to actually want to make clothes for little girls with that like belly shirts for 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds. Like to me, that's disgusting. Why would you even want to put that on your? You understand what I'm saying? Out there on your
Hmm.
business. You understand what I'm saying? Like things like that. Like I've
I'm.
definitely, of course, we got to blame the parents 100%. I mean, they're
Oh
purchasing.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? But to even
Hmm.
want to
yeah.
put
But we
that, put
can't.
stuff like that out
We
there,
can't.
that's crazy on its own.
Yeah, we can't never blame the clothes company because as parents we buy them for our kids, just like you
Right.
said. I mean, we can never blame the clothes company because all they doing is appealing to what the kids and what the television, what the society puts out there for them. It's up to the parents to buy it. And then we got to be mindful to warn our kids what to buy. Not tell them, but warn them. Hey, if you buy this halter top right here, this is what it's going to portray to some people. Not everybody, but some people. We still got to teach our kids, even as young as 5, right up till they're 18 or 19. You know what I mean? But once they turn a certain age, they're gonna feel like they're gonna do whatever they want to do. But if you train them, and we go right back to the beginning, we train our kids from 5 years old up to they don't want to listen. At least we train them, we show them, because one thing about it, they'll never depart from what we trained them. It's only what we show them.
Hmm. All right, so I'm gonna show y'all the video while y'all tap to give me the 60 real quick. Show y'all the video again. It's the 4th time though, but I gotta show it when a new crew come in here because I don't even think we really got that deep on the
Turn
questions
off
for
the
real.
comments, Kev, so we can focus on tapping.
Okay, there you go. You right. Yeah, see.
I mean,
I love
we've
my
been
mods.
on the comment. I mean, the topic the whole while because we stuck on
Yeah, in a way,
what
yeah, I got you though. I
the
was just talking about
yeah
addressing each prompt though. That's what it
each
is.
one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't did that yet, but yeah, we on topic
True.
though for sure. We are.
We definitely on that topic. Why are parents dressing their kids up like
Don't nobody know
adults?
your daughter. Hey, yo.
Dang,
Nobody know your daughter.
his voice do sound creepy though, but I see what he's talking about.
Hey, yo. Don't nobody know your daughter is 14, 15 years old, man. They don't. Especially when they see them wearing these tight ass shorts with their ass cheeks hanging out the goddamn shorts. Men see physical, we see it. We don't know she 15, 14, man. Sis, you don't see your daughter out there look like she having an ass out contest with you. You ain't gonna say nothing. Or you just gonna victimize the people that look at her. Ain't you the one that bought them motherfucking clothes? Huh? Ain't you the one that, man, check that shit. It's warm as hell, man. You got these girls walking down the street. I'm riding down the block, seeing all the kids for the prom. Somebody, all the little girls' prom dresses got their ass and their titties out. That's normal to you? You don't feel weird about that shit? You got grown men riding by, grown men with gray beards, looking at your little 12, 13, 14-year-old daughter. Right? They ain't looking at you, looking at her ass. They don't bother you? Man, you need to get shit together, man. Summertime. And I guess, somebody looking at your kid, somebody looking at your motherfucking kid, you gonna bust their ass, right? You gonna get the strap, grab the ratchet, and bust their ass, right? Because they saying something disrespectful to your 15-year-old, them big ass titties, big ass hanging out in little ass shorts, little ass clothes that you bought. You bought them shits. Look like you went and bought. Hey, yo.
Yep, there we go. Where we at? 57 though? Okay, I'll let it marinate while we get to 60 though. Let me get some music or something to get y'all to happy. You know, y'all doing your thing though. Get some elevator music or something like that though. But hey, I'm gonna
Yay.
leave me up.
Y'all can get them taps up, please.
See?
Yeah, keep tapping them fingers off, cause mine are numb over here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you
Right. Ain't
can
no way my mom's finger
soak
should be
yours
hurt
in
more than
ice.
the others. It's like
BK,
what 35?
BK, put your hands in ice.
Right, please.
Yeah, cause
Boy.
I'm gonna need them. Yep, you're right. I'm gonna put them in some ice.
Boy.
That's why I've been quiet. That's why I just listen.
and tap at the same time and listening.
Mm-hmm.
Do your thing. Tap at the same time.
We almost there.
We almost there, y'all.
Almost at the favorite parts. Like, no, usually y'all figures for other stuff. It's gonna get juicy. I already know, man. We ain't getting enough. We got some people, level-headed people that's trying to get there, though. But
Y'all welcome
I know
to
it's gonna
join
be
the
some
panel.
victim heads coming in here. What do you mean?
What did he mean by that?
He just sound like y'all all some pedals to the agree with that.
My
He
kid can do
sound creepy
whatever
to
they
even
want.
talk about kids.
Why did he say she had a fat booty?
It's the voice for
Why
me.
is he talking like that?
Yeah.
My
You could tell he's from up
He
top.
called her titties big.
Right. That's the part. Right. That's gonna be the part they stuck on. What the heck? She not supposed to say that she got double D's, even though she got double D's.
Okay,
What
we
is
made
that?
it. We made it. We made it.
We made
Yep,
it,
60.
baby.
We got 65. We gotta get 65. It's only 60.
We all 60, but I promised them. Yeah, y'all keep tapping though, but I promise y'all 60 though. It's on though, but keep tapping. I don't want to turn it back off. But let me see. Hold up. All right. Oh, my twin is for the win. It's coming in. I should have said it's coming in. I messed up.
It's coming in.
Right.
Hey, I
sound weird. I just thought about that. That do sound weird.
I sound like I'm in a hallway or something.
You do.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
sound like
You knew it.
under
You
a
knew it.
bridge.
That's why you asked. You said I'm in the hallway, but do I sound like I'm in the hallway?
I'm hoping I don't think I'm in a hallway. You know I'm in a hallway though?
Let me
You
do
got the
this
hall
real
pass.
quick.
You got
There
the
you
hall
go.
pass. Y'all
Now
remember
you went
hall
back in the hallway.
passes? Oh my god, I miss those times.
So y'all gonna leave my thing over there by herself, man? I don't like how y'all did that right there.
I know they
Ain't
ain't
that
nobody
something,
on
man?
my
I'm
side.
over here with you,
I
man.
guess
So
I got God on my side
you
today.
got me.
Wait, who got
They
that
still got hall passes. They just a little different.
Mm,
No,
yeah.
They just walk out the room and close the
You
door.
still sound like you're in the hallway.
Right. You were just sounding cool, and then you went back in the background again.
He sound like he's hiding behind the door.
No,
Right.
so
He under the bed now.
Hey, look, speaking of hall pass, I substitute teach that's what I do part time, and I be like
Mhm.
avoid in the middle schools, right? When I do go,
Mhm.
I be like, man, they don't even write passes no more. They just,
no.
I'm going to the bathroom. I'm like, what?
But
Be gone for 30, 40 minutes. I'm like, what's wrong with your stomach?
Yeah, it
But
was hurting. It was hurting bad.
now I just be like, I just let them go. I'm like, you know what? You get in trouble. Don't say Miss Holmes told you could do nothing because I ain't vouching for you. But the crazy thing is, though, they be wanting you to like that age group, that middle school age group. They be wanting people that are consistent so bad, but the kids so damn bad. It's like they want the kids when they like you, they want you to be there, but it's like you still can't tell them nothing. So
Yeah,
it's
cause
like a bittersweet. I'm like, I would love to come back, but I can't come back. Y'all don't listen. Cause they want younger people, you know what I'm saying? They like our age group because we kind of can relate or whatever. But it's just like, man, I can't do it.
y'all just fun. Y'all the fun
Yeah,
one. It's like y'all keep them woke.
y'all be fine. So
Yeah, some of them be looking at you like, damn, I can't
and
wait to
that
get the
too.
I'm
chance.
gonna listen to her because she fine as hell. I know I used to do it.
Yeah, they
Teachers,
don't
right? I
listen. They
had some
don't look. They
teachers I
don't
was
like the
crushed
teachers
on.
that don't look
You,
good.
Man,
Cause the
was
teachers
you
that
I?
don't
gotta
look
be
good.
careful. You definitely gotta
Boy,
be careful
like
because
Missy J, man, got that baby.
that's
Cause
how
I'm
you
not even
turn
gonna
up.
lie. Some of my teachers, they was looking good as shit. I used to just be happy just to go on one teacher class, just like, oh my god, she's just so fire.
Man,
Her body is crazy.
Can we get some men
I was
teachers like that
hoping they
now?
was immature. Like, please try me.
Hey,
So
so now
I'm a
that we on
victim.
this topic of kids looking at older people in that type of light, so this whole topic has a lot to do with what like how we're wired.
Right.
So I know when I was in high school, these
16, 15, 17-year-old girls, they in high school, they bragging about having grown men as boyfriends.
Right.
Oh
They
yeah, of
they sit
course.
there, oh I got a grown nigga, he about to pull up, come get me, skip school, go do, whatever.
Woo the
Like I
wop.
went to Southfield, you feel me? Woo wop the bam. But I went to Southfield High. I remember when Jasmine, Renee, and all them, Reese and all them,
Alizé.
you feel me?
Not
No, Jasmine,
Alizé.
Renee.
He always had a Mercedes Benz
I
that he
had I
always
had a Alizé. I had a hunger named
Mercedes
Alizé.
Benz it over.
So I remember when they went and did they one night only because I was a freshman, but I kind of hung around the older crowd just because they kind of took after, like, not after me, but they looked after me in a way, and they messed with me heavy because I was just a chill dude. But anyway, they went and did they one night only. That's when they met Dope Boys Cash Out, and they put all their girls on, and they all start messing with these grown men. But in retrospect to that, men naturally want younger women. It's in our DNA because younger women they have the youth. They usually, we see them as more teachable and moldable.
Pliable, yes.
You feel me?
Yeah, groomable.
That youth, that beauty, and all that, because usually when women get older, things start to drop a little bit. They already stuck in their ways. They more bullheaded. They I don't want X, Y, and Z. Da 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 da. If you ain't doing that,
It's what you not gonna do.
higher expectations
Period.
and messing with a younger woman who like, just get my hair and nails done. I'm happy. I'll do whatever you want me to. You feel me? To an older woman, you got to do more. But that goes to me saying, like the whole R. Kelly case.
Oh Lord.
R. Kelly, I'm gonna keep it a buck. R. Kelly is not no different from y'all uncles and all them older cousins. And all had uncles and cousins that's 25, 26, 27 messing with girls in high school, pulling up in their little old schools, picking these little young girls up. But the only difference is that he has more fame behind him. More people know him, more notoriety. So when he does it, it's a problem. Well, go in there and check your cousin that's sitting there messing with that girl who just turned 18 and he 32. Go check your uncle who 45 messing with that young girl who just turned 19 and she see he got a check. But we don't want to take accountability for that. But it's already programmed in us. So a lot of these things is not just based on the parents either. It is, but it isn't. It's
I'm gonna agree with you on that.
wired.
Cause I feel like no matter how old a man gets, that man always gonna have options. Whether the woman is older, finer, younger, smarter, dumber, shorter, taller, fitter, bigger. Like that man gonna always have multiple options, no matter the age. Cause women love chasing the men. Little do they know. You
Well, I
go
He's a
mean,
after
sugar
women are
daddy.
like
You want to know
you
women are
why?
like 6 to 1.
and it's just because we desire men. We desire attention. We desire like for a man to look at us or whatever case may be. And that's be the thing. Like I think women waste their time trying to get a man to fit their standards instead of them going after the men that they have genuine feelings towards, where to basically when she meets that man, none of those standards matter. It's just like, oh, I really like him because he's just a cool person, he actually is somebody who, shit, I say I want 6 foot, shit, he ain't gotta be 6 foot, shit, I'm comfortable with wherever height he's at. Like, because that shit
Well,
don't
I'm
matter.
6'6", so I ain't really got those problems.
Bro,
It's like
you gotta
no,
keep making your voice deep every time you say that, bro. I'm 6'6". I'm 6'6", let me know.
But no,
Yeah,
just
he that one cousin that I always, when I was younger, me and him was like, he was always shorter than me, and I knew he was gonna get tall because his dad was tall. This dude would literally be measuring himself to me. Oh, this the new year right here. Watch out. This dude flew right past me, like when I think it was like about 15, 16 or something like that. He just flew past me. And I'm looking at his chest now. ain't that
Hey,
so?
But I
that's
think
crazy because I
but I
used to
think
be
even
going
with our
through.
bodies, we even I don't know. Like as a teenager, I was like that. Like to where my cousin, I guess it's because it wasn't her. She was more faster in life than me, meaning she sat up here and people gravitate to her more because she was already a certain way. She fight, she sit up here, she's a cool girl, she the girl that know how to dress, she's a pretty girl or whatever case may be, and I'm just like, oh, I'm the girl that playing basketball, chilling back and just doing what I do. Like I didn't care to sit up here and get attention from boys because I just think my mind wasn't in the space to care for a boy's attention, if that makes sense. Like
No,
I
that
was
makes
just focused. I was focusing on being the age that I was and doing sports and shit.
Yeah.
Like I didn't. Maybe that's just what it was. Cause I would be like, damn, like why? I'm like, why all the girls hating on my cousin, want to fight my cousin? Cause they boyfriends like her, and it was just me not understanding. Like some girls' jealousy is real. Some people live to have all the attention in the room from the men. You get what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes sense. So, who was the young lady that was talking before you? Because I can't see my phone right now.
Allegra.
Okay, so just to go deeper into what you were
Sound like
saying.
a new Viagra. Who's from?
Don't do it. Don't do it. You know I grew
I'm
up.
sorry.
Look, you know I grew up
I
hearing
swear I
that
seen a
all my
commercial with
life. Like
Allegra before. I
it's
don't
a
know.
regular thing, man. I call Levitra, all kind of stuff, Lord.
Oh,
so,
All
what
kind
you
of
were
stuff.
saying, like,
Allegra for men.
I make
so
them
the
happy,
reason
man.
why women men that's older still have so many options is because
Thanks for having me.
the things that y'all value is what older men increase in. So what I'm saying is they status. As a man get older, his status increases. His ability to provide increases. His
Hmm?
knowing how to pleasure a woman increases because of so many years of experience. So all that y'all are attracted to is usually in older men. So the older a man get, the more of a pool of women he has. So it's kind of like a thing where for men, the better we get better as age goes on. And I don't like saying it, but the truth is, as women get older, they get the pool becomes smaller. So that's all I wanted to say on that because you was
I
touching on
can
it.
And I
agree
don't know
and
Thank
about
you
you,
for
disagree
but
to
that.
a certain extent. Cause if I could get me an Anthony Hamilton, man, I'm with that. If I could get
take
that,
baths, right?
if I could get that, then
You know he don't
that's
take
where I
baths,
She
would
said,
right?
I'm
go.
all in, okay?
You know he don't
So
use
I
deodorant or
definitely
take
agree.
baths, right?
What? He don't take
Hold on,
baths.
hold,
It's
What?
hold
on
Hold
on. We
on.
Google.
gotta.
Look it up. Anthony Hamilton exposes how musty he is. Everybody know that.
Don't play with me.
I'm just
It's
playing.
all.
I'm
It's
just
all right.
playing.
Do
I'm
It's
not
all
fucking
play
right.
with
with
you.
me.
He'll fix it.
That's all
I'm
right.
pretty
That's all
sure
right.
he'll
We can
fix
fan him
it.
with some money. Anyway,
Yeah,
I
he
agree
gonna
with
fix
you on
it.
all that. I agree
With
with you on
some
all that
money.
status and all that. The only thing I don't agree with is just because in the day and time that we living in, and people are a lot more conscious about their health and all that stuff, women is doing the damn thing. Like women and men, like 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. Like as long
Oh,
as long as you take care of yourself, I feel like you got a fighting chance. The
but this
so
I'm not saying that women, start to lose beauty. It's the other things that go with that. As women get older,
Mm-hmm.
they become less fertile.
I don't
As
want to be 50
women
with a
get
baby.
No, I'm not saying it's impossible or it never happens. The probability, the
Right.
statistics, the chances are women become less fertile.
That's true.
They
But why
become
do I want a
more
baby at
stronger
that
bodies.
age?
You said what?
I said, why do I want a baby at that age anyway?
And
I
that's why
don't
they
want
want to
one.
go for you. Made
Right.
it worse. That's why they
That's
want to go for
why
younger.
You
Yep.
know,
Are you saying
sometimes
men
you
Yep.
want
want
that?
like
Men
Taco
want to be
Bell, but then
That's
sexy
the
with a
like
problem.
2-year-old?
you eat the Taco Bell and then you don't want it no more.
Like my thing is, majority of women when they're older, they don't even want to sit up here and do nothing that younger women do. They
That's true.
already been through. They more than likely been and done all those things that those younger women are about to
Right.
go through or went or going through.
Are you
So
talking
they'll
about the
look
phase
at
they
it
get ran
like
through?
they'll be looking at it like, oh hell no, I'm not having no more damn kids. Like I've
Right,
been there, done
right.
it. baby, give me somebody that ain't trying to have kids. Give me somebody that just want to travel, live life, have fun, and we do what
Right.
we do.
Lisa
Like
Right.
said she want a younger
so,
man.
so men,
Lisa, how old are
we
you?
have. You said what?
Lisa in the comments was saying she want a younger man. I was just wondering how old she was.
But
Oh, I'm
Alter,
29.
Kev, we gotta catch up Alter. We gotta catch up Alter, Winter,
Let me mute.
Tones and God Justice. Like, but yeah, we just talking about basically how I thought we was talking about how people be dressing their kids in older clothing and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
Right?
went on a
Right.
little tangent, but it's still on track though
Yeah,
because
we
it all
still on
plays
track.
a
We
part.
still riding off in the sunset somewhere, but
I mean, the kids gonna do what they
Oh
see their
wow.
parents doing.
You
Okay,
feel me?
Lisa.
So if you see your
Hey, there go
parents,
you
your
go,
mama
Tone.
in
She
a
answered your
booty short,
question, Tone.
you said what?
She answered your question.
What question?
Miss Lisa, the question you asked how old she was.
Yeah.
she's
Oh,
59.
oh,
She,
yeah.
she's
You need to go ahead
69.
and sit down, baby. You don't need no younger man. You need to sit down.
No, he
Oops, my bad.
Hey,
Ooh,
how
ooh.
old she say she was?
59. She's
50. Oh,
59.
I'll take her down through there.
Girl, you ain't finna.
Oh,
What you, Lady Eloise?
oh, she got a contestant. She got a contestant
Oh,
over here.
y'all
Contestant.
crazy.
Hey, I'll spin that clock back for her. You feel me?
Well,
I'm
he's
just saying, some
45,
people ain't
so
got
That
to
that
be
ain't
about
that
it.
bad.
the elders up, okay? They like, I'm up here. I'm okay. I
Mess
don't
that
mind what
hip
you
up.
say.
I'm weak.
He
Give
gonna
her a
wake
new
them
hip
clocks up
replacement,
real
son. I'm
quick.
talking.
I'm
I'm
sorry. I didn't have
weak.
to. I didn't mean to laugh out like that. I'm sorry.
So forget the
Who
hip
said somebody hip
replacement. I'll go
replacement?
ahead and put some oil on them bones for her. You hear me?
Oh my God.
Massage her
I'm
out a
dead.
little bit before
I
you
don't
Man,
know,
crank
man.
that car.
These cougars be doing it, man. I don't know. Have y'all ever seen like R. Kelly's ex-wife? She be doing like dancing
Hey, she
stuff
one of my
in the A.
favorites.
She's one of my
Yeah.
favorites too, man. No
I
homo.
said she's so bendable.
She be doing it, and she an older woman. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
like
saying?
she's a old that old dog got new tricks for sure, for
Right.
sure.
Teach me, honey. Teach me. I want to know.
Like if I could learn from somebody, it would definitely be her. Cause I seen them moves. I said I
Shoot.
see why R. Kelly was stuck.
Okay.
Okay.
so
Oh, Winter done drop. I was about to go to Winter, but
Oh,
Okay,
they
Miss
sick of us.
Lisa.
They sick of us. Okay, mute.
God Justice, how you doing? Welcome to the panel.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. Oh, you want to give your opinion on the topic or what we're talking about?
What's the?
Basically, we're just talking about. Well, we didn't go back, but
What up, conscious?
we're just basically talking about how people feel about their older adults dressing their kids up like basically adults, young adults.
You mean provocative?
Basically
yeah.
like whether it's a boy or a girl, the boy could be dressed up as in a gold chain or grill, like they just dressing him like an older, like he's 17, 18 already, or 20, or like an older person.
Depending on what it is, I would say that people have to, when you do that, especially if it's provocative, you are setting your children up to be objectified. I was talking to somebody earlier today, and they was talking about it's this year alone, it's a mass of teachers going to jail. Teachers messing with the students, females, and so I mean, in certain situations, there's people that are gonna be people, pedos gonna be pedos or whatever. But I mean, we can actually, not take the chance of people objectifying our children if we actually dress them, proper according to their ages. That's just my opinion. Though what I'm saying is not, factual. It's my opinion, but I feel like a lot of us do that, and we get our kids objectified. You know what I'm saying? So
Is somebody
Yeah.
drinking? What's somebody drinking? Pour me one. Somebody pour me one.
Somebody
And
feeling
it's so
good.
crazy because now
Drowning.
think about it. You know, a mother, she'll have a daughter, and her mother will have a boyfriend or husband that's not that her daughter's father, and they'll both be walking around in little ass shorts and got the t-shirts tied up, showing belly and all this. Like, I feel like that's a big thing in our community. Like, where was the time when, like, back when I was growing up, I got 3 sisters. My sisters come around dressed like that around one of my mama friends. That my mama damn near gonna be like, girl, if you want to be grown, you can get the hell out of my house, but you ain't about to walk around here like that. Nowadays, it's like they don't even look at it like that. They don't even pay no damn attention to it. It's just like, oh, okay, what you about to do? But it's already teaching. Like, you put something in front of a man for so long, he has no choice but to look at it. We still have testosterone in us. We still going to, like, no matter how hard we try. It's 15 and 16-year-old girls that's built better than these grown women out here.
it's the
So how
chicken.
long, man, I don't
I'm
know
weak.
what the hell
It's
is
the
up.
hormones in the chicken. You know, they got
Good
the
look.
steroids in the food. But the thing is,
That's what that water noise was. You brought a whole boat in here.
a lot of us try to live our life through our children. You know what I'm saying? So especially the younger women. If you even look as far as like women like that's in their 20s and their mothers are like in their 40s or 50s or whatever, you know, you got the mom and the daughter fighting over the same man. You know
So
how many times I've heard, you know how many times I've heard women fighting their mothers over the same man. The man is messing with the mama and the daughter. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's crazy, you know, and that's why you hear a lot of women. They grow up. Some women, because I help people with situations, you know, some therapeutic things. You hear certain women say that they don't trust women. I don't trust females. I don't trust females. But actually, it ain't got nothing to do with the guy. It's a lot of things they seen their mama do. They seen their mama talk behind their girlfriend's back. They see their mama sleeping with their girlfriend's men. They seen their mama do all these things, and then they say I don't trust women because of the thing they seen their mama did. You know what I'm
right.
saying? So it's like I don't trust females because if I can't trust the woman I come from, who can I trust as far as in that species? You know what I'm saying? In that gender. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's crazy how that works out. You know, so you carrying trauma into your. Go ahead.
No, I'm just complimenting you on what you just said because I was just getting ready to say that as soon as we got back on the topic, but you said it for
See
me.
who's
That
10
right
toes
there
is.
is a mouthful. What you just said because I've seen it all too well. You know what I mean? I always talk to one female. I was like, well, why you don't talk to your mom? I don't trust her. Why you don't trust her? Now you know
Yeah.
that's the reason why. Because
They seen mama talk behind their girlfriend's back. They seen mama
right.
sleep with their girlfriend's boyfriends. They seen and on top of all that is even women who choose to stay in an abusive relationship. They seen their mama do it. Just to say she have somebody, she'll stay in that relationship because she don't want to be single. Then the daughter grow up and say, okay, and she do the same thing her mama
Who
does.
is it?
She stay in a relationship that doesn't serve her. And then she give the same guy a million chances,
Oh,
and then she
y'all coming to
finally
get the
leaves.
mattresses. Hold on 1 second.
She finally leaves this guy alone, and now she don't trust no man because she gave the same man a million chances that she should have given to somebody else. So now every man is toxic because of this one dude that did her over a million times. You know, so we gotta take accountability somewhere.
Everything comes back to the parents. Everything comes back to what you see and how people perspective is, because sometimes you got people that look at their parents and be like, you know, my mama got, you know, did all these things. I want to be the complete opposite. And then you got some people that just naturally turn around and do the same exact thing, whether they
100%
know it or
fact.
not. My
Man,
fault. That's my
That
Kev,
is a fact right there.
Kev, they're about to get it though. What's going on, y'all? How the panel
What
doing
up?
today, man?
Whoop in
I
the
see the
building.
man, I love to see the panel up here, man, speaking that truth though. To all the men up here, I say strength and honor, and to the ladies, I say peace and love. To Kev, I say what's up, brother, man. Good to be on the
What
panel.
up?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut nobody off, but I'm about to dive in straight up. Hey, man, Man, straight up, man. It's looking at the hey, I swear, hey, God justice, man. Looking at this panel, man. Looking what Kev got up here, man. I'm finna get both of them, man. The men
No,
and the women, for real. The men and the women ought to be ashamed of their damn self. I'm gonna start with the men first of all. The men running around here wearing these pants hanging all off the back of their backside, wearing these little bitty t-shirts with all of these yellow armpits and stuff like that, wearing around, you know what I'm saying, with their hats all cocked off, wearing these little bitty jackets, knowing doggone well they look like halter tops, and they walking around and got the little kids, got the little boys thinking that's the way to present themselves out there. Nah, man, pull your pants up, wear some damn clothes that fit, and wear a clean shirt. No, ain't nobody trying to see your drawers just because you got on a belt that costs more than your rent right now. You making yourself look bad. Running around here wearing these belts cost $600, $700, $800 and stuff, and all your clothes look ridiculous. You acting like you look like you got on your kids' clothes right now, fam. As a man, you should be presenting yourself so that your son or these young men can look and say, "Hey, look, I want to be dressing up in a suit." What is he doing that got him dressing in a suit, making him, you know what I'm saying, look like he got all this money and stuff like that because he presenting himself well. Ain't nobody trying to hear all that noise we talking about, man, it's just the way that I dress. Nah, you trying to look like everybody else and you thinking that's the way to go, man. You look ridiculous. Pull your damn clothes up and put on some clothes that fit, first of all, so that you can be an example to your son and your nephews and your children or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I look at it, starting with the man, first of all, and plus the ladies looking at the man like, oh, God, man, why you gotta look like that? Why is drawers all out? Man, don't nobody want to see you, fam, like that. Put your clothes on. Run around it. I mean, like, dudes do it too. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get the dudes, man, because it don't make no sense to be wearing all that stuff and you can't even afford nothing else. You can't even afford to pay your phone bill. You can't even afford to pay your rent. You can't even afford to pay your bills at the crib. Cut it out. You look ridiculous, fam. Get some clothes that fit and hold yourself together and be presentable. At least when a woman look at you, at least you will have a chance just by the way that you dressed. You know what I'm saying? By the way you presenting yourself. And these women out here too, man, come on, man. Y'all worse, y'all bad too. Just out there terrible. What are you doing with yourself? Stop it, cut it out. You already know that the child it will copy the person that they are around the most. That's what they do. It start at home first. Ladies, man, y'all wearing these clothes, got your buttons, stuff hanging all out or whatever hanging all out. Your daughter gonna copy that too. Cause she's seeing if mama doing it, then I'm gonna do it. And then you got some of these moms that support it and then have their child dressed just like them. Like, why you want to have your kid dressed just like them and then you get mad when some dude say something? The dude saying something to you too. You know what I'm saying? How is you going to get mad because he's saying something to your child? Your child ain't doing nothing but copying you. Your child is a reflection of you, especially if they live with you. Cut it out. You're making yourself look bad. You run around here talking about some, oh yeah, I look good. This look good. And then your child like, oh yeah, I look good too. Then you got some man being disrespectful to both of y'all. Don't be talking to my kid like that, talking about what they got on. Hell, look what you got on. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? You look just as ridiculous as she do. So that goes to tell us men what type of woman you are if you allow your child to even dress like that. If you allow your child to dress like that, you ain't even got no morals. You ain't got no boundaries. You ain't even got no standards for yourself. Cut it out. You look ridiculous just as much as they do. And stop it. I mean, like, and do they really care about their kids nowadays, or they're just trying to keep up with the world? Fam, they just trying to keep up with the world. They don't care about their kids because they're allowing their kids to try to keep up with, because the kids will try to keep up with the parents.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? So if the parents is out there doing that, the kid is going to be like, wow, let me keep up with them too. Like, what are you doing? I mean, like, and then now both of y'all look horrible. I mean, like, both of y'all look like y'all need to take a bath. Both of y'all look like y'all got some type of infection down there. Both of y'all is running around here looking like the streetwalkers that's dressed the same doggone way. And then you got the nerve to complain about it. Don't complain about it. Do something about it. If you don't want nobody to be coming to you, approaching you, or approaching your child in this manner, then you got to look at yourself in the mirror and see what type of example you setting for your own child. If you're not setting a proper example for your child, what do you think that child is going to be like? How do you think that child is going to grow up? Be a parent. A lot of these people want to be friends with their kids. Man, the hell with that. Don't be no friend with your child. You better be a parent to your child, because if you allowing your child to dress like that, just imagine what you allowing your child to talk like. Imagine what you're allowing your child to say. I seen a video the other day, Kev. This woman, she's standing in the bathroom, got the shorts all the way up in her crotch. It looked like she had a pad on down there trying to make it look thick. Yeah, both of them. You heard me, Joseph? Both of them. She's standing there in the mirror and got herself all hanging out with this little stuff. She ducking down in the camera. Her daughter, I promise you, not making this up. Her daughter came in the camera dressed just like her. And the dudes was like, oh man, your daughter look good. Your daughter fine. Don't be talking, don't be saying nothing about my daughter. Oh man, but your daughter got them shorts look good on her. Why you worried about what my daughter got on? Hell, she got on the damn near the exact same thing you got on. And you expect them not to say nothing? That's how ridiculous it is. This is the example that they're setting for their children. This is the example that they're setting, you know what I'm saying, for their daughters and for their sons. I'm talking about the men too. Like, man, bruh, men and women need to cut that out because I don't dress like that around my kids. Well, my kids grown. They can dress how they want to dress now. But when I was growing up, I mean, when my kids was growing up, I never dressed like that around them. You know what I'm saying? And they'll tell you. But bottom line is this. It's both of them. The men and the women need to cut it out. Kevin, you know how I am, bro. I'm never biased on no platform. I mean, like, because like the women say, it start with the men. The men, y'all get yourself together. The women to see that you doing that. Some of them may follow you. Some of them may not. Oh, well, the ones that won't, too bad. Leave them in the dirt. Leave them going. Pass them up. Because it's getting a little bit ridiculous, and they showing all of these things on TikTok too, man. You got and you right though, God Justice and my guy De Niro and my guy Prophet Poet. Y'all right though, because these girls and these young men are copying them, man. They're copying them. And then, I mean, like, and got the nerve to lose their mind. These parents got the nerves to lose their mind and try to get all out of pocket. First of all, they need to get back in pocket so their children can get back in pocket. Because the parents are the first teachers of the children, period, fam. That's what it is. I'm diving in today, man.
Okay. Hold on. I want to give a quick mod break. Can y'all please tap the screen? Get Kev up to 70K, please. Please support the live. Support Kev. Share the live, please. Thank you. De Niro, you can go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna chime in real quick. Honestly, all this stuff comes down to attention. When you think about it, the reason why women are dressing provocative is because they want the attention of men. The reason why men are dressing the way they dressing is because they not only want the attention of women, they looking to impress other men. And it's so crazy because as a man, first off, I don't dress like that. Shoot, I wear joggies most of the time. Now, if I step out, I have no problem with putting on no suit, tie, none of that. But I also throw on some crazy, you feel me? I'll throw on some little drip. But at the same time, I know that when I go to certain places, I'm dressing in a manner of what I want to attract. If I want to go step out and I want to attract this specific type of woman or this specific type of attention or this specific type of, let's say, business venture, because I also own a business. I breed dogs. So when I go to dog shows, if I'm going out there to sell puppies, I'm coming out there, I'm looking like business because most of my clientele are definitely going to be the Caucasians. They are the ones who really pulling out 10, 15, 20,000 to buy a puppy or to pay for a stud fee. So I'm not coming in there looking like I'm about to rob you, nigga. Like, I ain't coming in there looking like, you know, shoot, I'm about to take your money and you ain't gonna get your papers for your dogs. So we need to start understanding what are we going for. Like you said, the provocative dressing is basically attention, and not understanding that is the reason why y'all keep ending up with the same type of man. Even though that's a tangent for a whole nother live, KJ, but you, man, I can go real deep on that because it's both of us. We, even men, we dress, we put on all this drip and then expect to get a wholesome woman who not looking to get a bag out of you. Nigga, you retarded.
I don't know if you can say that word.
I can't say
The
nigga.
R word.
Oh.
Just
Well, you mentally incompetent. So, man, it's crazy to me. It's crazy because it's really all off of how we present ourselves. We got to present ourselves in better ways.
mm-hmm. Mr. P is in the building. So I guess while we got y'all slow. Y'all tapping a little bit too slow. Try to get to 70K real quick. Some what was it, like 60 people, but we back to 47 again. But I know y'all can do it. Y'all can do it, man.
Everybody in your life gonna be arm wrestling champions.
Yes, they will.
Arm wrestling.
See, but if they share to some people, they can get some help. You feel me? And we can be at the goal even faster. You feel? Yeah, yeah.
That part.
Forget the
Yeah,
3 pounds, they break
I'm
it
gonna just piggyback off what Wolfgang just said, man. I mean, what he said a mouthful. We can't just point fingers at one side. We got to point fingers at both, because it's men and women out here doing just about the same thing. You know what I mean? One just more aggressive with the other than the other. But we do have to put the blame on both. We just can't look at it as one sided. You know what I mean? Because we as men, we go out here to have these kids. If we are in these kids' lives, we can pretty much say, hey, no, you're not gonna wear that out. Hey, bro, hey, son, you don't need to come out there with your pants all sagging. You know what I mean? You can't wear these big, these tight clothes. You know what I mean? We have to be the examples. No matter how we might want to portray like it's all the women, it's the men too. Just like what he was saying, I wish I'd had seen that before. You know what I mean? But what he said is a mouthful.
Who said it was only women?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, I thought somebody said it in here. I was confused. I'm like, I put parents up there. I ain't put.
Yeah, you said parent. Yeah.
Oh, I had to make sure that. I'm like, no, somebody.
No, he brought it out to he pointed like both.
Oh, okay.
I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I'll throw on a nice little fitted suit, show off a little bit. Look at these boys. But no, that's just all a part of it, though. Like, we gotta know what we here to.
Yo, Ken, what's wrong with your boy, man?
My cousin, man. Look at these.
My bad, y'all. My bad.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, we do it too as males. We go out there and try to, you feel me? We know what we doing when we throw the grades on. We trying to get some attention too. So it's like you said, it's on both ends, man.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna jump in on what De Niro's talking about, like showing up to his clients a certain way. That kind of goes to like what the previous guest was talking about when we're talking about, telling our kids not to wear certain things. I would just say take that a little step further. If we're gonna tell them not to do something, give them the logical reason why. You don't have to say, don't wear your clothes like that because I said so. That just creates like a tension that's not needed, when you can say, hey, don't wear your pants like that because it's going to create an image of you. And that image is what you're going to be seen as before you open your mouth, before you can do anything else. People are going to open their eyes and they're going to give you an up and a down. And we can all say it's profiling, it's this, it's that, but the truth is it's pattern recognition. I can be dressed up, shaved up, looking nice, buttoned down, and I can come and talk to you and you'll probably have a good conversation. But if I come out and I'm wearing some really baggy clothes, I've got my pistol I've got my pew-pew on my hip, I'm looking aggressive, you're probably not going to want to interact with me as openly, and it has nothing to do with my character. It just has to do with pattern recognition, so it's like, if we're going to tell our kids to do something, at least what I do is I explain to them why I think they should do something a certain way. I think it's to say, because I said so. I like to be casual and chill all day, but when we go to church, we got to dress up, we got to look nice, not for the other people there, but because of why we're going to church and who we're going there to worship. You know, the intent of what we're wearing when we're going there, you know. So I just think it's important to point it out and address it, but it's also important to explain it so that they have something in some context in their mind as to why it's important.
Go ahead, unconditional.
Lala.
Sorry, my daughter is trying to force me to hold my keys. I'm not sure where we're going. Yeah, I was just gonna add to what Mr. Print was saying. I think you should explain, but I also think people forget to give their kids something to do in place of that. And usually, and that can come through, you know, them watching their mom dress or watching their dad dress, or it can come through saying, don't wear, if you want to wear a skirt, wear this one instead. You know what I'm saying? This one looks cute. Like giving them something to do in place of that, because you can give people a list of don'ts, but they're going to keep doing it if they don't have another alternative.
Correct.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and to throw one more word in on that. So with my daughter, for instance, I've taught her the word modesty. I don't know if that's a bad word on here.
Yeah, burn people.
But I've been teaching her, and my wife is, you know, helps with this too. You know, that you can not show, you know, you don't have to show skin to dress, you know, to dress provocative. You still need to preserve your modesty. You know, just like a man preserves his dignity in how he dresses. So.
Oh, you scared me for a minute.
So that's just, you know, something I wanted to add to that. You know, it's
serve his dignity.
You know, something to do. You know, something to think about. It's like, you know, your modesty is something that you have to hang on to. Once it's gone, it's gone, and you got that rep.
I'm gonna start telling people to get off my dignity.
No, that's crazy.
But no, what he saying is for real though, because I said in a live a few days ago, like a lot of times we tell our kids, like, you know, because I said so, but not understanding that if you educate them and tell them like, hey, you don't do this because of this, because this will be the result. For example, don't put your face on the couch where everybody sit their butt on, because if you do that, then you gonna look like this. You gonna have a big dirty boil on the side of your cheek, and then ain't nobody gonna want to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
That will make them literally understand, oh, okay, I don't want that to happen, so I'm not gonna do it, opposed to get your face off that couch seat because I said so. That
Well,
it's gonna go across two different ways.
Well, raising your kids with the because I have say so thing, you know, mentality or whatever. When you raise them, you're teaching them not to question. So they won't question why they work the job they work, or why they still in the relationship they're in, or why they choose to accept the life that they live. You know, that's what, you know, a lot of things our parents may have had right, but there's certain things they have wrong. And, you know, we're going to continue to have certain things wrong throughout the generations, you know, but I mean, at the same time, raising your kids to, because I said so, you're teaching them not to question why they do what they do. You know, so I've always preached against because I said so. You know, why do I got to clean my room? Well, you'll attract rats, roaches, and, you know, you don't want that. You know, that's going to be kind of filthy. You get sick. You know, explain to them why they should, you know, why they do what they're doing. So everything they do in their adult life, it's got to be a reason behind why they're doing it. But a lot of us don't realize that because I said so, you're programming them. You know, a robot doesn't question why it does what it does. It just do what they're programmed to do. So,
also, you don't want them
I mean, I just think that because I was brought up under that, like, heavily. Like, but I literally understood and I didn't question it because I knew why my mama was saying it. She ain't telling me just to clean up, just to sit up here and turn me into a slave. She's sitting up here telling me to clean up because she want things clean in her house.
Well, that's
At the end
different.
of the day,
She's explaining to you why she do that, but a lot of you got some parents
she
that
ain't
really
have to
ruin.
say the words. That's what I'm saying. She ain't have to say the words. It was just like, clean up, get up in here and clean this room. And if I come in here and tell you again, you get your ass beat.
and that's what it was in her house. It wasn't no question no adult in her house. I don't know who you think you are under my roof, but I don't answer questions. I don't listen to you. You listen
I
to
think
me.
there's
I think
a
there's
proper way to ask questions, and people also aren't teaching their kids that. So like there are moments where it's okay to ask me questions, and there are moments where like it's not okay. Like if I say don't run in the street, we're not about to have a 16-minute conversation as to why you can't just sprint off into the street. I'm going to bring you out of the street, and then later we'll have a discussion about why I did that. But I do feel like it's okay for them to know why, even if it's not in the moment, like a respectful appeal type of
I mean,
situation.
but that's fine. But what I'm saying is, when we continue, but that's and I'm not saying in the sense of you tell your kids to do something and you explain everything. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying, when they ask you why, you know what I'm saying? Because I said so. You know, when you ruin them with an iron fist, it's gonna do either two things. It's either gonna raise them not to question what they do, or since you haven't given me a logical reason why, I'm gonna disobey you anyway. I don't care how many times you whoop me. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how many times you beat me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do it because I want to do it. You know what
I
I'm
do
saying?
think
Like,
I feel
sometimes
like a
I do think
disobedient kid is just a naturally a disobedient kid.
that's
It
well,
just
nah, that's
I,
not necessarily true.
I
That's
don't
not
think
true.
that's true, honestly.
like
That's
Because
not
like
true.
I
nah
was
nah but y'all
go
not
ahead.
listening to what I'm
Go ahead.
saying. Like what I mean by that is if you already had it in your mind to do wrong, you was gonna do it regardless whether I told you or didn't check you up on it. You get what I'm saying? So it's like if I could still check you up on something, but if it's still in your mind to want to do wrong, then that's just in your mind. That's just the way you set up as a person. I could tell you 100 times not to sit up here and touch something, but you're gonna be curious on why you can't touch it. And until you touch it, that's when you're gonna be like, oh, that's why she didn't want me to touch it because it was gonna hurt me. You
There
know what
are
I'm
some
saying?
things. There are some things that we're naturally gonna be disobedient. You're not gonna have a completely obedient child. Even the kid that makes straight A's or whatever. There's nobody that was ever obedient to the T. But for the most part, you know what I'm saying. Every child is different, and you gotta raise them according to who they are. You know, I treat all my children the same. That's really the craziest idea to do, craziest thing to do, because all your children are not the same. You can't raise them all the same. You know,
True.
Yeah,
you got to
your
raise
son is
them differently because
completely. Oh, sorry.
you have to raise them differently because all your children's not the same. Some might be docile, some might be bold, some might need attention than others, and then you got some kids where they maybe got two different, mother got two different baby daddies. You can't raise them the same. One might get to see their father more often, one might not get a chance to see, and the kid might actually see, damn, he get to see his daddy, why can't I see my daddy? So his hurt, his trauma that he's suppressing gonna come out in unhealthy ways because he don't know how to properly deal with it because he's a child. You got to be more patient with that one versus the one who get to see his day. So you can't raise all children the same.
Yeah,
So
two
it's
things, and
different.
I'm gonna be quiet. The first thing is I know that children are different in the sense that like my daughter is a complete opposite of my son. She's a daughter that I'm probably gonna have a lot of conversations with, so that because, and this is the second thing, when we explain why we allow the child to have autonomy when we're not around. Like if you don't explain to a child why, even if it's not in the moment, if you don't explain to them why they can't do XYZ or why they shouldn't do XYZ, when you're not there, that's when they try to figure out why they should or should not. If you explain it ahead of time, at least there's a higher chance of when they're alone that they will make that decision on their own. My son is somebody I have to move for. I have to make him, like, he doesn't ask me why. He does whatever I ask him to do and doesn't ask me why. But I have to go to him myself and say, do you know why mommy said you can't do XYZ? It's because of whatever, you know.
What is? I think it's some instance. Not go ahead, Mr. P. I got you out there. I think it is some instance that have that because I say so moments. I was thinking about. I got to think about it though, but I know it was a couple times where you have to, because it'd be like where some kids be trying to be smart and feel like that you gotta explain yourself or whatever, because it's like talking back. Like some kids be talking back. Or I don't know how to explain it though, but
No,
it's just like
fact,
some
fact.
some
No, I
situation
know how.
deserve a
Like
because I
if I
said
say,
so.
look,
Kev, I know
Huh?
exactly how to help you out. You know, you remember that how many of y'all seen ATL? So y'all remember when Nunu had that moment with her father and she wanted him to sit up here and explain why he wouldn't allow her to go up on the south side, and she was like, well, if you don't gotta explain yourself to me and I don't have to explain myself to you. And he was like, because in his mind, he was like, what the hell am I doing up here arguing with my child for? Why am I sitting up here explaining myself to you and I don't gotta do that? Like, at the end of the day, you want me to explain myself because you don't agree with my way of parenting. If you don't agree with my way of parenting, then at the end of the day, I'm not expecting you to sit up here and have the understanding of why I'm doing the things that I'm doing or saying the things that I'm saying. You get what I'm saying? Because from your mindset, you're like, oh, I'm just stopping you from doing what you want to do. That's just what it is. But in reality, I'm doing it out of protection and out of care. You get
Well,
what
with
I'm
the
saying?
situation, yeah, and with the situation with parenting, we all like everybody on the stage. We all got
I think
different
Mr.
parents, so
P
we
wanted to
all.
go though. We keep skipping over.
Oh, my bad. Let me mute up then.
Sorry, I keep waving. I don't like to cut people off ever. It's hard to tell when someone's actually done speaking, so that's why I keep waving and shit. What you guys are dancing around, I think, is the idea that this phrase I used with my children. I said there's times in life where comprehension is not required for cooperation. And I said those times you're going to be able to tell. It's going to be a tone in my voice. It's going to be a way that I'm saying something. It's going to be the way I'm moving my body, the way that things are being done. You know, the way things are being said. Like, get out of the road. I don't need you to understand that there's a truck with its brakes blown out flying down the hill. I don't need you to comprehend that. I just need you to cooperate with me and follow my instructions. And I think that if you explain that to your child, that there's moments in life where you just need them to cooperate. You don't need them to comprehend. And that's their job as a child, is to cooperate in those moments. And then there's other moments when you can stop something right when it's happening and you can explain right then and there what's going on. And maybe these are simple conversations that people just aren't having. I've been working that with my kids since we could communicate verbally. I mean, I've been trying to get them to understand there's times where you just have to listen, because you don't have the same self-awareness that an adult has. I mean, this is cataloged shit. Kids don't have the same foresight, the same self-awareness and stuff like that. So, you know, there are moments, like I said, I don't need you to understand. I just need you to listen. So, and then there's other times where it's going to be much more beneficial for me to explain it to you so that you understand, and then you can carry yourself forward. So I think that's kind of what we're dancing on, the idea there.
Yeah, I agree with that part. Like with the whole say, there is instances where it gotta be because I say so. Like what you just said, when they're in the moments of danger, they're in the middle of a street, a car coming. Of course, you're not gonna explain to them. I mean, I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But by that time, you know, or whatever, maybe they get a little older. You know, you build so much rapport with your kids to the point that they see that actually, you know, their obedience, you know, actually has been saving them. But, you know, there are some kids that's going to be naturally rebellious. They get older and smell themselves and, you know, whatever. See, like I said, everybody on the panel was raised with different parents. You know, we all come from different walks of life and things of that nature. You know, my mother parenting skills might not have worked for everybody on this panel. So it's still a subjective thing. Like my mom raised me like as a 12-year-old. My mother, you know, when you sit down and you talk to your kids about, you know, sex and things like that, you know, my mama didn't stop me from doing whatever. She, as soon as I hit 12 years old, she sat down, she ran every disease known to man by me. She ran how I could get it, X, Y, and Z, broke it down to the T. And she said, I'm not gonna hold your hand, I'm not gonna stop you. Go out there and find out if you think I'm playing. I didn't do nothing for years. You know what I'm saying? She explained to me why I shouldn't do it early, how it could ruin my life to be a father earlier, all of these things. She broke it down, but she didn't guard the door. She didn't put locks on the door. She didn't put bars on the window. She didn't do it for my sisters either. She broke it down and she said, this is what's going to happen. Now go out there and find out. You know, and you know, we didn't do anything. You know, we was warned. You know, so we stayed in the house. We waited till it was time. So, like I said, but it might not have worked for everybody. It might not have worked for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't hear all these things and still do what they want to do. You know, so it just, you know, it's a subjective thing. That's all I'm saying.
Honest,
Okay,
after you can alter go. I know she put her hand
yeah,
up.
no, I'm about to get that straight right now. I'm about to let her go right now because I see Print also want to go. Could y'all get them likes up, please? Tap that screen. I see y'all getting lazy in here. Let's get them likes up. Let's get them shares up. Hey, Bunny, sis. But yeah, Alter, you
Bunny.
got the floor, sis.
Hey, really quick though, I gotta drop down.
Oh,
God Justice, I gave you a follow so that I can run into you again. Kev, good seeing you. I know I haven't been on in a
Oh yeah,
minute.
for sure, man.
You know
I'm
I'll be
definitely
back.
gonna follow back.
And everybody
I
else
just
have a
followed
blessed
too.
day. All right, keep those kids in line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go
Stop
ahead,
being loose
Alter.
parents out here. You feel
Just so
me?
you can see my old lady. I don't know, you probably never seen her.
Oh, okay. I like the hair.
Thank you. Blue, purple. I don't know.
All right, y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good one too.
Thank you. You as well.
Alter, go ahead.
Oh, my bad, y'all. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, already. Hi, guys. So yeah, I was just, yeah, I was trying to say was, yeah, I agree with what Guy was saying. You have to know, definitely know what type of parent, know what type of kid you have to know what works for your kid. I definitely don't agree with the whole bolting thing. You're right about that. I think, cause like, okay, so say for instance, I was, my kids were little. They were like, when you get your kids, you need to put a plug on everything. I was like, I am not finna. That's probably bad though. Don't listen to me. I did not parent proof or kid proof everything. I was like, look, I'm gonna tell you once. I'm gonna show you and everything like that. Why we not doing this? We not to do it. And they both just able to do it. They just follow. They understood. Because me keeping, it's something about that, like, that's why like, when people keep like a cookie jar on the counter and stuff like that, like, they finna grab for that counter, like for those cookies, whatever. So it's like, but they're gonna try to, but at least like when you teach them, they know it starts to kind of like, I think kind of like what Lala was saying, when you teach them, a lot of times they'll go after that. They'll see it, but they'll understand the purpose of why not to do something. I think when, and then what Mr. was saying, I don't know, Kev was saying as far as why, my bad, y'all. I was trying to remember what I was gonna say. What is the thing he said, Kev?
About the times that you don't have to say because I said so.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank
You know I got you.
Right, because I was like, yeah. All right, so that one, right? That's definitely, it can be, to me, like if a kid is in danger, of course, we always know like those are the times you need to say it. They need to just listen. So when your kid is raised up on like you explain everything in those moments, now everybody gonna get shot up or peep you because she over there trying to say, but mom, why do I have to turn the corner? You have to tell me why. Like you have to tell them why in certain situations you can't ask. There's no asking. And know my tone when I say that's why I think tone matters. Tone is necessary. I can't be sweet voice every time I'm talking to you because you need to know when I elevate my voice and why I'm saying this. And if I always elevate my voice, then you'll be like, okay, she just screaming like she always do, right? But like they need to just know when it's a serious time. Like get down or go this way or run this way, whatever the case is. But I think like to explain that to them later though is good, so they'll know why you made those provisions or why you said those things. So they'll think about it in the moments that you're not around. But even if it's like, why I gotta do my homework right now? Because I said so. That's a fine time to say I said so. Because why are you asking when I tell you to do your homework? Because I freaking said to do it. Because if I don't tell you to do right now, what you finna do? Go play the game? Go try to go this, do that. Do something other than what I need you to do. So yes, go do that because I said so. That's a easy understanding. And then it's another one y'all said the why you explain things. I don't need to explain to you why. Of course, as time go by, they'll start understanding why am I telling you to do your homework right now? Because you're going to get distracted by other things. And plus, if I'm telling you just to do something, it's just because I'm telling you to do it. Just make it happen. Do it right now. You got every other time later on to do what you want to do. Like that's just that. So,
I said facts.
Yes.
That's what my mama told me. All the words you said, my mother told me. And it was just because I was an easily distracted type of kid. Like I could easily remove my attention from focusing on what's more important to something that just doesn't benefit me later on far as my education wise in life. Like, and my mama, she was stressed about like, you need to be focused on, don't make me have to come sit in your motherfucking class, because I'll be that mama. I'll be that mama today. Like, and
I'll
I'll
be
be
that
like,
mama
mama,
today.
please don't come sit in my class. I promise you, I'll do good.
Well, everybody, you know, tap the screen, share the live, because I said so now. Y'all know how to do that.
You're right. There you go. You said it perfect, my boy. My boy.
Oh, we gotta start saying it. Everybody tap the screen right now. Get set again because I said so.
Because I
It's
said
gonna be a
so.
little.
Ain't no wise down there, BK. That back talk, you back talking. It's like,
BK, why? Whoop him first. Get him first.
whoop him first. Exactly. Got a smart mouth.
Whoop him first.
It's like, is it a difference? Like, even with that, it's like, is it a difference? Is it the kids really being smart mouthed, or just because we ain't had an answer and we just say it,
Okay,
or is
now
it both,
look.
or it
Some of
could be
them
both?
damn
It's
kids
case
be
by case.
smart.
No,
Huh?
that's a good concept. Oh, go
Some
ahead.
of them kids, some of them kids do be smart mouth, especially kids of today.
That's what I was saying, right?
They don't feel like they gotta listen to you, especially if you're not their parent. Oh, my mama tell like kids of today, if their mother said, watch my kid, right? That kid sit up here and if they acting out in front of you, they'll be like, oh, I don't gotta listen to you. Yeah, my mama told you to watch me, but I don't gotta listen to you because you're not my mama. I literally had plenty of kids tell me that.
All right.
And I literally had to stump down on them because I'm like, I may not be your mama, but you still gonna respect me. You're not just about to feel like you can talk to any adult any kind of way. You're still a kid who's
And
gonna
me
get
not being your
checked.
mama, me not being your mama ain't got nothing to do with me telling you. Yeah, like you say, they ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Well, here's the kicker. The problem is you aren't telling. Okay, that's nice that you got all the onions, honey. Okay, thank you. You collected up my
You
onions.
better
Now
unconditionally love her. Chill.
I do. Listen, I love
I
that way. I
love
won't beat her.
Lala.
Now that she won't beat her, I will love her while I'm beating her. I love you so
Mm-mm.
much.
Oh my God, that's my mom, Lala.
No, I'm just saying you also gotta understand that
I'm
like
whooping you because I love you.
some of those kids who are behaving that way or fussing back at you is because their parents have raised them to be that way. They keep trying to say that it's just how they are. It's not. Your parents have not told you that it don't matter who it is. You do what they tell you to do. They have not said
Nope.
that to you. They have said, "Oh, you know what? What I missed? I'm sorry. They have not said it. No matter who watching you or whatever, like no matter who watching you, you're gonna be respectful and you're gonna do what they say do. They're not saying that to their kids. They're like, oh, everybody has determined that everybody cannot speak to their children or tell their children what to do, and they've said it to their kids.
Yeah,
And now their kids have
that's the whole
problem.
That's the
reason.
thing, though. I'm not watching any kids I can't whoop. I say that right now. That's why I'm not a teacher.
Yeah.
If I can't
You
whoop your kid, I can't watch them.
Facts.
you know, I thought about something else too. Reason why that explaining thing ain't always. I don't know. That's what I said because I be thinking about stuff like this, right? Because I think also because I said so. Also, it's a good thing too because it's like they be having it to where you have like when we get older and stuff, and it goes on like with the adulting where they talking back to the police now. You know what I'm saying? Or they talking back to like they job or all that stuff. I need you to explain why like some of that stuff just ain't gonna work with them. You're gonna get yourself fired, you're gonna get yourself hurt, all that stuff because you want an explanation about everything. So it's just like you really have to it's like a balance then. Some of the stuff gotta be because I said so, and some of them gotta be you gotta explain it though. So it's like you gotta know you got to really know the difference, though, because, like, yeah, it is one of them little spoiled little grown folks that we think they can say anything. No, I need you to talk and let me know and all that stuff or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the perfect way to explain it because it definitely is both sides, right? You that is so big because like it's perfect example that you gave. It's when I was saying something to my son and I told him I was explaining to him like I was talking about that. I was like I don't like to really say because I said so every time because when you wear out a term. You have to be able to mix it up. You have to be a mixologist when you're a parent, like for real, like a whole mixologist, and with the drinks. Okay, but anyway, like you have to really do that because you'll just keep saying all the time. Sometimes parents, I feel like, just don't want to explain. They're, like you said too, though, sometimes they don't have an explanation to give, or they don't want to give, they just don't care to give context. They think kids are just dumb sometimes too. There is a parent like that. Like, okay, you know what, you just ain't gonna understand, so just because I tell you. And you just being lazy, it's to explain. Like, you know, like, explain why sometimes.
They are a little bit dumb though, Alter. They're a little bit dumb.
Yeah, they. So like you do have to explain, you know, some things, but like that, because I said so, it's so important. Because sometimes, like you said, you can be in a situation where like, hey, we gotta go here. Why are we going? Like I have time to explain to you why. Just go. Like, what are you doing? So like, you have to know when that unction has to come. Like, okay, yeah, this is the time where I don't ask questions. This is the ask questions later. Act now. Like, you have to teach them that there is moments where you act now, ask questions later. There's questions now, and I can give you some answers. But other than that, like, you have to know what I'm telling you and why I'm telling you this. Like, right now, it's a do as I say. Later, it's an explanation, depending on what it is. You just have to know those situations. It's not always an explanation. It's not always a do as I say, because then it's like you ain't teaching them nothing. They too. When all you saying, I'll do as I say, you're not teaching them anything. But you're also teaching them. When you do mix it up, you're also teaching them, like, you know, how to have proper communication and have dialogue and, you know, ask questions, knowing that questions are okay to ask, but you're not going to get that in every moment. And like Lala was saying, or yeah, it's like with the teachers, if a child is saying that, I know your parents did not teach you this. Did not teach you that at all. Because if I'm directing you and I'm telling you if I leave you in somebody's care, I'm trusting them. So that means you're going to respect who I'm leaving you with. I always tell my kids, unless they are trying to harm you physically or any kind of way, then that's when you just do what you got to do type thing. But if you just don't like it because your feelings involved with it, like, that don't mean nothing. You still need to speak.
Me and my son actually have a code word for that. I can't tell you what it is, obviously, but we have a code word for when you're like, what is it? No, I can't tell you, Alter. And we have a code word for, like, if I'm yelling, say he's like coming home and the teacher like is saying Jordan's doing a bunch of stuff and he did. Oh, I can't wait. Doing a bunch of stuff that they need to do or something like that, and he didn't do it, or the teacher's not being wholly honest. He'll say something like, let's say the word is pineapples. He'll be like, well, mommy, is it okay if I have pineapple juice when I get home? And then I'll be aware that this person is not being honest, or like something is wrong in this situation. And so in case he's uncomfortable with being upfront honest, and it gives him the opportunity to feel free to express himself without being disrespectful. And it's the same, like, if he wants to hit friend with him and come in his house or something like that, and he want me to say no, he'll be like, hey mom, like, did you get pineapples from the store? Hey mom, can I come to Jimmy's house? And also, did you bring pineapples home from the store? And then I'll be like, oh no, he cannot go to her house because and I'll say he cannot, and you know what I mean? So it's just within our family to help come to the rescue for the kids so they feel free to express themselves, but also and in the sense that they realize in those moments that if mommy is telling you something, mommy's here to protect you even when mommy's not there.
Right, yeah. And
so you can trust
we used to use it. We didn't have a word like that with my mom though, but like with certain things, like if a friend wants like spend the night with me, spend the night, I'll say like a phrase. Mom, do you have something for me to do tonight, right? I like tell them no, I can't. I do not do that. But no, that's really good to have like stuff like that. For
well, because then they know that you're protecting them, so they know it just makes it easier to say, hey, do da-da-da. And if they know that you'll come back, if they know that they'll talk to you about it, it's less of a chance that they're going to feel like they need to buck back. But if you always are saying, like you said, you're not a mixologist, if you're always saying, because I said so, they're just going to stop coming to you eventually.
Yeah, because they already know, like, oh, okay.
You're half asleep to ask for something and hope that you just say yes. You know what I'm saying?
No. That's true. That's too funny. Oh my God, I used to do my mom like that so bad. I feel bad. She'd be halfway asleep. Can I go to what's called? Go ahead. All right, cool. Bye. She go like, wait, what did I say? Did I tell you how you can go? I think I told you that. But yeah, definitely think it's definitely important to mix it up for the kids. So they just it's like
I don't know what happened.
I told your black behind.
Period, bunny.
No, No, but you know what? I'm real gentle when it comes down to my son because he has a short attention span. Two, he will ask you a question in the midst of doing something. Like I'll be like, "Go put your shoes. Are we going somewhere, boy? Did I like put your shoes on first? Then come and ask me questions."
That's literally what I have to tell him. Do not ask me until you've done what I said. Don't ask me anything until you've done what I said.
And like, I can't tell you yet. Like, I can't tell you later.
But you know what? This is the thing, though. I try to be, like I said, I try to be a little patient with him, but because they're still, well, you know, my little baby is 4, so he's still trying to navigate himself through life and learn things and learning how to talk and communicating and using full sentences and things like that. So, not saying that he doesn't know how to do that, but I do allow him to talk.
Bunny is nicer than me and Alter. We're like, what? What is your problem?
No, I mean, it is sometimes I lose my patience because I don't have any patience. Trust me. It's sometimes that I be like, oh my God, you about to make me lose my top. Like I'm about to lose my top up in here. But
I think
I try to be patient because I don't want to. My baby's sensitive, y'all. I don't care. I know he's a little boy, but he's a little sensitive because he asks me so quick and be like, why are you mad?
I think it's gonna change when she get her second baby though, because I witnessed that with my sister. Her first baby, she was babying a mess. And not saying that you babying her, but the first one she was babying a mess. So I used to be getting on her head, and even have someone was like, "I let her do with it," and I'm like, "Bro, you gonna let that kid and run you over and all that stuff?"
Yeah,
They gonna be that and they gonna be this or something like that. Now, then, as soon as the second baby come on, she started being on his head heavy. Since the second baby came, I'm like, that's why I try to tell you this stuff be so funny.
I hate to make my baby cry because when he's in trouble, he starts crying.
Yeah, you ain't gonna care when that second one come. I bet money and watch I be right too.
But I'm still on top of him. It's never like I back up off of him. I do the gentle parent. I believe strongly in gentle parenting, but I also believe that in order for me to get him on the right track, discipline has to be in place, right? Because I really appreciate the discipline that I got growing up. So I understand that if I want him to grow up and be on the right track, he has to have some type of discipline, and I can't always say yes, even though I want to. Even though I want to just be like, yeah, I have to put some no's in there. So I think I'm gonna do the same when it comes down to my.
She's like, in the future,
You said you gonna be the same.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be. There's gonna be some
I
things.
bet money you won't. I bet money you won't. My sister said the same exact thing.
But you know what?
That's that first baby effect. That first baby effect makes you feel like.
Now, Bunny, now you can stay. Now you can stay focused because you don't want to lose your bet to Kev. Just don't.
Watch, she gonna lose it because I know. Watch, I don't got no kids, but I seen it happen, and it makes sense though. I get why it happens.
No, that second baby test your gangster, honey.
Exactly.
I believe he gonna test my gangster, y'all. I can tell you that right now.
I bet you ain't gonna be worried about him crying or nothing, because you gonna be so focused on a new baby, like, bro, I ain't got time for 2 crybabies. You better get yourself.
No, what is your problem? What is your problem? Because this is a baby.
He got an excuse. You don't.
But you know what? I do that now, though. I'm preparing him for that now because he does get to a point where he cries, and I'm like, look, I need you to grow up. I need you to be a big boy. You have a baby brother coming, and you need to be the big boy. You don't have time to sit here and cry. That's for the baby. He gonna tell me the other day, like, I was like, "Are you about to cry?" No, my baby brother gonna be crying. Like so like he knows. Like I'm starting to teach him that and letting him know. But I also know that there's gonna be some changing because I'm not gonna be able to always say yes to this baby like I was with my first one, because my first one was the only child. So now it's gonna have to be even more no's because I'm not about to have a whole bunch of crap in my house. But if my child go in the store and be like, I want this, I'll be buying it.
Oh yeah, so I just like the second kid definitely
I
tested.
gotta time in. This
So
is
you don't got that long of a rope no more.
women cannot raise boys to be men. Cause man, so
I'm gonna chime in with the whole on the whole teaching him code words for if something going wrong. First off, as a boy, you have to teach a boy to not only be honest, but you have to teach him to be direct and meaningful when he speak. Because if ladies, if y'all speaking to a man that's beating around the bush, what are y'all gonna say about him? Y'all can't have different expectations for the man that y'all want and the man that y'all need, and then raise your son to be different.
Well, I'm not raising him by giving him a code word. I'm recognizing the dynamic between a child and an adult. A child, where regardless of what you teach him, there's a natural amount of fear, and his father agrees. There's a natural amount of fear that comes with certain situations and being honest because they're going up against a grown-up. And so it is your job as their parent to protect them. And I'm giving him a way to communicate with me. Thank you, baby shark. I'm giving him a way to communicate with me without making himself uncomfortable or making him feel like he is challenging authority. Because I don't teach my children to challenge a bunch of adults either. So he knows how to communicate.
So let me add this real
with
quick.
that being,
Go ahead. I want to add to what you said real quick. So like with my son, right? Because he's 10 now. And like, so it was a situation where I was talking to his teacher, and I could kind of tell, because you gotta know when these teachers saying it, like when they being genuine, when they really trying to get your kid in trouble. Sometimes it's not that they're trying to do that, but whatever. So she was talking and kind of like basically adding more icing than necessary kind of to the situation. Okay, not icing, maybe ish. Okay, it's not sweet. But she was like saying extra stuff, whatever, and my son was like, no. No, he said, no, you didn't say that. Like, because he was basically, I guess you were just exaggerating of something that actually didn't happen that way, or he believed it didn't happen that way. I said, what did you say, Jay? I said, so she asked you once, or so it wasn't 3 times? She's like, well, no. And then she trying to like walk away, trying to like, hold on one second, I'll be right back. So like he was trying to tell us. So what I taught him, what I'm teaching him now too, is like, because he's 10 now. So I told him, whenever I said, you do not have to just allow a person, adult or child, allow anybody to lie on you. That you have every right to speak up for yourself in that moment. So I told him, like, and I will definitely back that up. So like if she's saying something that you don't believe is true, if she's saying something that you don't believe it's true or whatever, then you can tell her no, it's a way to say it respectfully, but also teach like kind of to De Niro's point that I need to teach him how to speak up for himself, so he doesn't feel like, okay, adults just get to override everything I say and everything. But it's a way to do it where you're not being combative, but you're just telling, like, even if they say, did you do this? And don't just say, because some kids do feel like this. If an adult tells them, you did this, right? Yeah, you did this. Like, it's like, yes, or they'll just say yes to it or whatever. And it's like,
Pineapples.
we're not just going to say yes to this. Like, no, like you need to let them explain, because you need to speak up for yourself. Like, no, you can't do this. Now, the code word, I think it's a good thing too. Like, because if you're in a situation where, say for instance, like a adult was being inappropriate in a way, and a kid can't explain that, the adult trying to make sense in a way, you can say, hey, mommy, like, can we get pineapples? And like, because depending on what that conversation they need to have, that I think it is something in that time to say something, because it may not be a safe space or
might
safe
need
time.
you to advocate for them to say, you tell me what happened then, because obviously she's not being honest.
I hear y'all on that, and I understand that completely. But as a man, first off, so I got a question for y'all before I get into that. When do you start to build confidence in yourself?
You said as a man?
Yeah, no, just as
When
any
you
kid,
realize
any
you got
person.
flaws.
When do you begin to build your confidence?
When you start to question yourself.
Okay, so that's at the beginning of life, the beginning of understanding, correct?
Yes.
No, I mean, to the confidence, you're saying?
No, I don't know if
Because
you
I'm
build
sure my 4-year-old
confidence.
doesn't
Because what I
know
mean
what's
is,
right and
hold
what's
on. What I think he mean is, because what I got from what he just said was, your kids get insecurities at a young age. Like
Yes.
that's the time when they're mostly questioning their looks. How does other kids judge them? That's the most time when they're actually getting judged from other people's kids. Right, Danielle?
So before then, okay, so so as a baby, when you start to do things and you start to tell that kid, no, that's hot, you don't touch that. You know
Yes.
what that's building confidence in themselves because they're trying new things. So
Right.
when you start to teach a little boy to be like, okay, I'm gonna use a code word to get out of this situation right now and then explain later, you're teaching him that action. As a man, you don't want to have that trait because then you're not going to have the confidence in certain situations to be like, no, this is what I mean, this is what I said, and this is how it's going to go. You always want a man to be confident in himself. You want him to present himself as a man.
But
So
that's my
I
thing
have the
though.
same problem with my child and how my child, his mother is raising him. She's, oh, don't do that. You can do this and that. And now we're dealing with the problem of him being more on the softer side. So now it's a problem when it comes to him being around other boys because he don't have that confidence in himself. That is
Okay,
what I'm
so I
getting
take
at.
it that you guys are not raising them in the same household, right?
Oh, of course. We are, yeah.
Yeah, because that's my thing. As mothers, we're going to automatically. It's hard for a man to tell us like not to try to do things that's going to protect our child from any type of hurt, harm, or danger, right? Because that's what mothers do. We try to protect them. We start that inside of the womb of
Right.
protecting them when it comes down to development. So that's the reason why, and I completely agree with you. Women are not able to raise boys because of that reason. And my spouse just said that the other day. He was like, see, this is the reason why I couldn't have him in one household with just you, because you baby him. You're all on, like you we can't help that to baby them or just love them. Just want them to express their emotions or love them, or I feel like this is a safe space. Whereas dad comes in and have to be, maybe I might make your job a little bit harder, but dads have to come in and take care of that because of the fact that we are just focusing on the nurturing and the love that we supposed to give to a child, where
No, and
dad
I was
teaches
thinking
that
that too.
discipline and raise them up.
And I was thinking that too. My son has a father. And so the two of us work together to make sure he gets all of the things that he needs in the house with him 24/7. So I don't have, so when we're talking about certain things, I just feel like it's okay for him to lean on, at 9, it's okay for him to lean on me if necessary for me to step up and advocate for him.
Right,
And
because
I
I mean, and
and that's,
we're
hold
just
on,
not
hold on, that's
able
why I
to
said
install that hardness into them. And that's why you have boys that are a little bit softer because they are around mommy all the time, right? They don't know how to really hold their emotions in because they are around mommy all the time. They're like, it's okay to express your emotions, right? I don't do that to my son. I tell him like, suck that crap up. Don't be sitting there
Right.
crying. Like, suck that up. Like, I mean, because I'm mostly around here, so I do have to step up a lot because dad works nights. And then a lot of you guys know like my spouse works in a different city. So I do have to step up and do that. But when dad comes home, he puts that foot down and makes sure that that discipline is going the way that it needs to, because he knows that there's things that he's going to instill in him that I'm just not able to, even if I dreamed of it and wanted to do it.
And totally agree. And that's all I'm getting at is that certain principles is needed to be taught by a man because honestly, it's the same thing vice versa. We can't tell y'all how to be women and y'all can't tell us how to be men. So with a man being out here and living in so many different environments, experiencing so many different things, I understand that a man needs these certain type of qualities. So when I chimed in, I'm just like, hey, you might want to calm down on that because I'm seeing it with my own son right now to this day where it's like, man, what the hell is you doing, Nick? Oh my God, if you don't stop doing that shit, or I'm telling my BM like, okay, I understand that you're doing that, but stop doing that in front of him. Stop talking to him like that, because now you sitting here calling my phone. Oh, he needs to be with you more. Well, I work 6 days a week and you don't want to give me full custody. So now look at what we're dealing with. You want me to come in and correct your problems, but I can't because you don't want to listen. And I'm trying to tell you the principles that he need starting off as a boy to grow into a man. So it just kind of touched home for me because I was dealing with the
Well,
same situation.
well, let me piggyback off what you just said, Dinero. Because right now, I'm dealing with that with my wife and with my baby mama. You know what I'm saying? Like, I tell my wife, like, stop coddling him so much. This my son. This our baby boy. He 4. He'll be 4 in May. I said, stop coddling him so much. You know what I'm saying? Because the only thing you're doing is you're teaching him a certain characteristic that he won't know how to learn. But then when I don't say nothing, oh, you need to do this. No, you already doing it. So what I'm supposed to do when I'm already telling you what we got to do? Stop babying him so much. You know what I'm saying? You can love on your kids, love on them,
Mm-hmm.
be there for them, show them that that you're there. But it comes a point in time where you cannot always baby them so much because they're gonna feel like they can overstep you. They can overstep and they can pretty much run you. And it goes back to with my baby mom. Oh, my son, he's a smart kid. He's 8 years old. He not one of them kids that be, you know what I'm saying, just a bad child, but he know how to manipulate shit because she allow him to do that because she do that.
Right.
Do you
So
believe the
when it comes
mothers
to
get
certain
manipulated more than the fathers?
Definitely.
Yep.
Definitely.
I think I noticed something too.
Indubitably.
Indubitably.
I feel like a lot of moms disable their kids. Meaning you'll sit up here and your kid could sit up here and tell you, oh, it could be like something simple, or you could notice that your kid been feeling sad. Oh, baby, you depressed. You got trauma. Like, why you putting that shit up on your kid? Your kid just probably having a moment where they're just struggling with something that they're overthinking that they feel like is difficult. But you could actually give them to like I think some
Mom, I
people,
just had a hard day at school and I'm
yeah, like
tired.
it'll be something like
So
that,
I
and
need
Could
it
be
just
boo boo.
could I
it's
get
just
a
like they're
cookie?
so focused on something that they feel like is stressing them out. But in reality, you could release that stress if you just have a conversation instead of just saying, "Oh, baby, you're just depressed. You're just going through some trauma right now." And it's like you're pushing these words onto these kids, and they're just like not even going
but
through any of that. It's like you can bring on anxiety just by sitting up here telling a kid, "Oh, baby, you're showing signs of anxiety." Like you don't. This probably the kid probably really don't have it, but the fact that you're telling them is making them feel like they got it, like they got it. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I am hurt.
yeah,
Ooh,
but
Right.
mama.
look, they
Right.
don't just go
Oh my
they don't
God,
just go
my
for
baby just
look,
fell.
they
You
don't
run
just go
over there to go hold him or go attend to whatever he hit or hurt. When a man gonna be like, hey man, if you don't knock that shit off, get your ass up. Come here.
But
All
that's the
right.
thing, right? We can psychologically we
mm,
play a huge role in how they develop psychologically, right?
Yeah.
Because if my son hurts himself, I'm like, it's all right, just rub it, right? And it'll be okay. Instead of giving him that reaction, like, oh my God, you hurt yourself, right? I'm just
Right.
like, let me see if it's bleeding. Oh no, you okay, baby? Just rub it. And he literally would rub it and stop crying. And
Yeah.
because he feels like in his mind, he feels like that fixed it, right? Or there's times that he's like, oh, my foot hurt. I need a band-aid. I'm like, let me see. Oh, you ain't bleeding. You all right. He be like, so I don't need a band-aid? I'm like, yeah, no, you don't need a
mm.
band-aid. It's not bleeding. You all right. And he'll rub it and then he'll get up and keep it moving and
Like
forget that it even happened.
I brought up that point because
Hold
with
on, but
my
they don't
because
go for everybody though
I
because
I brought up that
I
point
mean to cut you
simply.
off.
I think because you got to depend. It depends on when you start. When you already start. I've been doing that with him since he been able to understand or talk. Or I've been doing that with my son since day one. So for the last almost 4.5 years, he feels this way.
And plus, I know
Right.
what, because like with your kids, they fall and they hurt themselves. Like a lot of the times, if you ignore it, then they won't, get all, all that screaming and stuff, right? Unless they really, really, really are hurt. And so it's just like a child psychology type of thing. But if they, every time they fall, you be like, oh, baby, da, 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 da," then they're going to cry. They're going to take that. Have y'all ever seen those
I
YouTube
brought up
They
the
videos?
believe that they should
hold
be
up.
hurt. They believe in their
I
mind like I should be hurt right
Uh-huh.
now.
I brought up
Yeah.
that point because I literally watched certain adults, like grandparents and whatnot, sit up here and look at a kid and be like, especially if the mom stay out of state or something, like they'll sit up here and be like, oh, your daughter miss you or your son miss you. They want to see you. They want you to spend more time with them. And it's like you get around the kid. Damn, the kid don't act like they really been missing your ass. Shit. Yeah, they want to see you. Yeah, it's good to see you. Like, for example, like my boyfriend daughter, like she for some reason his mother would make it seem like she just in the state where she wants to come to Vegas and she wants to, come out here and be with us. Boom, we sent her out here. Boom, we got her out here ASAP. We was
Boom.
like, all right, she want to be out here with us. Boom, she got out here. We had fun. We did everything that she wanted to do. Boom, she
Boom.
gets back
I want to go
home.
home.
She gets back. Hey, yes, she got back home because she was missing her sisters. She was missing her sisters and her mother, and she like. And I said, why the hell was they trying to make it seem like she was just in this depressive mind state the whole time? She didn't even care to come to Vegas. It was just like, yeah, I love to see my dad, and I saw him. Now, next time they asked if I want to go to Vegas, I really don't want to go to Vegas. Honestly, and
Manipulation.
that's my thing. It's like they try to pressure her to make her think that she wants to go to Vegas, but in reality, she's like, I don't care to go to Vegas. All my family is out here. I enjoy being out here, type stuff. Like Vegas is cool, it's fun, but it's still like one of them places where I feel like I'm around most of her cousins. All my actual cousins and bloods is out here. And I'm just telling them, like, stop trying to make it seem like she's not good out there, like she don't want to be out there. She wants to be out there. She does not want to be out here because she understands, like, shit, we be working most of the time when she is here. And plus, she the only child. So it's like, what's she really doing while she out here? You get what I'm saying?
But also with
Let
that,
me find out
it's
Molly
like
got a
kind of
business.
devil. It's kind
Right.
of devil's advocate because okay, at the same time, kids they definitely gonna want to be where they feel most comfortable. But being a father and having to go like I experienced that, you have to sometimes force that connection. You have to force the child to be there with you and understand that look, I'm your dad, that's your mom. I know you love your mom and you want to be around her, but you got to be out here with me because I love you as well. I help take care of you. All that stuff she's so far saying she doing for you, that's really coming from my pockets. I love you just as much as your mother. Nobody loves you any less. So to have that bond and connection, you have to force it sometimes. No matter if I want to go home. All right, take your ass to sleep, and when you get done crying, come back down here. We're gonna go do something. And you just gotta keep doing that until they understand. Like you know what, it's really not that bad here. I miss my mom, but I'ma see her. I'ma see my sisters. But right now I'm here spending time with
That's
dad.
definitely true.
And then
Let me
another
go.
thing I also noticed that some kids they don't even want to sit up here and hurt the other parents' feelings. Like I noticed that, like I can tell, like when she
Just the mamas.
like when she was talking to her dad, like I can tell, like she like they telling her, oh, like her nana be wanting her like, oh, she should come to Vegas with me, but in her mind she like, I don't care for Vegas. I love home. I love being out here in Cali, like with my family, like, and it's like some parents or adults will try to make it seem like that child should want to. It's like, no, she don't have to be out here. She don't want to. We ain't about to force her to do something that she don't want to do. Like, it's like if she don't want to be out here. It's not that she's saying that she don't love us or don't want to be around us. We just understand shit. We be doing stuff and it ain't much kid stuff to do out here.
And at the end of the day, stop trying to force her to be around somewhere around us if she don't want to be around us. Or like when she want to be around us, she'll let us know. We don't mind getting her a
Don't be like
flight.
that with a kid.
Hold
You
on,
gotta force them to
hold
be
on,
around
Demiro.
them.
Hold on, because I think Bunny said we have to let Millie get in really quick. Millie?
Oh, hey, Millie.
So I know that Rello had asked the question earlier. I think I'm saying your name right. Correct me if I'm wrong. But you had asked, who do you think coddles the kids the most? And I said I think it depends, right? Like when I look at my marriage with my husband, we have two girls together, and when I tell you, they both have him wrapped around their finger. Like they can manipulate the heck out of him, right? Whereas with me, they avoid coming asking me for something sometimes because they know I may 8 times out of 10 say no. And so, like, and I am more of the disciplinary with them as well. He's like the good cop, and he is the one that actually is like, especially my little 5-year-old. She got this damsel in distress like roll down part. He will come in from work and she will literally run to him, "Daddy, Daddy," and then she'll act like she trips and falls and be like, "Oh, I'm hurt." I'm sitting here like, what? And so then he picks her up, "Oh, baby, you okay? You okay?" And I'm sitting here like, what?
But my not here.
I could say that about that because look, when it comes, okay, so like I said, I got 4 girls, I got 2 boys. So when it comes with my girls, I am a little more soft on them, but I still be,
Put me in that work.
huh?
If you was putting me in that work.
You know what's
Nah,
crazy?
yeah, but no, look. So when it comes with my daughters, I'm on their ass, like, but I'm softer with them. But when it comes with my boys, I am a little more stern with them because, like, firm, you gotta have that when it comes with your boys. But I do it with all my kids. Like, I'm not gonna play around with none of y'all. When I say something, it's not about what I say. It's not about what I do. It's about what's gonna be done. So we got to figure it all out together. So I'm not gonna be hard on you. I just want you to understand the logical about life. So if I have to pop you a little bit, I'll pop you. But as far as like with my daughters, I don't really, I just don't feel so. I don't know. I don't feel forceful to whoop my daughters like that. But
It's all right.
it's not biased, but it is biased
Yes,
because I do
yes, it is
with my
biased.
sons.
Don't you even
It's
try
okay.
to call it
That's
out.
natural. That's natural.
I was gonna say though, it's funny because I think again I was talking about this earlier and I was live about like us understanding each other, us understanding men, women understand each other, but then also society wise, I think women, especially Black women, I say, we know the fears that, or not the fears that we have, right, as moms when it comes to our boys getting raised in the society and how they got to grow up. So I think a part of that is like we're like softer because like, man, they already got to deal with like when they get old, like let me just be just like kind of softer on them. And then how we feel about the girls because we were women, because we were girls before, we're like, nah, I know how easy y'all freak got it. Not easy that they got it, but y'all gonna get away with a lot. I ain't letting you get away with it. Nope, I see what you're doing. The guy can't see it because he gonna be softer. He's softer on the girl, but he's hard on the boy because he also knows how we know, but he's thinking in the other side, like how De Niro probably is, was saying. Like, I know what you gonna go up against, and I understand in a way of why you have to be stronger. We're like, I know what you're gonna go up against too. That's why I'm softer. It's like it's that difference. We think about it. We have bias feel towards it, and it's just
2 bars, twin.
You're breaking up, friend.
Okay.
No, you still breaking up, mama.
Dang, Alter, they trying to stop Alter.
But that's my thing, though. I wanted to jump in there too, because my spouse is definitely softer on his daughter than he is on our son, and he's like, "Oh, because I don't really see her much." No, boy, that ain't why. Because when we were seeing her behind every day a week, you was still this soft on her. But that's just the way men are on girls. They're just a little bit softer on girls than they are on boys. He's okay. And then it's the thing. I discipline the same. Nieces, nephews, god kids, stepdaughter, son. I discipline the same. And he be like, babe, maybe you gotta be a little gentle with her. Hell no. I'm not being gentle with her. I ain't gentle with BJ. I'm not gonna be gentle with her ass. Like I'm not changing it up. If I say get your behind up and go do something, that's exactly what I mean. And if you choose not to, we gonna have a problem. So I'm not gonna let up because then you don't want them trying to play you against you get what I'm saying, like play you against each other, or you don't want them to be like, okay, well, I'm only gonna go to daddy because mommy says no. I'm only gonna go to mommy because daddy says no, which that's what my son does. He only comes to me for everything because he got a better chance of getting a yes. But you also don't want them I also don't want them believing like, oh, one of us can get away with murder and the other one can't, because that's not fair neither. Because then they're going to resent each other. Go ahead, Millie. I saw you come off mute,
Manipulation.
beautiful.
That's what you're calling manipulation. Kids do that. They know who to manipulate. They know who they can go to and get whatever they want from. Because as a child, that's how we that's how we been brought up. Is to manipulate. If we got mom only in the house, we know how to manipulate mom. And we only got dad in the house, we know how to manipulate dad. In some shape, form, or fashion.
Go ahead,
Yeah, my
Millie.
son will
Go
wake
ahead,
me up
Millie.
out
I'll
my
go after
sleep,
you.
but
I'll
he
go
lets
after you.
daddy sleep the whole time. He be like, mommy. I be like, you gonna wake? You don't see your daddy right here?
No, of course
But
not.
if I leave him home and daddy is asleep, I be like, did BJ wake you up? No, of course he didn't wake you up. He gonna let you sleep. Me, I gotta get woken about my sleep.
Go ahead, Millie. I'll go after you. I know you saw me, but go ahead.
I was just agreeing with Bonnie, but you can go ahead.
Oh no, I was just
Hell yeah.
don't realize like I strongly and firmly believe that your kids should from birth to about 5 years old, they're in dire need from their mom. They're learning emotional expression. They're learning to understand what their emotions are, and which is why we're the better teachers at that, which is why they should be with you. But once they pass 5, they really need their dads for separation, for confidence and independence, for to understand how to operate out on their own. And so what happens, and this is the big problem, which people do not want to hear, most of these kids are stuck with their mom. And so no one's teaching them the art of being independent. No one's teaching them the art of separation. And they're getting stuck at 12, 13 years old and can't. That's why these women act like children. And they're getting stuck at 12, 13 years old, can't get no older because they've been with their mom and nobody taught them how to be independent. And the only way mom can teach him to be independent is to say, oh, yeah, you're independent. You don't need a man, versus just teaching. Dad doesn't have to teach it that way. And this is the second thing I was going to say is all this that we're saying, the difference in, a dad being present or a mom not being present or whatever. That's the problem. You should not be having kids if y'all are not going to be together, both be in the house together to raise those kids together. That is the point of having a mom and a dad, because you need both. And so a lot of the complications come when you put the space the size of Saturn between the mom and the dad, and you go, well, dad only sees them on Tuesday and Wednesday, and he's trying to work in some type of independence, some type of separation, but then the rest of the week he's with mom. No, it's not going to have as big of an effect as it was if they were in the same house. So if you ain't ready to have kids and raise kids together, don't be making no kids.
And that's my thing, though. You hit the the nail on the head, because it wasn't meant for kids to be in a single parent household. It wasn't. That's why it's so hard, and that's why we're not equipped with being able to raise boys, and men are not equipped with being able to have to raise girls. Because if it was meant for it to be a one parent household, or that was an option, we will have the tools and be equipped to be able to raise these kids by ourselves. It's not meant to go that way. It's meant for each one of us to instill something. That's part is 50%. That's why it's 50% you, 50% him. Because you are supposed to be able to put in 50% of the time with that child in order for that child to really grow the way that they should.
Right. And I do.
No,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, Millie. I'm sorry, beautiful. Go ahead.
My bad. And I do agree that two is always better than one, especially when it's coming from a healthy perspective. Just thinking about some of the things that are beneficial to that. I remember when, like before I finished school and I had my first one, and she was about maybe 2, maybe 3 at the time. She's like 14 now. But I remember taking her and my nephew, who are the same age, to the park. We used to go to the park all the time. And I remember I was out there with another mom. We were like the only 2 with our kids out there, and we were just talking while they were playing. And this guy shows up with his kids, and he immediately says to me, he was like, "Is that your little girl on the swing?" It was real weird. And I was just like, "Yeah." And then he says to me, "Oh, she's beautiful." He just kept mentioning how beautiful she was. And you know how you get them odd vibes? And so he takes his younger son, he goes over to the swing. All those empty swings, he decided to put his son on the swing beside my daughter and then proceeds to push my daughter on the swing. Like, what? And so I was immediately like, no, let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of here. So when I told my husband about that, he was just like, ooh, I wish I was out there, because he probably wouldn't have been able to see the day of light again. But then after that, my husband said, it ain't no going to the park no more unless I go with you, considering that incident. So like now when we go to the park and stuff, he's like always with us because of that one incident of like me going by myself. So, and anywhere that we go, right? Because I do have 2 girls, it's almost like when predators, they like see women with their girls by themselves, it's like they feel like it's easy targets. But when I have my husband with us, like whether we are going on vacation somewhere or things like that, it's like a sense of relief because he offers that like protection, right?
Yeah, you feel safe.
I
That's
was
how you're
sister
supposed
too
to
though.
feel. Let's get Tara in there real quick. Rello, I got you after her. Go ahead, Tara. Tara, fit with Tara.
Yeah, sorry. I was having trouble unmuting. But it's the which question or statement are you guys on?
Oh, you can either respond to someone said on the panel, or because we're just really going with the flow right now. But
Okay.
Kev, did you want her to answer
can.
a question?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you can answer. You can answer the first question if you like.
Okay. I kind of feel like some parents dress their kids up like that way because of the stigmatism of feeling like they don't want their kids to look bummy. Like me personally, I will put my kids in Walmart, Target clothes, DD's discounts, and I also put myself in that. I don't, because for one, like I'm a single mom, I have 2 kids, and the cheaper, like I can buy a lot of clothes, the better. And my kids still look cute, but they don't look like, Gucci wearing, Polo Ralph Lauren, more sophisticated looking cute. But they look adorable. So I think some people that dress their kids up fashionably are more so just trying to keep up with trends for the appearance of, look at my kids, they're fly, versus trying to pass the idea that they're making their kids look adult. Even though it's true, I agree. Some kids do look adults, and I wouldn't let my kids wear some stuff. But like I said, I don't think that's their initial intent. I think they're just trying to make their kids look, presentable, or more than presentable, I should say.
I agree with you, Fit. And especially little kids. Little kids destroy their clothes. Like when they go outside and stuff. They don't really care.
You come back skid marks, the soles coming off the shoes. They be all muddy and stuff, especially if you letting a kid be a kid outside. I had threw in the comments like the animals at Walmart about that a lot when they were younger, because they washed up really well and they was not expensive at all and easily replaceable. Kids don't care about this stuff. I do agree. I think it's more about the parents and trying to establish an image, rather than kids being comfortable.
I don't know. Sometimes I think they look back at their baby pictures when their mama had them in, and they're like, "Never, not my kids. I gotta find something cute for them to wear." But I also feel like that can be done within. I'm gonna say moderation is the best way to say it, because I'm not gonna dress my daughter in a mini skirt and a tube top and think that makes sense. And I don't think they should be wearing it, let alone my baby. But that's just me.
Yeah, I agree. I saw some toddlers with like a crop top
Hear me? Y'all
and
can't
like
hear
bell
me?
bottom pants. Oh, I'm
There
sorry,
you go.
someone talking.
Y'all ain't just hear what I said.
Oh no,
Nope.
sorry.
Oh, I said.
Yeah, grease that.
Yeah.
I sat up here and I said that I think some parents or some people might look at it as, oh, me dress my baby in a tube top and some shorts, it's a baby. I'm just putting on my baby on a piece of cloth. Like y'all doing too much, or y'all exaggerating the look. It's a child. Like why are you sexualizing a child? And it's like honestly, I know what's appropriate for a child and what's not. And that's what they failed to realize. Like we already had the examples of what a baby should wear and should not wear. We had billions and billions of babies that's been born way before your child that gave that example. Now you trying to change it up because of you going with the what's going on in the time we're living in now.
And we're not sexualizing your child. You're sexualizing your child by putting them in a crop top and a mini skirt. Like you did that. You dressed them up because you saw little. I know, right? You saw little adults and you got excited about it. Sorry, y'all know how I respond to her. I'd be like, yeah, right, definitely. So don't know what
But
she's talking about.
someone gave me some really valid advice, and I use it to today. Technically, if you take sexualization out of it, it's just not meant for children. So if we have a charger, like a car, and obviously that's meant for adults. You give a car to an adult. You can't give a car to a baby because babies can't drive it. So the same thing with certain clothes. Certain clothes are only meant for adults. You can't put it on a baby because it's not meant for a baby. Regardless of sexualization, some things aren't meant for kids and some things are only meant for adults. So for you to put an adult-like thing on a baby, it doesn't equate. It doesn't go together, regardless. On top of it being sexual. So
And just because they make it in your size, don't mean you're supposed to wear.
Yeah, and that's what it irritates me. Like, it's a lot of
You
women
said it.
out here. It's a lot of women out here that's going out here buying the smallest of the teeniest, tiniest clothes. Like, I feel like if it's not your size, don't put that shit on. Like, at the end of the day, let somebody who's the actual size wear that shit, or who's actually have the personality of that type of look. Let them wear that shit, because honestly, if you don't fit that type of look, don't wear it, because you don't know what type of attention comes with that, and you might not handle certain attention that comes with that. You get what I'm saying? Like, or you might not handle a certain look on your kid that will make a person be like, oh, or not be attracted to that. Like, a lot of people don't understand, you when you dress your kid up, you dressing your kid up because you think the look is cute. That doesn't mean everybody else will sit up here and look through the same lens that you're looking from through. You get what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people think, oh, because I just sit up here and I put my kid on the cute outfit, oh, he just cute to me. No, he could be your son. I done seen grown women approach women with babies and be like, oh, he gonna be my little boyfriend when he grow up. He just the cutest. He's so handsome. He gonna be a charmer when he grow up. Watch, he gonna be a little player. And it's like, hold on. Why? What y'all saying to the women that sit up here and call their homegirl boyfriends, kids boyfriend? Like, if that was a grown ass man in your daughter face talking about, oh, ain't she just a cutie? She gonna have a nice figure when she grow up. Like, that shit sound weird to me.
Weird as fuck.
It is really weird.
And
I'll
a lot
punch
of
you in the
women
I'll
don't even
punch you
feel
right
like
in your
it's
throat.
weird because it's coming from your friend. That's the problem. They like when I literally be watching girls, it's like, and they be twerking in front of these people's kids. It's like, why?
Stop. I
Oh my
can't.
God.
You just
I
brought up
can't with you recording a twerking video and your child is on the couch next to you. Like, I can't. What are you doing in real life? And I don't care what nobody say. Like, you a mom. Nope. I do care. I'm gonna be nice. Let me be quiet.
Like all those women that had their kids, their sons and their daughters on the poles. And it was like, I understand that y'all trying to give them, body strength lessons, or because I understood like pole people actually does that for actual work type of experience. But it's like when I see like people who are like dancers, you got certain dancers out here who would sit up here. Not all dancers are bad dancers or bad women. I'm saying if you strictly putting your daughter on a pole because you want her to know about how to get money out of men before she can learn how to go out there and get a job, that is a problem to me.
Well, also, like, why is that the only possible way you could help with? I'm a dance teacher, so I just love those conversations because I'm like, is that the only way you
Because
could
I
have?
can appreciate the craft of dance, but I don't like the fact that you're giving your child the analogy that, oh, well, lead with this first. We're going to make sure that you learn the pole first before you learn how to fill out
And
a
that's
job
my point.
application.
There are so many other versions of dance. There's so many other skills they can learn. They can learn aerial silks, which is like the things that hang from the ceiling that teach the same things
Right.
that pole dancing can teach them. And the reality is, if they're going to learn to pole dance, they can learn it when they're older. Why are you
Right.
making them do it now? And it's like, you have, like, when I watch certain majorette choreography or certain majorette competitions, there are things in that choreography that I am just not okay with an 8-year-old doing.
Yeah.
Like, 8-year-old completely cocking her legs open and doing too I'm just gonna say too much
Right.
on a chair.
I was watching like those little girls that be sitting up here and they be doing the little salsa little thing. And I was like, I was looking like I want a little girl. I just like, damn, like the way she was moving, like with her, like, you can tell when a child being in either adult faces or spaces to where their
Yeah.
body language come off grown.
And
I
you
said,
can, and the thing
damn.
is,
I said she walking like she's 40.
you got a 12-year-old turning around and slapping her behind and shaking it. And I'm like, do you see like what you're teaching them to? As a teacher, I just know me as a teacher, if I'm teaching dance, the minute I say, okay, now bend over and slap your butt, I'm like, I feel crazy saying that out of
Yeah,
my
it don't
mouth
sound right.
to kids. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, you have a whole team of 10 to 14-year-olds dancing provocatively, and then how do you reconcile that in your head? I need to hear an explanation for when you're like at home going, oh yeah, I taught a girl how to twerk in a split today. She's 13. Like pop it, exactly. Like, you
Yolanda.
saying something like what did you say?
Respect the person hustle, but I just don't respect people pushing things onto children.
But you know what? I often wonder where do we, because this is a majority in the Black community, where do we draw the line as to what is culture and what should be inappropriate into modifying how we do it?
Culture.
Because no, honestly, like I like, for instance, I didn't, like, me and Crystal talk about this a lot. We didn't grow up with Black culture. Like, not to be like disrespectful or anything, because I love being Black, but honestly, I don't know what it is to be Black. Like, I never had a cookout, never, like, HBCUs, like all that stuff, like the fraternities and stuff like that. What's normal to Black people, I don't know about, because my family, like, I grew up in a sheltered environment. We were raised like to be just I don't know, like practically white people, like literally, even though I'm not white, but that's how I was raised. And it wasn't because we were ashamed of our culture. Because
Right.
we still like put on Boosie and all that stuff, right? But I never participated in Black things. So when I got exposed to it, like the majorette dances, the high school cheerleaders that are different from, you know, the inner city, you know, I mean the inner city cheerleaders, you know, stuff like that. I was like, wow, like I never knew this. Like this is who we are. But like you said, in a way, some things are inappropriate. But why is that the base of our culture?
Because, well, there's a lot of history behind that. I'm trying to
Because
not
our
do that
moves
today.
off of bad
Yeah.
behavior.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, like, the reality is, like, you when you see that, it's not, I'm uncomfortable, so I would not participate myself. That's not something I would find myself doing. I was raised the same way, by the way. It's not something I would feel comfortable doing. What I'm okay with is seeing adults do it. And that's what you guys have decided is a part of the dance. Like when I first saw cheerleaders at an HBCU, I swear to God, I'm like, that's a dance team. That's not a cheerleading team, right? They're dancing. And they were like, no, they're the cheerleaders. And I remember having this whitewashed version of cheerleading being my basis for what cheerleading was. So it was definitely a culture shock. But I was like, y'all can't, like, I just can't reconcile teaching it to a child. I can reconcile adults doing it because it's your booty, shake it if you want to, baby. Ain't none of my business. But when it's a child participating, I'm not okay with that. And I'm not okay with the adult that felt like it was okay to teach a child. Because they going to learn how to shake it regardless. We was in our room learning how to pop your little booty, okay, when you ain't have one. You was learning on your own.
Ooh,
So
how
what
you
do you
know
need
that?
to teach it? It's true, though. But what do you need to teach them for as an adult?
What is it, on TV or something you seen this on?
Period.
How
No,
you know
you
to
know
shake
that.
your
Have you
boot?
ever how to shake my booty? Listen, that's a
You
secret.
know,
You gotta stop.
you know the first time I actually seen somebody trying to sit up here and argue their parents down about what they had on was I think it was in two different places. I seen it in My Wife and Kids, and I seen it in the Johnson family vacation when she was trying to get dressed and her daddy was like where you going looking like that. She said I'm dressed like this because you know this for the trip. Mom said it was okay, and in her mind she wanted to wear what she wanted to wear, and she told her dad, she said I don't have to listen to you because remember you live down the street. Which is crazy to tell your fucking parent. Like, goddamn. Like, yeah, I don't live in this house,
In her mouth.
but you still gonna listen to this authority. Period. I may not say be with your mama, but that doesn't mean you gotta disobey what I say. Like, and that's where kids start to I think that's also a thing when it becomes a two-parent household where they start to grow to understand, especially in that teenage stage. Kids gonna grow into questioning you why they cannot make the decisions that they make. And it's like, damn, you said I could be my own person. You said that I can make my own choices. So it's like every time I make a choice, it's like, damn, you're down my throat about it.
So
And
she said,
oh my Kev, I'm over
Like the
you.
older, that's because older kids, their brain starts to realize, like, hold on now. I know how to make decisions. I know how to do whatever it is. I know how to. Why am I still listening in their brain? And it's not even conscious. Like it's not not always a defiance thing. Sometimes it's just conscious. Like I can make my own decisions. I've been making my own decisions when she's not around. What's the difference? What's the difference now? Now I'm just listening because she's my mom. It doesn't seem like a justified reason to them. You know what I mean? And that's why when you reach that age, there should be. I know. I love her laugh too. Sorry. That's why when you reach that age, it's supposed to be a limited. You start giving them choices. It's pretend power. It's not even real power. You're just like, oh, do you want to sit in this chair or that chair? And they're like, well, I'm gonna sit in this chair. And it's like, exactly, you got it. Like, you know, it's a lot of like, oh, you want to go to the mall,
and
or you want to go,
honestly, laugh is cute, I know.
or you want to go skating. You know what I mean? You want to laugh, you want to go skating, or you want to go to the mall. Oh, well, I want to go to the mall. It's really just a psychology thing at that point. Like you're just playing with their head. They think they're in power. They think they're making decisions, but you've already made the decision before they had a chance. You know what I mean? But parents are still trying to, and this is why I say once they hit, kids were getting married at 13, 14 years old, long time, in the long time ago's days. And the reason why is because they have reached a point of maturity where they're trying to get some autonomy. They're trying to work on their own, be on their own. The problem is most of the kids reaching those ages now are not mature enough to be on their own because things have changed. So they're not mature enough to do that. And so you have kids stuck at home being stifled in their growth as young adults.
And I wanna go back to a point. I think with Tara. I might be telling my age, but do y'all remember it was a song during the 90s? It was like the early 90s. And it was kids. The whole music video was kids. And it was like, hey, little mama, why you dress so funky? Hey, little mama,
No,
why you
Hey,
sing so
no.
funky?
I remember that.
hey,
Okay,
that's
I
the
remember that.
song.
I think
Kev,
my
Carrie remember too.
Kev,
parents sang sang
you
dog
got to
fucking.
you have to go to YouTube and you have to watch that video because now with me watching that video, I cringe. But I loved it when I was a kid. But it is so cringe watching it now as an adult with children. And then I know this may be a little off subject, but Fit with Tara said something about the culture and I guess the majority shared Black experience. And I would say, I kind of I feel like even though you didn't go to a HBCU, even though you may not have grown up in the hood, even though you haven't seen Boys in the Hood or all the Black movies or know who Tupac is, right? And you lived in the
Yeah.
suburbs, you had two parents, and y'all had a nice house, and that does not negate that you did not live a Black experience, right? I think people get caught up in this what one Black experience is, right? And I hate that because we are not a monolith in that, the Black experience encompasses so much more than that, right? And so I just wanted to say that to, that your point with that.
I'm
I
happy
know that's
you
a
brought
little
up
off.
that nursery.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That
It's just some people tell me that I'm not black. Like
You're
I don't
not
have a
black
black
enough.
card. Like yeah, like I don't have a black card or I'm too green or like even though I
what the
question certain
heck?
things, they're like, how do you not know this? I'm like, I wasn't raised to know that.
But that's okay. That just and I like that you not like that. Like because my thing is they need to understand not all Black people come from that. You get what I'm saying? And that's a good thing that you was brought up different. Like I don't feel like it's a I clap when I hear things like that because
That's what she said.
it's not a bad thing in my eyes
That's
that
what she
you ain't
did.
never probably watched the movie The Wood. It's not a bad thing. What's so funny?
Nothing.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Y'all having an
They're making
insider? Y'all
inappropriate
having an
jokes.
insider?
Oh, it's an inside joke.
Moo. Say
Hee
that.
I want to laugh too.
Just keep clapping.
My point
Secrets
is
don't make
covered.
friends, guys.
Like covered made a comment saying like
I
you're
saw.
pretending you're not living black. That's not the point. Like the point is like for instance when people hear me talk they say I talk white. There's no such thing as talking white because you talk proper. I talk black. I'm a
Right.
black person. I lived a different life than the major. Like for instance, if you are in a rock club, most likely people are going to go there dressed goth. You might see one person dressed as a pink princess fairy, but guess what? She's still a goth person.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point. We can have different backgrounds. I still associate as black. I love my blackness, but I hate it when I'm in an all black space. Like for instance, I live in the hood. Even though I didn't grow up in the hood, I prefer to live in the hood, and because I love the people, I love the prices, it's cheap, all that stuff, right? But
Not Frank.
okay, I love the food. Like the fact
I'm
that you can
done.
go to a gas station and get a home cooked, pork chop and some
Oh, that is wild.
like I love that. But my point is I'm still black at the end of the day. How I was raised and how I speak does not take away from my blackness. But people tell me I'm not black enough because of some experiences I'm not aware of. I
Can't
was
please everybody.
filtered
I
as
can
well. Half the
relate.
black movies I didn't see them because they were inappropriate for me to see. I was a child. So some of the stuff y'all, like some people were seeing as kids, they shouldn't have been watching it, in all honesty. Like, y'all should have been watching Players Ball at 10. Like, why was you watching
Hey,
that?
it's the crazy thing is when Millie brought up that nursery rhyme, I was like, damn, we was singing like shit like that we wasn't supposed to be singing. Like, cause I ain't gonna lie, it was like this one nursery rhyme. I would never forget this. Y'all, everybody know telephone, right? But I'm not sure if y'all telephone was the same as my telephone, cause we would be like telephone, telephone. We'd be like, we'd be like, Alta, that girl is on the phone. You be like, I know what she wants. She want my man. Goddamn, that bitch
Whoa.
is out of hand. We gonna
Wait,
fight
what? Y'all
tonight.
was saying that?
I hope she be all right.
That was
And
on
then,
the
and then it'd be like, then we'll do it again. Be like, telephone, telephone. Hey,
That
Alta.
cheerleading?
And we'll be like, Alta, that boy is on the phone. And she'd be like, I know what he want. He want my lips, my hips, my booty, and my tits. We gonna
Whoa.
like literally, we was singing this shit at 12, 13 years old, and I would never understand that this is dangerous. Like,
No, we listen. The worst ours got was like we might say a cuss word, or like pretend that we're about to say a cuss word. Like on her bid fat, ask me no more questions. I'll tell you, and that was like sneaky, like you got almost cuss.
My boy Covered is stuck on you sounding black, boy. Okay, we get it.
I know Covered is covered in
Ooh,
hurt.
I just want to know how black you are. If you don't sound black, you sound stupid.
I want you to be blacker than that.
Right, blacker than black.
I wasn't black.
Those two things together. He did not put those
You
together.
still sound black, bitch.
No, y'all hear what Kev just said? He just said you don't sound black, you sound stupid. He didn't put those together like that. Kev put those together.
And
you know
what's crazy like, about why people be so pressed?
I don't. That's what be weird. Like, you know.
You still
we used to talk, and the crazy thing is, even in them nursery rhymes, like we even used to talk about each other women, like other women here. Like when you bald headed skittle little, ain't got no hair in the middle.
Hair in the middle. Yeah, I remember that one. Hair in the middle one. Yeah.
They be like, yo, that weed that. Your hair
You
is
gotta
messed
weed
up.
it. You know you
Kids
need
so
it.
mean. Kids mean. I swear.
They
Yeah, it
are
was.
mean.
Kids
I
are
said
mean.
that's
Like,
but that's the
real.
beauty of our time. We was so it's like even when you ain't had nothing to do, you still had something to do. You could have made up a dance. You could have made up a song. You could have went outside and hula hoop, jump rope,
Oh, yeah, we did everything.
skipping in
neighborhood.
You didn't make bud pies. You really wasn't on. My mom used to be so mad. I used to steal her old pots and I'd be making food in the backyard.
Oh my!
I used to mix them.
Mud pie.
She be like, "Where my little
She
pot
said
at?"
her mama. Alta said her
No,
mom should go
I
steal
am
in her
so
mama
churchy.
pot.
I was raised in a church. So, sorry, baby. Go ahead.
Kept. She said she was stealing her mama pots and going in the backyard to build shit.
It's good.
She was up there cooking in the backyard.
You would have pissed me off
making all
too.
types of snacks.
She'd have pissed me off too. I'd have been so mad.
Want some mud?
No, I just cleaned these motherfucking pots. Keep doing my dishes.
She in the back picking
Look
up
at the flick of the wrist.
sprinkle on the top. She's sprinkling grass on the top and dried dirt makes the color.
Yes, I would sprinkle the grass on top of the show. Well, it was so fun. My food was fire.
I wasn't that kid. I was a kid to sit up here and just break. I was breaking off the We had them. What's them wires that was for your clothes? Clothing line hangers, whatever. Clothing line. I would break that shit off just to make a swing. No cap.
I like that. And creative, innovative, boy. I like that.
Not she was a destructo baby.
I'm over here. I'm making tetherball pose and shit. Putting the basketball inside the bag.
I miss tetherball.
Oh yeah.
Putting the ball inside the damn bag, wrapping it up, tying the rope to the bag, and hanging the rope up on the pole, and just playing tetherball. I said, "Yep."
No, I missed the death machine. I missed that merry-go-round. That
was horrible.
That was so dangerous for us to be playing.
Horrible.
Hold on, wait, what?
the merry-go-round that just go in circles and you run real fast and fling people off.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh my gosh, yes. I was like, ain't no
But
way
you was
y'all put. I would
dangerous.
never let somebody push me off.
we go.
But that's the problem,
Y'all
right?
was
When you think
dangerous
about it,
kids.
we had stuff to do. These kids don't have nothing to do.
But
Got
let's
nothing
think though,
to
we were
do.
creative.
Nothing. Oh,
We were
that's a
creative
different
though.
song.
We made stuff happen. We just thought about stuff like
Hey,
she told us. She pulled this from that and made a swing. I am so dumb. That's what
Have
we used to
y'all?
do.
No, stop, Lovely.
it's
It
so
Now,
wasn't.
crazy because
now
when
we're
I
like, can
think
you go
about
on
it,
Amazon and buy me a swing, mommy? Can you buy me a swing?
No, I
don't
know.
y'all
Can you buy me
notice
a
that
swing?
people have y'all ever asked a younger person what do they find as fun today? And they'll always say
Their
it's either
phone,
materialistic as
mhm,
hell.
the video
Yes, like it's
games.
always something that don't have nothing to do with activity. It's always like, oh, I go get my nails done, my hair done for fun. It's like that ain't fucking fun. Like what the hell you mean?
No, Lovely
Like,
is honest. She said we drank out the hose, and we sure did, because I couldn't come back in my mama house and keep opening and closing that door, letting the air conditioner out, honey.
oh
She
yeah,
said you gonna drink outside.
stop letting out my good air. You
Uh-huh.
better stay your ass
You
inside or outside.
And then
You better pick
she said
one.
all the equipment was metal. You know, on a summer day that you
Hey,
could not get
hey, and
on
it's so crazy.
anything.
If you couldn't make a choice to stay outside or inside, or she
No,
gonna pick one for you. All right, stay your ass in here, sit
in
your
the
ass
house,
down, don't
yes.
move.
be
I
so
just
mad because the other
literally,
kids still outside. You like,
Yes.
damn, you can't come back outside. Nope.
No,
I
you
just
gotta
literally
no, you
told
gotta
my
try to
son.
sneak in and
Why
get
that be the
snacks.
loudest when the kids want to get too though? They want to be even louder,
I
yelling harder.
know.
We're having so much fun.
No, and you try to go in the kitchen and get snacks for everybody. Like you bring chips out, and then they're like, "Can I have a snack too?" Ooh, me too, me too. And you got to try to grab multiple snacks and run out for your mama here. You coming
Dog,
in?
my nephew do that now with my food, and I bought it. I'm like, bro, stop giving all them kids my stuff.
This
Aww.
man said I'm having so much
They always get louder too when you stuck in the house though. Like, ain't that a
Yes.
like what was the fun at that time?
I don't know. I was in the country. Did y'all friends ever come to your window to tell you what was going on outside because you was
Girl,
grounded and
yes.
stuck in the house?
Hey, and I swear to God, I'll be out the window telling them, hey, go ask. I'll be telling like 3 or 4 or 5 friends, be like, hey, go ask my mom, can I come outside?
Yes,
Just bug
yes.
her.
Because if
Bug
I
her.
ask
She
her,
gonna
she
say
gonna say
yes. She
no.
gonna break. She will break.
Oh, you should
But
be like.
you know what though?
Yes, because if I ask her, she'll say no.
Boredom is what us being kids and being bored is what created the innovations that we have today.
Yeah.
Literally,
Yeah.
computers, cell phones. I was telling my son that the other day because he's off of cell phone privileges. He's like, but mom, I'm bored. I said, Tristan, find something to do. You could build something. You could literally, like,
Right.
I used to literally build like little gadgets and stuff when I was a kid and I was bored. So it's like for us to take that creative side away from them because we distract them with technology. I think it's good to let your kid be bored sometimes so they can always have that creative,
Figure
inventor's
it
mind.
out. Figure it out, man.
Yeah, my kids are gonna be so mad at y'all because we're like doing no phones tonight. I'm gonna just go outside, just build some stuff,
She's like,
dig in the dirt,
now nobody.
dig in the dirt right now.
Right.
We went to the river
We
and I
got some
made
new
my
people.
son.
Hold
I made
on,
my
Lala,
son.
y'all.
Oh, sorry, baby.
We got
Hey,
some new
Bill.
people on the
Oh, hi.
panel. Hi, Bill. Hi, Caribbean.
Hello.
Caribbean. My bad. I don't mean pronouncing your name wrong.
You're fine.
How you guys doing? We
Y'all
trying to
are all
get y'all
so
guys in here
beautiful.
on the conversation too.
What's this conversation
Go
about?
ahead, Kev. Kev, run your life. Kev, what you over there doing?
Gotta see how
So
good y'all's
quiet.
gonna
He's
get it. You
so
know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to say it. I'm just being honest. You know. All right. What you got for us, Big Bill? I know I seen you come in here first. What you got for us, man? You wanted to talk about the topic, or you heard something that we was talking about?
Nah, I just want to know what the topic is. So I
The
don't.
topic is basically these parents that let their kids dress up like an adults and then get mad at the strangers for looking at their kids. So how you feel about that?
I agree with you on that. I don't think little girls should be dressing like strippers.
Oh,
That's not a good look, and it's not a surprise why parents get or
they get the slack from other people because, you know, kids under 18 shouldn't be dressing like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's hard to see. You have a lot of things in your thing, so I'm trying to read them all real quick, just so I'm on the right topic, because I don't want to go off topic on y'all live.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe? So the last one, basically, so a lot of people say that you can tell the difference between a kid and an adult. So, you feel like that's a true statement?
Oh, sure. Yeah, definitely. Unless the
Okay.
only way you can't tell is if, you know, the person's like almost of age and they wear a ton of makeup, so it's hard to like pinpoint their age. But still, if they're under 18, they shouldn't be dressing like that. There's way too many creeps out in the world, especially on the internet nowadays. You know, so it's not good for anybody, really. And
Mm-hmm.
it can traumatize the child too. They don't know what they're doing to the child. You know, I can't imagine growing up and, you know, having people come at me all sexually because I'm a male, but I can't imagine being a female underage and having all these adult men hitting on me just because I'm wearing, like, you know, revealing clothing and stuff. I don't think that's right.
Let me give y'all hold up real quick. Let me give you the video
Okay.
so y'all can know where this kind of came from, and y'all just tell me how I feel. I'm gonna let Caribbean get it. What up to everybody that hate me? Whoever all left, I just seen some people disappear. They hate me. They hate me. Here we go.
Don't nobody know your
Hold on, wait.
Hey, yo. Don't nobody know your daughter is 14, 15 years old, man. They don't. Especially when they see them wearing these tight ass shorts with their ass cheeks hanging out the goddamn shorts. Men see physical, we see it. We don't know she 15, 14, man. Sis, you don't see your daughter out there look like she having an ass out contest with you. You ain't gonna say nothing? Or you just gonna victimize the people that look at her?
Yeah.
Ain't you the one that bought them motherfucking clothes? Huh? Ain't you the one that, man, check that shit. It's warm as hell, man. You got these girls walking down the street. I'm riding down the block, seeing all the kids for the prom. Somebody, all the little girls, prom dresses, got their ass and their titties up. That's normal to you? You don't feel weird about that shit? You got grown men riding by, grown men with gray beards, looking at your little 12, 13, 14-year-old daughter. Right? They ain't looking at you, looking at her ass. That don't bother you?
That's exactly
Man, you need to get your shit together, man. Summer's up. And I guess, if you get somebody looking at your kid, get somebody looking at your motherfucking kid, you gonna bust their ass, right? You gonna get the strap, grab the ratchet and bust their ass, right? Because they said something disrespectful to your 15-year-old, them big ass titties, big ass hanging out in little ass shorts, little ass clothes that you bought. You bought them shits. Look like you went and bought. Hey, yo.
All right. So Caribbean, what you got on that first?
I want to say I kind of know where he's coming from, but at the same time, why is a grown man getting so beside himself at seeing a child in shorts?
Mm.
Because it's their adult duty to protect children.
That's the concerning part of the video for me.
Say it again.
I said I think that's the most concerning part for me.
Mm.
The way he's more concerned about all the men on the street who would be looking at the girls instead of why they're looking at little girls.
I think you said at the beginning. Never mind. I guess that's what you took out of
I
it.
get it, but it's not like children dress provocatively on purpose. Like shorts are shorts. They're designed to be short.
Not that.
No, you put shorts on an adult, you put shorts on a child. It's not going to look exactly the same way unless you're looking at that child exactly the way you would look at an adult.
Interesting.
Interesting. Right.
You know, so it's
Big.
like I can see both sides. Like I'm not gonna
Hmm.
because there are some companies that design children clothes to be purposely provocative, the way you would design an adult clothing, and I don't think parents should be buying that and putting it on a child. Like a toddler doesn't need to be in a two-piece with micro bikini. Like that's unnecessary.
I agree with
Hmm.
that.
True.
So that's where I can kind of see where he's coming from, but he's like a little too passionate about some shorts in the butt crack of summer and like spring. Like that's not uncommon to see.
Mm.
Maybe he had a child that went through that.
Okay, BK.
So, it's
And
hard.
Bill, what you got enough for it?
Yeah.
Just want to see what
Can y'all hear
everybody
me?
got out that video. Then you
Yeah,
next, Bill.
we hear you, Vio.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I think
Hold
he's
on,
right, but he's wrong.
Bill. Vio going.
He has a point, right? Because I have a dress code for my woman. I don't want my woman ass cheek hanging out. I don't want her cleavage showing. So it's gonna be the same for my daughter. But the thing that will make women uncomfortable, he keeps saying, "Oh, you don't want your daughter with her big ass titties and her big like why you guys say all that about a child? Like as if there's not like I don't know. It was just the way he was going about it that would make somebody uncomfortable. But he still had a point though, in my opinion. He just sounded weird when he was talking about a child has big ass titties. That was weird.
That's what I'm saying. Like children don't dress like that though. What child dresses with
He's
their
talking about the teenagers. He's talking about the girls that are going to be young adults, meaning the ones that sit up here and their mom allowed them to sit up here and wear small clothing or tiny clothing that fits show their print area, whatever case may be. Because I do see that. I do see kids out here in some super tight shorts or super tight shirts, and it's all because their mom just feel like, that's how my daughter gonna dress. She gonna pick out what she feels comfortable in or whatever case may be. But men can confuse your daughter as an adult, because honestly it's a lot of kids. It's a lot. There are grown women out here that are that height, that size, who look like kids, because I see it every day through my family. I have a lot of grown women in my family that are small women, and they still look like they're in their 20s or 18. And these women got kids, but you would never know that unless you got to actually get to know them and talk to them. But there are teenagers out here with full grown beards, and they go to school. But this man just came out. He got a backpack smoking trees and all that. And this man is in high school or middle school. You don't know what's a kid look like nowadays because everything is looking the same. It's just like a man that says, "Oh, I can't tell the difference between a woman and a man in a wig type shit, because all I see is a woman."
Right.
Yeah,
You
but
get
the
what I'm
difference
saying?
between
All you see is a big chest.
Yeah, all I see is lady.
As a man, as a whole man and stuff like that. I get real, but it's easier to say it when you're not a man, I guess. What I noticed though, it's easier to say it. You should know the difference and all that stuff. That's not true,
But they
man.
can't. But they can't tell the
No,
difference because
Like
it's
you
all
literally, it's
looking.
scary to look at
from a
twerking
male's
videos
perspective,
now
I feel
because they
like.
turn around like, "We I'm glad you was looking."
No, I seriously have a story where I couldn't tell the difference between a little girl and a grown man. So I brought my son to the barbershop, right? And I'm getting his haircut, and there's 3 women in there. One of them was how do you say, a stud. She was getting her hair cut low. And this one lady would just look at me, just mugging me. And I'm like, oh my God, did I do something wrong? Like, what did I do? Whole time, like, she just mean mugging me. So I told the owner, I'm like, hey, I'm going to leave. I feel uncomfortable. I was like, this lady's just staring me down. I don't know what the issue is. So her mom comes up to me. That's not a lady. That's my daughter. And she's 12. I was like, what? I'm sorry. What? And I'm like, ma'am, no offense. I said, I cannot tell that she's a 12 because the way she's dressed, like, I'm 5'3", I'm 29. She's a little bit taller than me. And the way she was dressed, like, she had makeup on and, she had like long braids down to the floor. Like, she looked like at least she was like 19, 20, right? And when I was 12 and 13, I was still playing with Barbie dolls, and my grandma wouldn't even let me wear the things that she was wearing. So it was I will say that as a woman, that scared me to see that she looked like a grown woman, and made me feel uncomfortable at that, because one, when I'm a child, I don't even look at people disrespectful or even have a disrespectful tone, or my grandma will knock me out. So it's deeper than how they dress. It's even how they carry themselves and how they speak and how they talk like they're older too.
Kids are a direct product of their environment. So it's like you can't really just blame the parents. You also have to blame like the environments that they're being exposed to, like within the media and stuff too, which is also a product of their parents.
Yeah, very
So
true.
let's ask this question now. Do we blame the strangers that see them as a thug or a 304, or the parents that allow them to dress up that way?
I would say
The parent.
that everything always goes back to the parent because your first teacher is your parent, but you can also be influenced by things outside of your house. And like you can grow up completely different from how your parent raised you because of those outside elements.
True.
So I feel like at some point we have to take accountability for ourselves. We are individual from our parents, from everything that is around us.
Yeah. I blame the parents because like she said, you're the first example. And even if you ain't the example, you need to
You have to set
straighten
that.
up you need to sit up here and give that understanding on why you shouldn't sit up here and dress that way or look that way, because honestly it's going to help you later on in the future to not become a certain type of woman, or to not get certain type of negative attention from certain people. Like a lot of people, they'll sit up here and dress that way and think that it's okay to dress that way everywhere. I literally done seen moms in booty coochie cutter shorts taking their damn kid to school, and the kid is embarrassed to sit up here and walk with your ass because everybody looking at you like, damn, his mama booty fat, or oh, your mama, like it's like you're not even caring about your kid for real. It's like you just doing a senseless act that you think is normal, but it's not.
Yeah, and people
Like
that
I was literally watching the interview of a girl say that, she's a OnlyFans. She's on OnlyFans, and the kids at her son's school, he's a high schooler, said that they teased him about his mom like being on OnlyFans and be like, oh, your mom hot, or she got a certain type of figure on her or whatever case may be. And that's embarrassing to know that your kid can't even go to school without somebody bringing up their parent um looking a certain way on the internet, and that could be embarrassing because it's like, what the fuck, like it's like, what kind of example is this? How good does this look? And I don't even think a lot of people be untrue. Like a lot of women don't understand that it could make you put you in a real bad lighting and put your kid in a bad headspace to where they don't even want to be around you. They don't even want to deal with you later on in life because you brought a certain type of negativity to theirs.
I feel like as parents, like you really got to sit down like before you decide to have a kid and talk about like in length how your actions are going to affect your kids before you have them. And even like if you decide to do something like that while you're raising a child, like once they're old enough to fully understand, like this is why communication is like really important. Even if you feel like your child is too young, like they're going to grow up seeing this stuff. They're going to form their own opinions about it. So it's better to have that relationship where you can openly talk to your kid about this stuff that they're going to experience from these outside perspectives, and it's not going to be nice. So you might as well do it where they're going to be in a safe environment. It's not going to have a negative connotation towards it.
Most of the kids that's around is not even playing though. Like they was just having sex and then that came about.
Not that that depends on the approach. If you're like too loose with it and you're like, yeah, I have sex, my kids know they can do whatever they want, it's going to create, a negative environment centered around it. But if you like explain it to them in a way where yes, this is what I do, it's completely natural. I am in no way like an example for the kind of life that I want you to have. Just because this is what I do to provide for you does not mean that this is what I want for you.
Even
Talking
then,
about
like,
mistake babies.
Huh?
I do that for my son.
I don't
I
know. I just think that honestly, everything ain't meant for a child to know. I just feel like just how when you watch Players Club, I'm not how many of y'all seen that, but on there, Diamond, she was stripping and she had a son, but she would drop her son off to her parents' house. But it would be more of like he knows that she was sitting there telling him like, oh, don't tell my mom and daddy that I'm out here stripping, whatever case may be. And I'm like, at the end of the day, why do he even got to know that you strip? Why can't he just know mommy about to go to work and that's just it? You don't got to tell him it's specifically the job title or what you do. He just know mommy got to go to work at a certain time and that's just that. I'll be back. A lot of people be trying to sit up here and put the kid in their business too much. They ain't got to know exactly what you doing or why you out up and out. No, let them understand. Oh, I got some business to take care of. I'll be back and I'll see you later.
Oh, that's one of them because I said so ones right there, ain't it?
Yeah,
That's what
just
I was talking about right
because
there.
it's not like it is his business because you're his mother. You're the person that he comes home to every night, and he shouldn't have to have someone else who's not in his business tell him how he's being taken care of at home. It is his business. You're a part of his life.
Yes,
You're
I'm
the
a
one
part of
taking
his
care of
life,
it.
but he doesn't have to be up in my personal business to where I'm sitting up here. If I'm a dancer, I don't have to let my kids know, yeah, I'm out here selling my ass and shit. No, they just need to know I'm about to go out and wherever I
And
go,
what if you
just
go out and you don't come home? What is he going to
hey,
tell
that's
people that you
fine.
do for
At the end of
work?
the day, life has its risk in everything that you do. It
Yeah,
doesn't
that's a
matter.
risk
You
you
could
chose
be
to
a
do,
teacher,
and you chose to
you could
expose
be a
your
dog
son to.
walker. Listen, you could be a teacher, you could be a dog walker, you could sit up here. Everything you do in life has its own risk. It's all about what you're doing. You cannot stop life from lifing. It doesn't matter if I'm out here working. At the end of the day, yes, I know what comes with the job that I'm signing up for. But at the end of the day, as long as my kid is in a position where he is actually taken care of, he don't need to worry about what mommy doing out here. He just needs to know mommy is out here making a living for him
But what's
in
the
our
harm in telling him?
situation.
What is the harm in telling him?
What
If
you
he's
mean?
going to
The
What's
heck?
find
the
out
harm?
from someone
Why
What
else,
do
do
you
he need
care?
to know?
Hold on.
if
If you
he
was a
will find
stripper,
out from
why would
someone
hold on? You
else.
was a stripper. Why would you care to tell your kid that you a stripper?
Right.
It's not that you would care to tell. It's the fact that he's
No,
going to
but that's
find
what
out
you're
from
talking
someone.
about. You caring to tell your kid that you're doing this act. Why are you caring to tell them that you're doing this act? Why?
It's not about. It's about the open communication that comes with that, so they don't grow up fucked up.
Communication only goes so far between a
So what I'm
mother
gonna
and
tell
a
my kids
child.
about how I be giving they mama back shots too or something?
I mean, not all
Like there's
strippers.
some stuff kids don't need to know. I don't get it. You acting like
Because you had to go into extensive detail, like
right.
you're
So
going.
that's
Yes, it's
extensive
something
details that kid don't have to know. So I mean, like you
right.
according to your logic, it seems like the kid got to know every last thing.
I
That don't
never
make
said
sense.
that. Take what I say with a grain of salt.
But that's my
Within
point.
reason. Would you
At the
tell
end
a
of the
kid
day, he
everything
don't have
about
to
it?
know what I do. He just needs to know, oh, I'm going to work. Simple as that.
Okay.
See something real quick. Yeah, I don't know. You treating your kid like an adult. You might as well start dressing like.
Yeah, like
That's
that's what
crazy.
I'm
And
thinking.
kids don't need to know
Like I
everything.
think that one does have the camera facing
You
forward
can tell
anyway.
them later when they get older.
They're not gonna find out later when they're older.
Well, no, I'm saying it would still
It's
be
not,
able to
it's not a
show,
good thing, bro.
right?
You shouldn't withhold information from children. You should give children all the information they need so they don't get finessed in this world.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will when they get of age. Kids don't need to know
Well, so
everything. That's the problem. Y'all tell the
nah, I
kids
want my
too
child to
much.
Y'all
be
don't want
smart,
them
bro.
to know
That's
everything.
I
Y'all
want
want
my
them to
child
that's
to
take
why
be
they shouldn't
smart.
be knowing about being on poles and stuff. They shouldn't be knowing about what corn is and all this other stuff. Y'all giving kids too much adult stuff. That's the
That's not
problem.
even true. They
Kids
should
don't
be
need to
knowing
know
exactly.
everything.
Oh,
They should
kids
know
are
exactly
constantly
what it is
exposed
and
to
know the
adult
dangers
things.
of
What
it,
do you
bro.
mean?
They should know
What did I
exactly what
mean?
it is.
That's sad that you don't know what that is. Like, well, I don't get how I got to speak another language for you to understand that kids don't need to know everything. You really believe kids supposed to got to know everything? That's the
They
problem
should
today.
know
Kids know
everything
too
that they're
much.
going to
Yo,
be
Kev,
exposed
you
to.
don't
Yeah.
make sense, bro. Because if they don't know everything, when they get exposed to it, they're easy to get manipulated because they're
So
not
let them
educated, they're
let
not
it.
well
Okay,
versed.
but everything ain't
Let it
meant to be
happen. Fuck
exposed
you talking
now.
about let it
You
happen.
shouldn't warn
Ain't
them
no
about
creep about to
pedophiles if
finesse
they're
my
not meet
child
on
because
the
my child
street
gonna
just
know when
because
the
they
creep is
don't know
being a
it's a
creep.
pedophile.
So
My child is gonna
that
know
don't
when the
make
creep
sense,
is
bro.
being a creep, bro. They're gonna be educated and well versed, bro. They're not gonna be greedy and
Yeah,
smart.
okay, it's case by case, but it's some stuff that they need to know and not know. They don't need to know everything. That don't make sense.
Why don't
No, it
they
don't
need
make
to know
sense to not tell them
everything? That
everything.
makes
The
even
fuck?
less sense.
You
So
make
my
no
thing
sense, bro.
is, you gonna tell your kids sit up here, oh, this what a stripper looks like. You gonna show them
That's the
pictures and
reason why
stuff
these
of a
parents. That's why
stripper.
I say this.
Like you
Yeah,
gonna
they
sit
Yeah,
both
up
got to be
here,
my
young though,
son,
cause
my
oh,
like
son
this
that's
gonna
what
know
this
what a
what this
stripper
what a
look like.
porn star
My
look
son gonna
like.
know
Are
what
So
a
you
they
gonna
pussy
are
show
look
them.
they
Hold
like.
on, hold
blind? Are
on,
they
hold
not
on,
gonna
hold on,
see
hold
what
on.
one
Since
looks
y'all want
My
like?
kids to
child gonna
be
know what a
direct,
junkie is,
hold
what they
on.
used to
If
become
y'all
a
want kids
junkie.
to be
Teach them all of that.
direct, listen. If y'all want y'all kids to be direct, if somebody is a corn star, right? If they're a corn star, right? At the end of the day, am I gonna show my kid what a corn star look like or what the corn star do? Cause y'all feel like they need to know everything.
If they're
At the end
asking
of the
you a
at the end of the
question,
day, you're gonna protect them from certain information because you don't want them to fall into that type of lifestyle. At
I
the end
would
of the
answer your
day,
question to
they're
help them
gonna
fall into that
eventually learn on
lifestyle.
their own
if
with or
she listening to
without you.
respond,
You
so
Yeah,
she
don't
ain't
gotta
hearing that.
give them that information.
you gonna teach your children, or the society gonna teach your children. Your
Hey,
friends
either
gonna
way,
teach them.
I'm
Other
It
gonna let
depends
people
on
gonna
what you
manipulate
talk
them.
about, though. That don't
I'm gonna
make
What
let
the
my
fuck
sense.
are you the
like
Are
parent for,
any of
bro?
you porn
You supposed to
stars?
teach your kids. You're not
I'm
supposed
gonna
to let
let
society teach your
my
What are
kids.
child
what
go through life
what?
on
How
his
much your
own.
kids need to know? What all your kids
Right.
supposed to know?
Everything I
Everything they're
know.
going to be exposed
Everything I
That don't
to.
know.
make sense though. That's a
You don't
problem.
make
That's a
sense.
freaking problem. If
Life.
you think your kids supposed to know everything, I'm not
Life.
about to
Yes.
teach my
Everything
kids how to
about
knock a woman junk down. I'm not about to teach my kids how to free. I mean, it's so much stuff that my kids is not about to know. That's the
That
problem.
makes
The
no
kids know
sense,
too
bro.
much with that little phone. The phone could teach them. That's like that. Might as well say
why would
don't have
you
ain't no such thing
teach
as
a child
parental
about something
advisor.
like
I
that?
mean, parental
Yo,
guided.
my
God,
parents,
I'm trying to think of the thing,
yo,
but
Kev,
parental. What's
my
the point of
parents
having
didn't
that
teach me
then?
about
Guardian. Yeah, think
Kev,
about
my parents
guardian.
didn't teach me about sex, bro. And then I asked my mom, why you didn't teach me about sex? She said, oh, in our culture, we're shy to talk about sex with children. Yet her friend was being weird at me at 8 years old, and I didn't know that's what she was doing to me
How's it
because I
going,
wasn't
guys?
educated. But
Okay,
my
let's
children are
Hey,
gonna be
host.
green. My children gonna know what the hell is going on, bro.
Like,
okay,
what
let's get some
is
hold
a
on, hold
child
on, hold
being
on, hold on.
Yeah,
ignorant
I'm about to say some of y'all just
Hold
don't need
on.
to have kids. I'm gonna put it that
Hold
way.
on, hold
children?
on, hold
Never.
on. Let's get some order
Literally.
in here. Caribbean, Caribbean. Give us a moment. We got to get some order in here because we just got somebody that's two new people up here. His Imperial and Chad. So his Imperial you was here first. What did you want to add something to the topic or respond to something to someone said, or do you want to?
All right, so I just wanted to respond to what I was hearing.
Okay.
The mental gymnastics that I just heard for some of this conversation is absurd. I'm gonna get lowbrow with it instead of talking in my usual. The fact that you had to go that route to explain something that shouldn't have had to have been explained to a child at that point in their life is why there is a problem. And if you want to make the gymnastics to do so, to just add any type of trauma to your child's mental well-being for explaining what this is and they didn't ask you, and you're doing it in an indecent manner just because you feel that that's what you need to do, that's on you. But the cognitive dissonance that you're missing is that the parents at the end of the day are the ones that should be a factor. Society is more of a factor because kids don't listen to their parents nowadays. And that's the terrible part about it. They'll listen to social media and their phone before they listen to their parents. And for all the women that are in here that are making the gymnastic leap of saying, oh, well, this is something that you should be telling. No, you should warn your children of the dangers of these type of people, not expose them to make them think like an adult. The young lady that was dressed like a grown woman should not have been dressed like a grown woman at the end of the day. But again, you're going to blame society, you're going to blame the environment. No, that's the parents' fault all the way 100%, because they didn't take that phone away. they didn't discipline their child in a proper manner that made them understand that that's not what they should be doing, how they should be acting. But men say that women just want to argue the truth to make it look good. That's why there's a song out called You Let Him Hit It Raw. That's why you're a single mom.
Go ahead, Chad, and mute up, Bill. We're texting.
What's up? Yeah, I was just making a comment about how the reason why is because
I think
most.
it's Chad's turn. You next though, but I was just saying you had to mute up because your joint was loud.
He at the Caribbean.
Well, it's okay if he has something to say. I don't want to interrupt.
No, you're new up here, so you gotta get in on the conversation. So, yeah, you can give your if you got a rebuttal, if you want to respond on the topic, go ahead.
Oh, there's a lot to talk about. We got the information on the panel, and we have the information that I was listening to a minute ago.
You could respond to the information that you was listening to if you want first.
Okay. So I think the thought is interesting because the idea that you might be able to sneak around and your child not find out what kind of career you have is very interesting because children are very intelligent and they're very what's it called, investigative.
Curious.
They're very curious, so they'll definitely find out what you do for a living no matter what. So to sit here and think of the idea that you can hide this thought that you are a stripper behind closed doors is extremely preposterous, in my opinion. I'll go ahead and talk about the topic of discussion. Why are parents dressing their kids up like little adults? I have no idea why they're doing this. It's another thought in my head that's, it just doesn't make any sense. Do we blame the stranger that sees them as a thug/304? No, we blame the parents. I think we should blame the parents for allowing it to happen. Do parents really care about their kids nowadays, or do they just worry about keeping up with the world? I think parents like to live through their children. And a lot of parents, I should say, try to give them the life that they feel like they didn't have growing up as kids. They wanted to live a certain lifestyle or dress a certain way or have certain things, so they do their best to provide for them what they didn't have. And that could occur as a problem, or it could occur as a benefit, depending on the circumstances. The last question. If people can tell the difference between an adult and kid, why do they ask for ID? That lines up with pretty much all three of the topics that was already previously listed. Because there are individuals that have children that don't understand the responsibility of being parents and having their children be children. I'll land my plane with that.
Okay. Hi, Sergi.
Sergi.
Hi.
What's up?
What's good? Okay, so we're just going through the questions.
You can either go through or you could respond to something that you heard us talking about, whichever feels comfortable.
I'll go to the first question. I don't know if everybody's gone through them all, but so parents dressing their kids up like little adults, do we see the problem? I think we see the problem, but I think there's this new wave. Well, I'll say this. I think social media, right? I think the ability to make money online has influenced some people to take it to the extremes, but there's always been like the pageant, pageant population, I guess, the ones that would put makeup on the little girls, have them, doing certain things. So there's always been discussion on this adultification of children that occurs. But yeah, I definitely think that's a problem, and I think it's kind of weird. But like the gentleman said, I think people try to live vicariously through their children as well. and just use them as little props of entertainment. Um, do we blame the stranger that sees them as a thug or the parents that allow them to dress up that way? I think you would blame both. But I definitely think as a parent, you're going to be responsible for, at least as long as your child is under 18, you're responsible for the outcomes and the things that they're facing through which you put them through, into the world. So I believe the parent bears that weight. Do parents really care about their kids nowadays, or do they just worry about keeping up with the world? I'll say this: it comes off as parents are not caring as much about the kid; they're more invested in self. So it's about how they look or what they can brag on, or again, how they can
Mm-hmm.
utilize the child as a prop. Um, and then if people can tell the difference between adults and children, why do we ask for ID? Because of the law
Been to
in certain
Ohio?
situations. But I think
Born and
people.
raised in Ohio.
Okay.
Why?
You got some paperwork you
What
gotta take
are
care of
they
with the
at?
courts up there. Okay.
Wait a minute, that sounded legal. Um, but
Boy,
no,
let me hurry up and mute him.
I was
Boy,
gonna
come
listen.
with some.
Wait a minute. But no, I think um, there can be an age at which a child becomes older, late teens, where there could be some confusion in terms of whether this is an adult. But I've never met too many adults who really couldn't tell if somebody was extremely young. Even if you couldn't pinpoint an age, you knew that that was a kid or a young person, very young. So, I mean, I think it's a formality to ask for the ID in some situations, but you can tell when you're talking to a kid most of the time.
Can you?
Yeah, I can.
All
They
right.
can't fool me. You talk long enough, see. Now, if you want to have a 1 second conversation, you probably won't be able to pull too much. But if you talk long enough, that youth comes out. At least the ignorance comes out.
Have you ever talked to somebody that was or one of our age and still sound like a little kid?
I've heard people with some
Right.
young voices, but again, the type of conversation you had. Now, yeah, some people might slide under the radar because they just don't have knowledge of certain things. But there's something about living life where I can ask you some questions and figure out if it's some things that you're not familiar with. It kind of gives me an idea of the range of age that you may fall within. It's just about asking the right questions.
Hmm. Okay.
I got my mama gonna be with me at 12 a.m.
Go ahead, Alta, if you want to say something.
No, said my mama gonna be looking for me at 12 a.m. if I don't get back home.
Yeah, I want to get back to that though. I want to get back to that. Let's go with the open
We
panel.
got
Do you think your
Wait,
no?
Kev. We got Geo verse.
I'm ready. I'm so ready to get back to that.
Yo, what up, Kev? What's up,
We
my
What
gotta
up,
man?
get
Gio? How you
in
feeling, man?
there.
Man, blessed beyond measure. How are you, sir?
I'm
What
good.
up,
I'm
Gio?
blessed myself.
God is good always. But look, I like this conversation, man, because like a year ago, my nephew put me on to Pop Smoke, all this new music, Lil Durk and all that. And when I started to hear certain lyrics, not by those artists in particular, I realized how little we know about what our kids are ingesting. As far as like how young girls are requesting, Sexy Red in kindergarten, you know what I'm saying? Things like that. Like it's happening. So I feel like parents that just give them a tablet and let them entertain themselves, or i.e., raise themselves, I think they do definitely care more about, their immediate, issues and how they can progress versus the legacy that they're supposed to be focusing on. So I agree, it's a definite issue, and I agree with everything that Dr. Thurgy said. So I don't want to, emulate, but yeah, I do believe that parents nowadays, like even with that bathroom challenge with the kids, like I've seen videos where they post their kids online just cursing up a storm, and you wonder why is this 5-year-old cursing so much and so eloquent with their grammar? Because kids emulate their parents, right? And we pretend like they don't hear us. We pretend like they don't see how we, congregate, how we gather as a collective. And it's very important. Like if a kid is growing up in a party type atmosphere, 24/7, why would they ingest the idea of responsibility or work ethic? You know what I'm saying? So I agree. We need to pay more attention about what our parents ignored when we were kids. Because when we were kids, we had MySpace, Mi Gente, all that stuff, and we had a lot from our parents. You'll be surprised what is being done on Snapchat today with kids from ages 10 to 15. It's horrible. So parents, do better for sure.
Kev over there stomping on people.
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay, let Caribbean. She wanted to say something before we got them in here.
I don't even remember what I was gonna say, but I stand what I was saying.
Oh, you were just talking about how you believe that it should be known that a parent should tell their kid, you know, about their occupation, or if she does strip or whatever, she should let it be known to her kids
I just
because
don't believe in being one of those parents that think that just because a child is a child that they need to forever stay in a child's place, because the world is not a place for children. It's not going to pander to them because they're a child. So I don't think you should either.
But I think you
I'm
can filter.
saying you need to
You can filter
purposely
that message. Like
throw them to the dogs and be like super weird with it, but within reason, in a way that they can understand. So when they go out into the world, they're not surprised, they're not victims. Because this world is not friendly to you see what they're doing to children already. So why would you even, you know, like it doesn't make sense.
So you're saying like instilling proper perception that they need to have, right? On like
Exactly.
the okay, but I
Like
think that
what?
can be
Setting the
done
child
with
up to
proper.
fail. Like
no, but
make
Gilbert,
them
she was saying
aware.
like tell like if you're a stripper, she feels like you need to tell your kid, yeah,
Oh
your
hell,
mom is,
hold up,
yeah,
hold
your
up.
mom is,
Like,
yes, I'm your
hold
mom,
up.
and yes,
Switched
I'm
it
a
up quick.
stripper,
That
and yes,
kid gonna
I
fight every day of his life. What'd you say about
yeah.
what'd you say about my mom's yo? You know what I'm saying? Like that's gonna be a battle and warfare every day of his
Yeah, but
life.
his friends are gonna come up and tell him that anyway, rather him knowing that from jump and defending his
Right. I'm
mother
gonna say
will turn into
But
a
it's
fight.
like, where is they gonna
I'm
get
not
the
saying say
information
it because
from?
you're proud of it as
Right, but
something to boast about,
if
but
you're a
don't say
kid
it like you
and you're
have to hide it from him.
right, okay, but do you want for your kid like education, independence, competence? Like you want your kid to grow up to like want to achieve something, right? So if you're saying that, hi, I'm mom, I dance for money, but I need you to be good at math, science, literature, history, thermodynamics, go to college, get a job, do good stuff. But me, I'm gonna just dance for $20 bills. Like that is just shows the hypocrisy more from you than the world itself, because the
I
world
know,
will
and
need
that's
them to
honestly,
excel.
hey, that's up to whoever that parent is. I'm not gonna judge her. I'm not gonna shame her.
Yeah.
But if that's just how that should happen, if that's how the child is being raised, I don't believe that you should hide that from. It's not going to be hidden from him.
I think people don't understand that honestly, your kid
Like
ain't
those
going to
situations.
school like in my mind, I don't think people fully grasp like everybody that live in the hood don't know that your mama is a stripper.
No
Everybody
one
that
said they
live
had to
in
be
the
in the
listen,
hood.
hold on. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the person that said the hood gonna know. It's certain people in the hood that know. But at the end of the day, every hood mama or daddy ain't going home telling their kid, oh, whoop whoop, mama was in the club twerking that motherfucking ass. Nah, they ain't around their kid telling them that. Nah, if your kid find out that information is because somebody that was there that had the information. It wasn't everybody on the block knew that your mama was a 304.
I'm talking
It
about
was
where I
certain. It
live,
was
and
certain.
if
It
they
was
I'm
certain
did,
sorry, but
they
people.
knew if your
they
mama
all
was a
know she a
hoe, they knew if
It
she
304.
was
was a
certain
crackhead.
people.
They
It
would
was
talk
certain
about
I
it
You're
in
mean,
still gonna
people.
find
school.
out.
I mean,
Man,
you
they was
could
gonna
go
find out.
outside
Hold
your
on, real quick. I
neighborhood
think
to be
Sergio was
outside of.
talking. Y'all just all. I know she got a light voice.
Yeah, I was saying that in my hood, everybody knew. We knew if your mama was a crackhead. We knew if your mama was a hoe.
I
We
didn't
knew
laugh.
if your mama was a groupie at the concert, and kids will come bring that to school. Even if two people knew, everybody else was gonna find out eventually. That's what I'm talking about.
The
I don't
great
know. My
one.
mama was
So
a
let's
crackhead. They
just
ain't never got teased for it. I ain't even gonna lie. Like my mama was on drugs badly, but I never went to school and heard the whole school be like, "Oh, your mom is a crack." No, I never had that experience. And my mama done dope with me most of her pregnancy. So it was like at the end of the day, it's all about
who you around that's giving you that information, because everybody in the hood ain't getting that type of that same information. It's only certain parents that probably was talking about that shit and around they damn kids, to where they kids being so damn nosy that now they're running their mouth off on to the next person, telling them, oh well, my mama and daddy said that your mama is a motherfucking drug addict. She's a druggie. She be
Nah, but
smoking
just
that dope.
TikTok wasn't around when we were kids, and your mom. You know what I'm saying, like, so, like, when if our parents had TikTok and lives and all this stuff, wouldn't you say that it would be a lot easier for that information to spread without, the mom's intention? Like
It
today,
depends who's trying
society?
to expose the person. People be exposing people nowadays too much. That's
Physical
the thing.
exposure.
Not you blaming the kids for exposure. Why are you doing coke?
Yeah, that's kind of like where I'm at. Like, you can't
Like,
really.
why
So
are you not
let's
Like
blaming the
you got
parents?
let's put it this way then, because it seems like some parents. So I don't know. This might be a new day, and I don't know what's going on. It seems like we're giving up now. But so is we fighting for parental guidance or not, or whatever they call it, though, where you put the restriction on a TV and stuff, where you, or even on your phones now. So we saying that's pointless because they're going to know it anyways, or should we just expose them to everything?
She
What
just
did I
said
say?
feed them to the dogs, kid.
That's what I'm trying to see, though, because this is. I just want to see, because I guess it's like a half and half thing I'm getting out of it. Some people say they're gonna learn it anyway, so tell them.
That's
Some of them
like
saying
when
don't
those
hold it
people.
off and wait till they of age.
Well, if I may, right? Like,
It's just like when the people try to
You
sit
can
up
put
here
them
and say
on
that. Hold
parental
on.
controls
It just like
and then
the people
explain
try to
why
sit
you're
up here.
putting them on parental controls.
well,
Like, there
Hold
doesn't need
on.
to be 100% ignorance across the board.
It's just like when people try to sit up here and use Boosie Kids as an example. When he had put his little sons onto grown women who was twerking on his boys, people were trying to sit up here and be like, "Oh, he shouldn't do that. He shouldn't do that because at the end of the day, that's basically giving basically SA in them and woo 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 woo." And you had some other people saying, oh well, they eventually gonna do this regardless. They gonna eventually get into girls and get into grown women regardless whether their daddy introduced them to it or not. But it just like you're saying that, oh well, shit, he Boosie, shit, he a rapper, he sits up here around women who twerk all day, shit, at the end of the day, his kids know that he rap. His kids know that he around women who shake their ass all day. So shit, it's cool. Just let it be what it is. That's what I'm getting from you, Caribbean.
well, I'm
Caribbean.
That is
well,
in
like,
no way the exact same thing.
Cause you're
You just
saying let's feed them to
described
the dogs.
letting
That's
your
what I
child
hear when I
actually
hear feed
being.
them to the dogs.
That's not exact. That you're taking it to the literal extreme. That is the
Well,
literal
you
extreme of what I'm
literally
saying.
just said a stripper should tell her child that she's a stripper.
Not bring her to work and let the workers dance on their children. That's what you said, and that's not what I said.
but you're
So please
letting,
don't put words in
But
my
you're
mouth.
still trying to give them information that they don't need too soon.
Then why are you doing that job to where they need that and they ask
Because she's
questions about
doing
that
it because she's
information?
trying to make money. It's a difference.
Okay, so why wouldn't he? He's going to find out about it anyways. The point I'm
How do
saying.
you know that?
Because
How do
they're
you know
children.
that?
So you
How
one of
do
them
you know
parents?
that?
Is you one of them parents that they gonna do it anyways type parents? So you just let them do what they do? That's what
No,
it
they're
sounds
going
like.
to do it anyway. So
Yeah,
it's
that's exactly what it
educate
sounds
them
like.
on how not to hurt themselves before they do it.
like, it's like saying,
But
like,
you cannot stop that hurt is what I'm saying. Life is gonna life regardless.
hang on. So, Kev, like, if I was a pharmacist,
Yeah, wait, hold on. That only gonna happen because of people like you, Jay, because you said you would make fun of people,
I
because
never
their
thought
parents
I
was
would
doing
make fun
drugs.
of
So you
people.
gotta.
I never said that. You just came in during something I was explaining. That's not what I said.
But you
oh,
said you was repeat that
No,
my
I
my
said I
parents
never
said that
had the
your parents.
experience of somebody sitting up here telling. I said my mom done drugs with me when she was pregnant. I said, but I never had the experience of somebody teasing me or talking down on me, telling me, "Oh, your mom was a crackhead. Your mom, you come from a crackhead mother or whatever." I never had that experience. So
are you,
that's what
Oh,
they're
my bad.
saying.
I said that. My bad. Let me take the time to apologize for that. My
Like
bad. I
I'm
did
like,
come at
huh?
the wrong time.
You're good. I can tell you.
so,
You walked in on the conversation.
So like I flip it and say if I was a pharmacist for my community, unauthorized, right? But and one day I catch my son, puffing the Magic Dragon. Am
She
I
can't hear that. She might have to. She might have to just exit the app and come back. That's something. I don't know why I keep dropping her. Can you hear
Kev,
me?
me?
Huh?
Can you
who's
hear me?
that? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I
Okay,
couldn't hear
yeah,
you first.
bro. What's the
What up,
deal?
J Love?
What up, bro?
Hey, I'll give her my time. What up, J-Love?
What's up? So let me I just literally walked in and I was reading the prompts and the questions. That's the okay, I'm not gonna go down the questions because I'm only here for a minute. But let me say this. We got too many kids out here being adults. We have kids doing things that they ain't got no business doing. And we got kids being in adult situations, and adults are basically saying that that it's cool for these kids to be out here acting a fool. It's not. It's not cool. It ain't cute. Children are meant to be children. Children are meant to grow. Children are meant to understand. And by us as parents thrusting kids into adulthood when they're not adults is what's wrong with the society that we live in today.
Today.
At the end of the day, we are literally allowing our daughters to dress any kind of way with oh, that's cute. And then I see the prompt says, man says older men can't tell your daughter's underage when they approach her. That's actually not true. Actually, they can tell. However, we're letting our daughters run around here loose as a goose, dressed any kind of way, and expecting people to respect them. How do you expect people to respect your children if you're not teaching them to respect themselves? That
There
is
it is.
wild to me.
There it is.
We will literally get up here and give permission for our children to act a certain way and then turn around and want the world to treat them like they're the precious little angels that we
Right.
think that they are. Absolutely not.
Mic
And
drop.
then we sit here and we wonder why our children can't be in productive relationships.
Mm.
We sit here and wonder why our children cannot go out here and be in productive relationships and don't know how to be productive in their relationships of any kind, whether it's friendship, whether it's romantic ship, whether it's a job, whether it's going to school, whether it's just being a good, abiding person. We literally don't teach our children how to do that. And then we expect for the world to be like, oh, it's okay. How they dress doesn't matter. It absolutely does. It does. And I don't care what you say and how you say it. At the end of the day, if we are not raising our children and allowing our children to be children, and we are literally saying that it's okay for our kids to be adults when our kids don't even know what it means to be adults, they are struggling to find their way as children. And then we turn around and say, oh, it's okay. No, it's not. It's not okay. It is your children, they are learning to read as they grow up. And then once they get to a certain age, they are reading to learn. That is the same thing with parenting. We are teaching our children how to read. So when they get to that age where they are able to, then we are now letting them learn to read. So there are moments where you have to hold on and you got to guide it and you got to hand walk it. And then there are going to be times where you have to go, all right, then what you going to do about that? Well, what do you think you should do about this? But this idea that our kids should just be able to do whatever they want to do, carte blanche, at the age of, oh, well, I'm going to let my daughter walk around here and look like this 304, but it's okay because she's a little girl. And they want people
But Jay, look, they gonna find out anyways.
No, they're not. Listen, but you know what, Kev? They will find out anyway, but at least you gave them some guidance to know right from wrong.
Right.
Y'all will sit here
Discernment.
and say they're going to find out anyway, but then when they do find out, you wondering why your child is the one that's out here getting treated like the neighborhood thought.
Mm-hmm.
Please,
See,
miss
only
me with
a
this.
woman could speak this volume. I think, as a man, I'm very proud to hear what I just heard. That was
Yeah,
amazing.
I mean, at the end of the day, y'all sitting here, and then these young boys, y'all think it's cute for these young boys to go out here and do this crazy stuff that they do, all because they're children. And oh, well, we're gonna learn. They're gonna learn one day, and blah blah blah. You should want to be your child's guiding factor. You should want to be
the best version of you so your children
Lead by
can go out here
example.
and
Yep.
be the best version of themselves. But what y'all do is y'all set y'all kids up for failure. And then y'all turn around and y'all want the world to grab y'all kids by the hand and hold their hand and go, it's okay. Well, let me just love on you a little bit because you know the world treated you bad. No, it is your fault. And I don't care if you are married, single, in a relationship. I don't care who you're in a relationship with. At the end of the day, if you are not raising your children because you think that the world is going to teach it to them anyway, you are a piss poor parent. Oh, it angers me. Y'all really don't understand PPP prevents PPP. Prior proper planning prevents piss poor performance. And y'all will sit up
Okay, I
and
love that, J Love.
y'all will go out here and send y'all children into the world with these without prior proper planning, expecting these perfect results. But you sending these kids out here with lack of prior proper planning and expecting them to yield 100% results. Crazy. It's madness. And on that, I'm dropping. I have got to go. If they even let me up, and I'll
Oh
be
yeah,
back when I get done. Y'all have
Perfectly
for
said.
sure, man. For sure.
Need some
Mic check.
Appreciate you.
flowers, girl.
See, that's what feminism should be. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Yeah, can we get them likes up to 80K, please? Pushing to, because we were pushing for 85K, but we can't even get to 80. So please tap that screen, share the live to a friend, to a cousin, to your auntie, to everybody. Let's help Kev
Appreciate it,
out.
Shay. But yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, it's like I understand what they trying to, but it's like, nah, it gets just like somebody was saying something earlier that can get dangerous depending on how people take it and stuff. I gotta remember what that was about though, because I was talking to somebody. What was he talking about? I forgot. But basically, like with that, it's like us teaching, well, they're gonna do it anyways, or they're gonna figure it out, or it's better for me to do it now. That's just like I'll be hearing, like I heard a friend or something I had, or I might as well smoke in front of my child because hey, so that way that when somebody else do it, like this, I don't know what type of parenting this is now that's going on, and it's like dang, was we giving up on them already? Because like, at least try. I don't care if they're gonna get exposed to it or not. At least try to keep it, keep them from, because they don't need to know. I don't know. I guess people want to say that they they want them to know everything because of it can whatever. But it's like I want to get that logic though. But it's like, man, it's still they don't need to know. Oh, let me get Shay in, dog. That's one of my favorites in here. My young dog. This the one that's gonna teach some of the old folks something. She only 20 years old. Boy, she doing it. Boy. So, what's up, Shay?
Hey y'all.
Hey, Shay.
Okay. So for me, I feel like it's a bit more deeper. I don't feel like it's been worse with this generation. I feel like more has just been exposed. Since way back, people were too busy having other folks raising their kids and abusing their kids rather than doing it themselves. So now when it came to them kids getting grown and they kids having kids, they don't care to raise them either. They care for the streets to raise them because that's all they know how to do, because that's what has been going on since they were coming up as kids. Just because it was hitting doesn't mean it was never happening. Since forever, all these kids have been doing is raising themselves or raising their siblings. So when they get older, they don't care about nothing no more. They feel like they missed out on a lifetime. So they too busy trying to party. They're too busy trying to catch up on these financial things that they have never been taught as a child. They're too busy trying to impress people that they grew up with. And they're too busy trying to work on their inner selves. My mother is one of those people who tries to keep up with today's world because she never got the chance to have a childhood. Personally, because my grandmother was out doing any and everything with any man she could find or anything that she could sell on the streets. So now that my mother is older, when she lost her mom, she don't know where to start. She was raised by her sisters, and all she seen from them was having kids at a young age. She turned around and did it. A child cannot raise a child at the end of the day. So when that child do have a child, what do? You don't know what to do. But instead of people coming together and trying to help with that, people are too selfish. Family leaves you. It's harder to maintain a job. And another reason is because y'all keep having kids with folks that y'all don't know or don't have a relationship with or that don't want a child with y'all. So now y'all stuck raising these children by yourselves and not knowing what the hell to do. Also, I'm sorry, y'all. I just woke up, so I do gotta prepare myself. I'm talking in circles, but y'all get what I'm saying.
She said she woke up spitting in gems. What happened to everybody? You done talked to everybody up out of here, man. They gonna get scared now. Don't get scared now.
So Caribbean is saying,
Dang, they done left.
Caribbean said, bye.
I ain't trying to
Like,
hear. I
good
said I want them
Lord.
to know everything.
Nah, I
Ain't no
wasn't
such
agreeing with
thing as a
that
kid's
because that
place.
shit was, that was wild. Like,
It's
telling your kid everything, that's just too much for me. I wouldn't want to lay all that type of information on my kid, knowing that, you know, my kid, you need to just focus on going to school.
She
You
better
need to
not be
focus
talking about
on
Franklin, bro.
who?
Everybody keeps saying about me having a stunt double. They better not be talking about Frank, bro.
Frank, absolutely. Oh, heck no.
Franklin from
I mean,
Snowfall?
not
Come on,
from
Frank.
Snowfall.
no, from on
Saint
here.
Franklin, Saint Franklin.
I'm sick of you. She said Franklin.
Franklin Saint.
Yeah, they
Yeah, the
keep
one
saying I
on
look like him or he look like me and stuff.
Or Franklin the Turtle.
Nah,
Yo,
Curvo,
you
that
got
dude
to
named
stop.
Curvo.
Nah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Franklin was
thank
my.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
I love
Come
some
on.
Frank.
I'm
Snowfall
colder
was
than
some
him,
real.
man.
What'd you say?
I'm colder. I'm colder than him. What the heck? They know. He like the toxic version of me.
Yeah, like if you was to be toxic, that would be you. You would be like right there, just
That
in
probably
the
would
mirror.
be me if I was toxic version.
Yeah, like everybody coming and saying, "Oh, I agree with everybody." Like, no, you ain't it.
She probably just went back in the other room. Hold up, there's another one. He just looking at the lights, the skin tone and the glasses. Probably no. I think I'm.
But then I tell you, I knew Vo and was gonna focus, and that girl was gonna focus on the fact that the big titty part, like they just
I
couldn't
knew
get
somewhere
past
it's gonna
it.
be a couple people that's
They
gonna do
just
that too. I
couldn't. They
already know
just
there's gonna
couldn't
be
get
more.
past it. I'm like, it's
It's
not the fact he's looking at a child that way. The simple fact is he giving the example that the child is
and that's what other people see it as
showing
too,
up
right?
as in a grown as in, she's showing up in a grown woman's image.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. It
Now,
Because
look,
wasn't
all
the fact of what
y'all
he
know,
said.
as y'all know, I'm gonna get up here and I'm gonna tell the truth about how it is, but I'm not gonna act like I ain't partake in some of these things. Everybody
hey,
know I'm 20. My mother took me to the club when I first turned 18. That was her first time taking me to a club with her. Even though it was with her, it shouldn't have been at all. I should have been focusing on me planning for college or going to a trade school or what career path I want to take in. But instead, my mother took me to the club with her and she got me all dressed up. I didn't have to pay, I didn't have to show ID or none of that because I looked like I was over 21. And I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I did. Does that mean that, oh, if anything was to happen to me, does that mean that excuses that? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I cannot sit up here and expect somebody to sit in my face and have an actual conversation with me or ask me to go out somewhere if I'm dressed up like a 304 to get inside of a club at the end of the day, because I know I'm a child. My mother knows I'm a child, but do these people know I'm a child? Just because I am 18 does not mean I'm an adult.
Facts. Because I'm not even gonna lie, even in my middle school years, like people, I would have dudes telling me, "Oh, those not real. Those don't look real. How old is you?" And I'm just like, huh? Like, I wasn't even in tune with my body yet. Like, I didn't even understand about my body. Like, all I just knew is shit, I'm wearing regular clothing, but even in regular clothing, my body will show. Like my curves will just naturally show. And a lot of people even walking home, like I'll get grown men trying to talk to me, beep at me, and it was just cause I just had a natural figure on me. And
It was just they
That's
couldn't
weird
tell
though. They
the
don't be
person.
real. They don't be real at all. Like people can get tricked. They don't understand that. Like double D's is double D's. If it was on your mother, if it was on your sister, if it was on your freaking on a kid or not, like it's not going to change the fact that somebody got eyeballs. I don't get it. It's just weird. So it's just I don't
Right.
know. That sounds crazy. It's like people not trying to kind of like think on the other end on that though. Like dog. That's what a person see at first. Until you talk to them, that's a whole nother thing. You ain't gonna be able to know who who it is until they speak.
Yeah,
People
I
like you gonna know the
Right.
difference. You don't know the difference on the outside physical vision. You just don't know the difference.
Cause
going to
even
my
my
That's like
cousin,
imagine if the whole top of the head was cut off and all you see is the body.
cause
You won't be
even,
able to
cause even,
know.
cause even my cousins, when they was like 16, like they had bodies like they was 23, 24.
Right.
And it would be like, and it would just be grown men trying to approach them, and they would talk to them because they would be their type when it comes to, you know, personality or whatever case may be. They be like, oh, he cute. Like, whoop, whoop, whoop. Because older women, I mean, younger women was always into older dudes. You get what I'm saying? And those older dudes would be like, oh, how old is you? She would be like, you know, I'm like 19. You got the body of a 19-year-old, so he won't know. And plus, a lot of those people, lot of girls be very mature for their age, so they really can't tell.
that really be me. Like I do have like the breast part. So a lot of times when I used to go to
Met
like
a teenager that didn't act like a teenager. They had the
no, see,
personality of a grown adult.
I did though at the time I did, but it was my mother who pushed me to like dress that way or act that way because she felt like, oh, you dress too much like a boy, or you don't impress my friends when they come over. You need to have lashes on. Your nails need to be done. You need to wear a crop top or something. Wear a dress. I'm a girl that is comfortable in jogging pants and crop tops. But my mom always wants me to wear dress or booty shorts. But then let it be that one man come around. Oh, you need to change your clothes, or I get beat for the clothes that you bought me to put on in front of your friends because you want to impress them, or because I'm not dressing girly enough for you.
Right. It's the reason why we don't let our our peoples be not have dressed around around company and stuff. Because it's like even as a parent, they can see if their kids are fake or not. They can see that. It's just weird. People be funny to me. You know, if you can see it, that means other people can see it too. I mean, that's just simple. So that's why I'm like, nah, you ain't about to be dressed like that in front of my friends, or you not gonna all that stuff. You not. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff ain't supposed to be seen in front of everybody. So I don't know, man. People be acting weird. I don't know what it is, man. Like,
Yeah.
just because I chose to have not look at that, mean everybody else going to see it the same way. They're going to know that's my daughter.
Like I have like I'm not. Don't get me wrong. Maybe I was dressing too much as a boy. I don't feel like jogging pants and crop tops are like something that guys would wear or something like that. Maybe the joggers, but the crop top part, I don't think so. But like my mom wanted to go all out. I had a tattoo early. I had a piercing early, 3 piercings early. My mom always wanted me to like wear wigs and sorts, which I've still never done that. That was the one thing she could never get me to do. High dresses. Like, why are you trying to make me change my image so you can feel better about how other people view me? But then the moment that these certain grown men come around, it wasn't okay to wear anymore. Now all of a sudden I'm trying to show out for these men and I need to stay in a child's place. But if you're not dressing me like a child, or if you're not keeping me in a child's place, how do you expect me to act like one? So now that I am much
Your
older,
mama was trying to live life through you.
exactly. So now that I'm much older and we bump heads a lot because I have, and I'm sorry to say it, I love my mother, but my mindset is definitely way better than hers. And every time that we have an argument, I speak to her with facts and she don't like that. So either I always have to leave her household or she always want to fight me. And I'm like,
Can I ask you a
Mom, if I
question?
was to fight you, I would rock your world. Stop trying to compete with me
Can I
right
ask you a
now.
question, Shay? It might be
Mhm.
personal. You don't gotta answer it if you don't want to.
Mhm.
But have your mama ever slept with one of your dudes?
Thank God. Oh my God. I would be
Cause
devastated.
it sound like your mama, she be trying to compare herself to you. That's what
But
I
my
hear.
mom, I've stayed with my mom for most of my life, but my mom has still missed out on my life because she was too busy doing other stuff that she's only ever met 2 of the guys that I was with.
What's going on, host?
How you
What up,
doing,
T?
T?
What's good, bro?
Hey, what's going on, big dog? So I see, I hear the conversation going on. It's a good conversation to have. It's an honest one to have, especially when I'm from haven't lived there since '98, but I'm from the west side of Chicago, Gary, Indiana. So I used to see a lot of the things that the two ladies were discussing. But I was looking at your questions, right, and just going in order. Saying parents dressing their kids up like little adults. A lot of parents don't know how to be parents, and just because you have a child doesn't make you one. My thing is this: I have an 8-year-old, and people would try to be their kid's friend. And I let it be known with mine. I'm daddy. The only one who loves you more than me is God. He's the only one that loves you more than me. So at the end of the day, I outdo your friends or whomever in every way, shape, and form. You know what I'm saying? Because daddy loves you, I discipline you. Because daddy loves you, I prepare you. And a lot of people just want to go to the club with their kids when they get older and all this kind of other stuff. I'm like, listen. There should never be any of that. There's a difference. I'm the adult, you the child. Never in a day will it be anything outside the scope of that. Even when you're grown, you're still my baby. So, but do we not see the problem with that? We already know it's a huge problem with that. Sexualizing our kids is insane. And I used to see it all the time in 92, 93, 94, 95 in Chicago. So, for me, it's like, it's nothing. And we grew up around it. And then you got, do we blame the stranger that sees them as the 3 or 4, no, I mean, the parents shouldn't be allowing anything like that. Don't let your child walk out the house like a target. A young girl walking out the house like that. Absolutely not. The parents should be, on top of that. And I think your last question, do parents really care about their kids nowadays, or do they what about keeping up with the world? To be honest with you, I'm gonna go out here and say a lot of parents, and I'm looking at the statistics on this as far as high school dropout rates, teenage pregnancy. I'm gonna say they don't love their kids, because if you love your kids, you discipline them. If you love your kids, you prepare them for the future. If you love your kids, you give those hard conversations, even though it may not be favorable to them. And if you love your kids, you express to them why you are not playing these type of games. My daughter don't play the game with me. She try to play it with her mama, but she don't play it with me because, again, as a man, I got the authority. You know what I'm saying? It's just certain things that she don't even try with me. I barely have to repeat myself ever with my little girl. She be playing with her mom, but she don't play with me because she know I don't play. So that's a difference. When you're in a man's presence and when you're in daddy's presence, that's a difference. It's a clear difference. I yield.
I just want to add to that because I wouldn't too much say it's just because you have the discipline and I'm not saying that, but it's so more of too that these women are too busy competing with their daughters. So, they don't look at it as, oh, mom don't do discipline, because these mothers be trying. But when you're trying to compete with your child, it no longer matter. You don't love your child the way a father does sometimes. Like, that's what my dad, we have conversations. He talks to me about stuff and let me know how it is, even when I don't want to hear it. He still show love. He supports. He shows up. My mother, on the other hand, she don't. She tries to compete, or whenever it comes to something big like graduations, that's when she want to show out. So it's more so of like, I don't respect you because you don't respect me. You feel like because I'm your child that I'm not owed any kind of respect. On the other hand, my father shows me that kind of respect. Like even with the teen pregnancy, I did get pregnant at a young age. Did I terminate it? Yes, and not because I don't want to hurt a child or anything. 'Cause I know a lot of people don't believe in that, but it was a simple fact that I don't have a place of my own. I don't have a job that'll keep me afloat to have a child. Yes, I have a job that'll keep me stable, but me plus a child, no, I don't have the patience for a child. I have a lot of anger issues that I'm dealing with because of past trauma. So from me trying to refrain myself from taking that anger out on my kid or raising my kid the way that my mother did me, I decided I'm only 18. I still got a lot to do. I still got a lot to learn. Why would I sit down and have a child? And everybody and their mama that's way older, you should have it. You should have it. We'll be here to take care of it. And that's the problem. Yes, it takes a village, but stop trying to force that on people just to take care of their kids and throw it back in their faces because y'all not giving real help. How is it that you can raise my child properly, but you couldn't raise me properly?
Absolutely. So, and you kind of made my point on that. And congratulations on your mindset being lifted. That's all because of God's grace. But you kind of made my point on that, right?
Miss
Because I
Mac.
didn't say,
Go ahead.
oh,
No, I was
I
saying how to Miss Mac.
oh, okay, y'all, Miss Matt. Yeah, what's going on, Miss Matt? But but you made my point, right? Because I stated not just the discipline aspect, but dads do have a different presence. It's definitely a different presence. Now, when it comes to my daughter, when I have these conversations, of course, very young, but you start them off young, so you don't. So if they, like the Bible says, they stray, they won't stray far. So the thing is, I start her off that way, and without me even saying anything, when I pick up her friend and she goes to, and I take them like to Legoland and stuff like that, she'll say she'll say things like, "No, my daddy wouldn't like that. No, my daddy doesn't. Mm-mm. No, my daddy, and I without me even being, I'm just letting them play while I'm reading a book or something like that while they enjoying themselves, and then take them home after that, or take them to go get something to eat at the restaurant and stuff like that. But she knows, you know what I mean? She knows. It's like with anything else. I don't. That is that love that's for her. You know what I'm saying? And it's genuine. It's not based on, let's doll up a child to be an adult, those kind of things. And I like what your dad is on. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations to that man. So that's why I was like, it's definitely a different presence. There's a different presence. And my discipline doesn't necessarily mean I got to tap her behind. No, no, no. My discipline is my voice commands respect. And not just because I was in the army and all that kind of stuff. No, it's just the way it is. I'm a man. And it is different.
All right, it's on you, T.
What's up? Yeah, I definitely don't think that like anybody should be sexualizing kids, but I think it starts at home because like I have a daughter and I don't see how I can't fathom how anyone would want to dress their kids up with any like body parts out. Like it's pretty crazy to me. Like I'm gonna raise my daughter to have some self-respect and integrity. Like even when she hits 18, she's gonna know better. She's not gonna hang around a woman who dress like certain words I'm not gonna use. Like it's just crazy how any parent would even want their kid to be dressed that way at all. And it's really not surprising because even when you get in a relationship like with a woman, they'll just call you insecure for expecting them to dress modest. So why would they care how their daughter, if they think it's okay, clearly if they have a daughter, they don't care how they're dressed, because when you tell them to dress modest, it's just so bad to tell a woman nowadays that if you dress modest, you're insecure and controlling. So it's like the woman who, like even the ones who really do care about how their kids dress, they care a little bit, but as soon as they hit 18, they're not going to care how their daughter's dressed. To me, it's important the whole way. Like your daughter should know that to dress appropriately, even at 18, because it's a respect and integrity thing. Like it's a mindset. Like it's just not okay in my opinion. And yeah, that's just how I feel about it.
So I got a question. I thought about that too, though. I was thinking about this a couple of days ago. It seems like society do purposely try to sexualize, especially women. Like, if you ever notice the T-shirts, right? Mm-hmm. And I know some of y'all weird though, but it's just like Why do they have the t-shirts? It's so different. Like they got the V-necks and all that stuff, and then they got the ones that like purposely try to get that little slant so they can so the woman can just show that little piece
Well, they'll say it's for
off and
themselves.
stuff. I always wondered that. It's like, do they purposely just want women to show their little big chest out or little whatever they want to call it though? Why do they make t-shirts like that?
Well, apparently that women do it for themselves. I guess I don't know. I guess they want to look like that for themselves. They go out in public for themselves like that. I guess.
Yeah, but I'm saying like it seems like society itself is trying to help push to sexualize women because they got shirts literally like that. It's like for a regular t-shirt for men, it's like a regular thing go around the neck. Then for the women, it's just it gotta be that cut so it can show their chest. I just always noticed that.
And
Yeah, that's a good point.
And don't jump on me for this because I've done research on this when somebody brought it to me. But those clothes that are being made, and I'm not saying all of them, but most of them are designed by men.
I figured.
But at the end of the day, you don't have to choose to wear it. That's why I would never understand why a mother would put her 3-year-old daughter in a 2-piece bathing suit or crop top. That is a child. So don't tell me, and everybody's going to know that's a child clearly because it's a 3-year-old. But don't tell me I can't be like why you dressing your daughter like she supposed to be out here and she grown? You got weave in her head and her in a crop top or a 2-piece bathing suit. I don't care who created it because at the end of the day, you as an adult know better than to dress your child or yourself like that, period.
Yep. Even at 16, my daughter's not gonna be wearing stuff that show her stomach and stuff. Like she's just gonna have too much integrity and self-respect. That's how I see it. Like no father wants their daughter to be showing their body. Like it actually kind of weird for any father to want that.
Yeah,
Like I see it throughout her whole life. Like my daughter's just not gonna be dressing crazy in general.
I don't know. Maybe that is a part where it's time for me to sit back and learn on, because I do not personally find it a problem for you to be 17 and older and to wear a crop top. Not saying it have to be high to where it's showing your breast, but like something that goes just past the belly button or stops at the belly button. I don't find a problem with that, but that's probably personally because that's how I felt comfortable dressing. So I don't know, but there's always teachable moments for me to know.
Or it's just like think about it as a father figure. Like we don't want that on our daughters. That's just how I see
y'all both cheating up there. Y'all both got
I would
blurry
never want
screens.
my daughter showing her body. That's just me personally. Like I ain't gonna lie. As soon as I see a girl who dressed a certain way, in my mind, I don't even think I can say the word. But a woman who dresses a certain way, if you look, show yourself in a certain light, you can't be mad that men judge you in that certain light. That's how I see it.
Somebody in the comments asked me, what about the bottoms? Now, the bottoms are the part that I care about the most. I wouldn't, if she was to wear that crop top, it got to be some pants or some joggers that she wearing too. I'm not about to have her in no little crop top and no little shorts walking around here at a certain age. Now, that is where it really would be a problem for me, because now it's just like, it's too much. It's too much for your age. If that's how you want to dress when you're older and outside of my house, I can no longer stop you. Would I have a problem with it? Yes, but can I really do anything to stop it? No, I just know from what I've done personally raising you, in my opinion, wasn't wrong.
So you're saying that if she does top and bottom, that's too much. But if she only does one, it's not.
I mean, because I don't find it a problem for the stomach to show. And like I said, I'm not talking about like some super, super short crop top. I'm talking about a crop top that is like nicely, maybe designed or whatever. And it's not too high. It's literally just showing a little bit. Like, yeah, it's not going to be too much. I'm not saying that she has to wear where her breast is popping out and she got this belly ring that's showing. Like, I'm just saying, like, if that was something that my daughter was into, then I would make sure it's something that's, comfortable, something that's not too much, but something that she can also feel like, okay, I'm cute in, but it's just not doing too much.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I guess for me, like as a father, anything under 18, I don't even want you showing a little bit of belly, a lot of belly, nothing. Even past 18, I wouldn't want my daughter wearing that. But that's just me personally. I mean, I can't make like a moral argument against it. Like at I mean, to me, it's just too young, I guess, for the moral argument, in my opinion. But when she's
No, I
18,
definitely understand that. Because at first I used to be like, oh, I'll never allow that until I get around like certain family members who are like that. And then whenever their child goes outside with me or we go anywhere, they dress and hold, 304 down to the bone because
yeah, it's
their
crazy.
parents restrict them from too much. And that's why I said I wouldn't go crazy with it, but it's something that I can give you so you don't turn around and go do it behind my back. That is what I'm most afraid of. Like that's where I'm
Mhm.
like scared for my child to feel like that I'm just some parent trying to stop them
Mhm.
from showing their true personality, and then they go out and they do it themselves, and then they start sleeping around, because normally that's what it turns into, because they don't understand how adults understand like this is something that you should not be wearing at a certain age. Maybe if it's
Right.
something like, and then plus there's certain places that I wouldn't let them wear that to. Okay, you want a crop top? I'm gonna get you one that's age appropriate and you can wear it around the house. But if you're going out to a party, if I let you go out to a party, you're not wearing that. If you're going to school, you're not wearing that. If it's just certain places, it shouldn't be worn at. But in the house, you can feel comfortable in that in the house. But I don't know. It's just me because I'm mostly scared.
Do you offer? My bad. I'm
So
assuming
hold
you have a
up, y'all,
daughter.
real quick. I'm gonna do a little quick refresh and stuff. Give me about maybe about 10 minutes, and then we get this party started again. So I've been on since what I've been on since like 10 this morning. But yeah, I'm gonna refresh it so get a new crew up in here and get me back up on it.
All
But
right.
yeah, if y'all follow whoever if y'all came in here new, follow me. Give me a minute. I'm gonna refresh. Might do it real quick anyways though, so I probably ain't gonna be 10 minutes. I just wanted to do something downstairs real quick too. But all right, y'all. I hate when I do that little circle.